Is he doing Yzerman a favor? Maybe, but we won't know that for 3 years, and we're an impatient fan base, and I tell you, we have reached a place of impatience, and the shakeup that most people want isn't just Larkin. It's all the way through the organization.
I would push back that we're impatient. We've been patient.
Well, we have become impatient because we've been too patient.
Maybe. Semantics.
Yeah.
Either way, you say it could still work out. It could be a good thing for Yzerman if they deal Larkin and it sets them up better for 2 or 3 years from now. Who knows if Yzerman's here 3 years from now?
Well, I mean, yeah, these are all.
So that's why when Wojo writes, well, this he's doing him a favor. I don't know about that.
Unless Yzerman knows he's going to be here no matter what.
Right. Lifetime contract. This was a necessary. You'd really have to be hard pressed that like Larkin was a detriment to this hockey team. I just don't think he was a detriment to this hockey team.
No, you would be hard pressed to make that argument.
Text coming in 248-539-9797. Guys, I turned on Larkin years ago. He's not a good leader. Consistently avoids taking accountability for the team falling apart. Guys, I'm a middle child. I love drama as much as the next. Yes, I want this to get ugly, especially if it makes the team better. Well, that last part is no guarantee. In fact, it's looking harder and harder for them to get better through losing one of their only good centers. I'll put it this way. Their only good center.
Yeah.
Yes, the Larkin thing is a total Kevin Durant move. Trade me to a team ready to win a title. Is there a scenario where we can get rid of both of them, Larkin and Yzerman? Yzerman's not going anywhere.
No.
I mean, we could argue that he should. He's not going anywhere. Another says, I wanted Larkin gone years ago. Could the Wings offer Larkin a trade with a team that isn't on his list?
Yeah, you can offer him that trade and say, hey, we've got a trade to X, Y, and Z, one that we would be willing to consummate. Now we just need your sign-off.
I think the problem, though, is the order of operations. Teams like until Larkin okays it, Yzerman's not going to go through jumping hoops to put together trade proposals, right? You want to know that that's a place the player would consider before going through all the legwork. That's why it's important to get a list of teams from the guy if he wants out.
Right, but
like, okay,
you could also say, hey, I'm not able to generate a trade with these 3 teams. So if you really want out, here are the teams that I can deal with.
So Yzerman calls up Utah, hypothetically, just a team out of thin air, and says, would you be interested in Dylan? And they say, yes, of course we'd be interested in Dylan. He's at a reasonable contract for the next 5 years. We're looking to contend and win. Here's what we'd send back. And him and Haw, no, make that a first. And we like the Iginla kid. You put the deal together, and then Larkin goes, you're out of your mind. I don't want to live in Salt Lake City. So now they just wasted all this time going back and forth. Steve's relationship with this team is altered because of it. Typically, I don't feel it doesn't really work that way. The player has to okay the destination.
Ultimately, yes, for it to happen.
So why would you entertain?
Well, because he does need to do work. And it's okay if you do work that doesn't end up in a result. You still got to do the work. And if you can't find a trade with those 3 teams, then you also put it on the agent and say, hey, we need you to be a part of this. We've granted you the opportunity to talk to other teams and try and come up with trades. So I'm working on my end. You should be doing the same, and we'll see if we can make this happen for both parties. And if not, then you're just going to be uncomfortable here in Detroit.
248-539-9797. John, you used the word arrogant.
Yeah.
Larkin's only 3 destinations.
Stanley Cup contenders.
Arrogant move. And we want to know if people are shifting the way they view the situation because of it. I mean, he's going to have to add more teams.
Yeah, there's no question he's going to have to add more teams. Just a matter of how long. I mean, is it a staring contest?
Who blinks?
And who blinks first?
It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. The Ram truck lease deals at every single Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional right now. I've seen a Ram side by side with the other trucks, and I've driven a Ram. And for power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, you get 2 choices, a 420 horsepower version. They also have that 540 high output horsepower engine. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Good luck with that. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor. Just go sit in a Ram, and you will feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every single Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
Let's get to the phones here from Red Wing fans this morning. Ken, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. What I want to know from John as a player is By the way, John, I really appreciate you in the morning because I like the player perspective. Because, us as fans, we think you guys should live this, life 24/7, and that's really not. I mean, it's a job at the end of the day. But what does this do, for the locker room or for the other players, or does this have any effect on that?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it all depends on how things go from now until the start of the next season. If Dylan Larkin is a member of the Red Wings next year, his teammates, we know that he demanded the trade and he may not want to be here, but they're still his buddies. They're still relationships outside of hockey that run deeper and can be a part of still making this team gel.
Okay.
I mean, it's not an ideal situation, but it's who knows where this goes and how it eventually ends up.
Is he still wearing the C? Is he still skating? Is he still competing?
I think the issue is more they're going to be watching how Steve Yzerman handles this.
Right.
And it's for those that are left behind, how are we going to compete? We don't want to be left with another dud.
Great point. And you understood, I think you had some teammates that would hold out, right?
Sure. Yeah,
of it all.
This is ultimately the hardest lesson to learn going from, and college athletes are learning it earlier because it's a business at the college level, but is to learn that it's not always personal. It is a business, and I have to look out for my contract, what I'm making, what are my prime earning years, and teammates that have been in this long enough understand that whether it's a holdout or it's a trade demand, they want what's best for you. They want to win. They want you to be here. But they understand you've got to look out for your best interest.
Yeah, I'm
because
sure
the team's not going to do it.
And I'm sure that's a good point. It's a business, and they'll cut guys in football. Hey, you're not productive. See ya. Yeah. I'm sure his teammates are conflicted. They like him. They want to win with him. They probably aren't where he is in terms of the hopeless feeling of where this is headed. At the same time, they probably recognize the guy's been here more than 10 years. It's longer than all of us.
Well,
I would
you
probably
also
get burned
understand
out
leverage.
too. Yeah.
There are guys that have leverage and guys that don't. The team has all the leverage. And it's just, it's where you are. It's part of whether you're in sports, you're in the business world, you're in any situation. Sometimes you have leverage, sometimes you don't.
Let's get to Stacy in Commerce. Good morning, Stacy.
Good morning, guys. Great show. Go Blue, John.
Go Blue.
Hey, I think you're missing a point here. He didn't just put 3 teams on notice. He put every team on notice. John, you guys are mentioning what's in business. Oftentimes, they forget to ask for what they want. This is what he wants. So he let everybody know, ask for the order. That's what you want. Now, all the rest of the other teams can start calculating who they want to give up. And it could be Utah calling Florida saying, I'll give you these 2. I'll take this. You get Larkin, and we ship those back over. So there's a lot of other mechanics that go into that. So not only the 3 teams are going to be in play, every team in the league sees value. And, again, it's a proven commodity, just like you just said.
Yeah.
Larkin, there's a track record. He's going to be able to be a supporting cast. Doesn't have to be the man, but he can be one of them, and he's proven that. So the no love for Larkin, he is a little bit, he's not that, brimstone and fire, but other teams will take him in a New York minute.
Yeah, we did get a text earlier from someone who said, would these other teams even want him? And the answer is emphatically yes.
And I'm with him, the last caller, in regards to, you ask what you want. And this is plan A. But I am curious, if plan A doesn't work out, what does plan B or plan C look like? What is that plan B for Dylan Larkin if Steve Yzerman can't generate a trade with those 3 teams? Is there another list of 3 that he said, okay, after 2 weeks, I'll add this 1 or 2 teams or these 3 teams to the list? Or if you can't one, then let's figure it out here.
Right. It's a good question. Is it these 3 teams or nowhere? And at that point, I'll stay because I don't need to uproot my whole life. But
already made my feelings known.
Yeah, you know where I stand. I want a better hockey team to play on.
Again, those tough conversations that Steve Yzerman talked about having, I don't know what was said in those conversations. And what was the tenor? What was the demeanor? How did they leave it?
And then your point is, okay, a couple weeks away, the draft rolls around, deal doesn't get done. July 1 hits and free agency's underway. Yzerman would like to know what he needs to add.
Yeah.
And with this hanging over their head, does Larkin just sit on the 3 teams? Or how motivated is he to truly be traded? At that point, does he say, okay, look, you throw in these other couple teams too and try to get something done?
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of variables.
How serious is he? Right? I mean that's one of the
I
big
would
variables.
think very
well, but the
having
question,
it even just come out with this.
well, serious enough to where this is public and this is believed to be the case he wants out, but serious enough to make the deal happen?
Right.
We haven't seen that. That's why I ask how serious. If you were serious, you'd say, hey, I'm not going to okay a trade to anywhere, but
Right.
I'm going to give you 8 to 10 teams to work with.
Yeah, but I guess these are the 3 teams that he wants to go to.
Yeah.
I'm going to give those 3 to Steve Yzerman and see if he can get it done. If not, after 2 weeks, okay, I'll concede a little bit and I'll add another couple teams.
Here's New Jersey or whoever.
Yeah.
I just say them because they have a Team USA guy in Jack Hughes.
Sure.
But that Team USA group chat, man, blowing up, huh?
Morning.
Good morning, Doug. How are
we doing? you? I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm good. Glad to be back in studio.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There were
the
some challenges yesterday.
no lawnmowers. Even if a lawnmower goes by, you won't be able to hear it.
It was unbelievable. Like as soon as the golfers went off, lawnmowers, leaf blowers.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if we are doing a remote, there is clearly going to be yard work done and grounds crews. It's just so funny. I mean, what can we do? We literally joked one day down at Comerica Park that there'd be a marching band, and sure enough,
A
that
marching
day,
band came by.
Somebody came by blowing a trumpet, like right past. I was just like, it's unbelievable.
Hilarious.
Anyway, don't let it get in the way. We're not supposed to draw attention to it. And what do? That's all we talk about.
Yeah, but at some point, you don't have much of a choice.
No, you really don't.
Got on it.
No, it's become a bit. But no bits, just elite content and sports takes today.
There you go.
Oh, no, that's not
Sports
true.
and maybe some stuff.
That's not true. That's not true. We're gonna have. Are you gonna eat that? Got a who's on.
What time is Are You Going to Eat That?
We have a surprise for Gator.
Oh, you
okay.
actually
It's not
have
here.
it?
Show you. We have it. Don't say what it is.
Well, those are.
But
That looks
I have
incredible.
high expectations. Somebody dropped off something for Are You Going to Eat That? We're going to try it on the. Ooh, Heather with a face.
You wouldn't eat that?
I'm excited.
Might have to
I would.
We
I
will do
would.
this in the noon
Yeah.
hour.
leave
Are you
those in
gonna
the car and let them get a little warm.
eat- Maybe.
Oh.
So that's in the noon hour.
It's Karsh Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, good morning, and welcome to the Karsh Anderson radio program. Back in studio, myself, along with my partner, Scott Anderson. Kang's behind the glass. How you doing today, Kang? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys doing? I don't notice your voice sounds different without leaf blowers or something like that.
Isn't
Okay.
it funny? Yeah.
Do what you can do. Fire something up.
How many leaf blowers were there at one point?
think there were
felt like there were
several
10.
teams. Look, there's a reason that course is immaculate.
They
right?
came in squadrons.
Yeah. Alpha team, go. Beta team, you're on deck.
Stand down. They're in commercial break.
Double deck, Charlie. Double deck.
They're back on the air. Go, go, go.
Exactly, right?
How,
Where's the mower?
how you doing today?
Aside from being a little sunburnt, I'm okay.
Are you a little sunburned?
Well, can you tell with my forehead?
You look fine. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. But
my arms are.
I'll
be all right.
Grandma Karsh, who at one point was Grandma Heckerman, was a Delaware Indian, and I'm very fortunate in that when I do get a lot of sun, if I burn, it feels like it just goes away quickly. I'm really lucky.
That's good.
Yeah.
Grandma Olson, who was Grandma Hedstrom, lived up in just outside the North Pole in Sweden. So,
And the reaction to the sun's a little different on the Anderson side.
Well, it's on the Olson side. My mother's mother. Yeah, that little different when you're up, within miles of the North Pole.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
Or Arctic Circle. I'm sorry.
Well, so where I land is we have Grandma Karsh, who was Delaware Indian, married Fritz Karsh, who escaped Nazi Germany, literally. And on the other side, we've got two O'Briens who came over on a boat from Ireland. So between my kids, I've got one that's definitely Irish, and two that are more.
I see the one. Yeah, I do
Yep.
see the difference. Yeah.
So you get Irish and you get American Indian, and
Yeah, we have. So the Anderson side, there's some Irish, some German. I think maybe maybe a sliver of English in there, but I think it's typically Irish and German. But the mom's side, the Olsen side, is all Sweden. So you got part of it. My grandfather was Stockholm, and my grandmother was up in Luleå, which is way up.
yeah.
So yeah.
But anyway,
and my brother, there is a difference though. My dad actually, he could tan a little bit. My brother tans reasonably well. Me, not so much.
You just fry.
But I'm not like completely.
No,
a
you
ghost.
look okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can put on a little bit of a tan. But
Well, thank you to the people at Oakland Hills that helped out with the broadcast yesterday. So, back in studio today, NBA Finals, interesting game last night. Spurs showed a little grow up. Good for them.
yeah, I'm really upset with myself for not saying this yesterday because my thought was when I said is Wemby just they lack the experience right now. They're too young, and what I wanted to say was they do for now, but this is a team that can grow up quickly. Like this, I'm not going to be surprised that
You wanted to predict what was
I
going to
wanted
happen,
to say
and you
it, yeah.
didn't.
Here we go.
We talked a lot about the grow up and how they looked. It looked like a young team at the end of some games, some key moments in games 1 and game 2.
Is it too late if I say Spurs in 6?
No, go ahead, say it.
Spurs in 6.
So,
That was really
yeah.
galactic, right?
Do you really believe it?
Yeah, I do.
Do you?
Because I thought the Spurs were a way better team than the Knicks anyway. And I'm like, I can't believe the Knicks are up 2-0, and the Spurs just didn't finish things off. And
If it's Spurs in 6, that means the home team will only win one game the whole series.
That's right.
Yeah. Road court advantage. I mean, last night, I don't think I'm particularly susceptible to hype.
You don't believe the hype?
Well, I maybe I was last night. Maybe I just had a moment. But, the game was on. I was making dinner. I had all the pregame stuff on. And I got to tell you, this feels like one of the biggest deals. And I have no point of reference. I have no way of knowing this is true. But watching it in the pregame and the build-up last night for Game 3 of the NBA Finals, I felt like this is like the biggest game in the history of New York City. Any sport. This felt massive to me. I was getting Super Bowl vibes with all the celebrities and the build-up, and I'm like, God, I'm falling for the hype here. But,
Yeah, you are.
But between the ticket prices and Celebrity Row and just the scenes outside the arena,
I don't think we should make any mistake about this. The Super Bowl is bigger, right? Even for New Yorkers. I just think that because the Knicks haven't won They're the last team that hasn't won a title in New York since the 70s, I guess, right? 71 or whatever it was. But it's also, you only get 19, 20,000 people in that stadium. Mm-hmm. So it is a premium. And now that they've reached the finals, it's the new hotness. It's right here. Do I think it would have been the same thing for if the Rangers were there? No. But I think it's because there's only 20,000 people, so it gets all hyped up.
I got caught up in the moment. I seriously got caught up in the moment in terms of how big this game was, which two things about that. I think the Knicks got caught up in the moment. That was one of the most careless first 5 minutes of a basketball game I've ever seen.
Oh.
When we got frustrated with the Pistons and the turnovers and how can you turn it, how can you Cade, how can you do, just watch last night and you realize it can happen to anybody.
Happened late too.
And the Knicks, yes, it did. Early in the game, though, I thought they got caught up in the moment. And I got to give San Antonio a ton of credit because I thought they answered the moment. And I just keep thinking about putting the Pistons in this context. How would they respond? And I suspect it's very difficult for a young team to go into that stage in that environment and respond in a positive fashion. But again, San Antonio deserves a boatload of credit. And I thought the Knicks probably, with all of the hype and the pregame, and I mean, look, they're running out of the tunnel, and I think it was Shaq that said, "I'm getting goosebumps," or maybe it was Carmelo. I don't remember who it was. Kang, do you remember that?
No, I don't remember,
Right,
but I do. I know what you're talking about with the atmosphere and everything like that.
Yeah.
It's huge, obviously, because it's the Knicks. We get it. You know what I mean? They haven't been there forever. It's
Ben Stiller.
It's considered the mecca of basketball for a lot of people. And you mentioned Celebrity Row, just sitting presidents in the stadium, all this stuff. It's huge, right? But you're right, Doug. I think we're so hyper-focused on the Pistons and Cade Cunningham's turnover issues. They don't realize, dude, people are turning the ball over like crazy. Stephon Castle was one of the best young players in this league. He's had some monster turnover games during this playoffs. Like, it happens, and it's tough, man. Defenses step up. And another thing I noticed last night, because they were letting them play defense. It's a
physical as hell.
I can't believe the way they were calling it. I'm like thinking, did the Pistons have a shot if they call it like this?
It's going to change for Game 4.
Of course,
I think.
Yeah.
I think Game 4, they're going to start calling more stuff because Mike Brown was complaining about it afterwards, and that's just what happens. But I do agree with this. It was physical last night, and the foul baiting that was going on that went unrewarded was fantastic.
Oh yeah, it's the best. It's the best when that stuff doesn't get called.
I couldn't believe how many New York Knicks players, and there's some Spurs too, but the Knicks players that would just hit the ground. Mm-hmm. After shots where the guys are like trying to get in position for a rebound, know they have no chance, they just hit the deck hoping they're going to get some call. Like, would you stop? This is basketball. Come on, man.
Yeah.
But that's what they've been conditioned to do now.
Again, if you put the Pistons in that context, and I mean, that's a beef stew kind of game. And that's a Jalen Duren kind of game. I mean, that's a game that I think the Pistons could play in a game like that. And if it's going to be that physical, now the Pistons got a lot of growing to do, and they need to add some stuff. Because like early in the game, they established Wemby the way we'd like the Pistons to establish Duren early in a game, and then that opens up the perimeter. I don't know what San Antonio was in the first quarter from three, but I suspect it was outstanding. They were 4 of 7 from three because they were getting
better than 50%.
They were getting open threes because they could throw the ball in the area code of Wemby, which they didn't do enough at the end of game 2. Throw in the area code of Wemby, and he would go up and grab it over here and dunk it over there. Like, it's amazing the wingspan that this guy has. Thanks, Doug. This just in, Wemby tall. But if the Pistons could establish...
Even Gronk no Wemby tall.
Yeah. If the Pistons could establish Duren early in a game, the guy that they could establish during the regular season and just didn't in the postseason, it would certainly open things up for all of their current shooters and their soon-to-be-added shooters. He says, hopefully, crossing his fingers. But enough leg humping the NBA Finals. Got some stuff to get caught up on that we didn't get to yesterday, plus we'll have open lines, 248-539-9797. You look like you're dying to say something.
We have some local breaking news that we'll deliver in 4 minutes.
Whoa. Okay. We'll get to that coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, sports fans, I'd like to talk to you for a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game, Twin Peaks. With restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service missing the mark, Twin Peaks They've refocused and upped their game. It starts with the culture of the employees that believe in the brand that just flat out produce a better product. The cooks come in at 7 a.m. every day. Drive past the Twin Peaks at 7 a.m. You'll see the parking lot. There'll be cars in it. Those are the cooks making the dynamite dishes that you crave. Then, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. They are certainly adding to the experience. And, of course, what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches that brings you all the action you crave. And if you're frustrated with games and streaming and all that and purple screened out with contract disputes, Twin Peaks, they circumvent all that. They got the Amazon Prime games, no problem. Peacock, yep, they got it. Don't miss any of the hockey and basketball finals, as well as a very hot baseball team here in Detroit. And don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports. The Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items that Gator and I can attest to. It's a menu that we both appreciate. Don't get me started on the bar outside of the coldest trap beer you've ever had, and I like it ice cold. They pour it at 29 degrees, bone-chilling 29 degrees, plus the exquisite craft cocktail list featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. Twin Peaks, it's the spot. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Get to your phone calls coming up here on Carson Anderson. But Gator mentioned we have some breaking news in the world of Detroit sports, and it kind of sucks.
It does. This comes from Tony Paul, the Detroit News, who has an article that says the Rocket Classic will be held for the 8th and final time later this summer. This is the news has learned, and Rocket companies and the PGA Tour have confirmed the 2026 tournament is still going to take place coming up at the end of July, July 30th through August 2nd at Detroit Golf Club. But amid imminent changes to the PGA Tour schedule sagging attendance, and the struggle to draw marquee players in recent years, Rocket has declined to exercise its option for 2027. So Rocket is ending this.
Yeah.
They could have played next year as well. They're saying no, they're not going to. And this kind of sucks. This has been a 13-year relationship that Dan Gilbert has had with the PGA Tour, that he has been a tour sponsor. But this is they're not gonna continue after this one. It's disappointing to me. I've enjoyed the tournament on TV, love watching it, been participating in Media Day and all that, because you get to find out the stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. And they've raised millions of dollars over the years. The benefit, it's a direct benefit to the city of Detroit, and specifically for schools, and trying to get, every family with internet capabilities and everything. It's been a really nice gesture from Rocket and what they've done with this. So it is sad, and it's we saw Mark Hollis yesterday out at Oakland Hills, and he is the Rocket tournament director. And he's quoted here saying, after nearly 13 years, his PGA Tour title sponsor, including 8 years in Detroit, 2026 will mark the final Rocket Classic.
So this is the second PGA event in my lifetime that has run its course in our state, with the Buick Open, which was in Grand Blanc at Warwick Hills for a long time. I don't remember when it died, but like the last 15 years or whatever it was.
I want to say, I remember being there, doing a show there with Tony Ortiz, because you were out, and Tony and I did the show, and it was the day after the Pistons drafted Rodney Stuckey, I believe. So
big day indeed.
So we had that. So that's what, 2007 or something like that?
2009 was the final Buick Open. So then we get the Rocket Classic, you said, for the last 8 years. Now that has run its course and died off, which is really, now we do have an LPGA event that's actually this week in Midland, and we still have a senior tour event. What are the details? I know we do got the Allied Challenge now is at Warwick Hills and has been there since 2018, but does it seem strange that a state that has like the most golf courses per capita in the country can't consistently support a PGA Tour event?
Maybe a little bit, but I guess so. Those are, look, this would have been an amazing little piece of news to have going into yesterday, right? Because we're there at the Detroit Sports Commission, and somebody from there could help us explain how that works, because I'm sure they're lobbying to get golf tournaments here as well.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, the state of Michigan is one of the absolute best states in the country for golf. There's 1 million courses. There's a ton of really, really great courses. And in this article from the Detroit News and Tony Paul, it says that the PGA Tour, in a statement to the News, thanked Rocket Companies for its 13 years as title sponsor, while also leaving open the possibility that the PGA Tour will be back in the city or Metro Detroit in the future. It's unclear how soon that could happen, or if the PGA Tour can find a company and venue to make that happen. A lot of it is, it's being able to get people into the tournament. Some people always ask, why don't they have a tournament up at like Bay Harbor or Arcadia Bluffs? And there's reasons they don't. Some of it's just trying to get 50,000 people to walk that course it's not, you can't do that. It's just not, those courses aren't set up for that.
When I asked about that, the response that I got was they're not long enough. Those courses aren't long enough for the pros.
Arcadia definitely isn't, but I don't know if Bay Harbor could be.
Yeah, I mean, whether I said how I was playing Boyne Highlands, and I asked a pro there, how come like these courses aren't really considered for PGA? And they said they're not long enough. There's probably a course or two up there that is, but is the infrastructure in place to take it to? And I don't know if resort golf lines up with PGA events. My suspicion is it doesn't.
Probably not. And, the state of Michigan, the golf is great, but the golf is great all over the country in the summer, as long as that's why you don't see summer events being played in Texas or Arizona, or, you see them played up in the northern states, which is where we shine. And I think that there would be a bunch of courses that you would think would be in line in the state of Michigan, whether it's in Metro Detroit or out towards the west side of the state or just a little bit north. but we'll see. But I think, a lot of it is just the infrastructure of trying to host an event like that. I know the U.S. Senior Open has done they're in a rotation over at Harbor Shores out in the west side of the state.
Mm-hmm.
And I played that course right after it opened up, I think a year after it opened up. I'm amazed they actually have a tournament event there. Not that the course isn't beautiful, because it's awesome, but there are like holes. Some holes are almost a mile apart from each other. It feels like it's a mile apart. Like it's a 5-minute ride in a golf cart to get there. It felt like,
which when you're in a golf cart playing is actually kind of awesome, but for hosting an event,
it's
a little weird.
To try to walk that and get fans there, it's difficult. And you got to, there's hotel space and all this, but so you're having to bus people into different events. We had the Live Golf event that was out in Plymouth last year, and the course looked amazing on television. Is that a possibility for the future, that maybe that course is set up for
like a real event,
a real
not
PGA
a
Tour
event?
Right. Man, you hate Live.
I hate Live.
I can't tell. Do you not like Live?
Yeah. And so, but the thing about, I went as a fan to the Detroit Golf Club twice, okay, where I spent the whole day there watching golf for the Rocket Classic. And I absolutely loved it, okay? I had a phenomenal time. There's a couple things about it. One is, in our jobs, the amount of times where you're just a fan and you have no responsibilities and you're sucking down a couple beers and following guys around and cheering and being an idiot, it happens rarely. And so I kind of got a skewed opinion. Anytime I get to be a fan of anything where I have no work responsibilities, I just absolutely love it. So maybe I'm not a great representative of how cool that event was. I enjoyed it, but I was walking around going, who the hell is Potgieter, right? I didn't know any of these golfers that were making amazing shots. The difference between Potgieter and Brooks Koepka is so tiny and minuscule, but at the end of the day, they're all so incredible that it didn't matter to me as much. I mean, it would have been cooler if it were, Scotty and instead of, some guy named Jans I've never heard of. But at the end of the day, it was really, really fun for me, and I endorsed it. But they just couldn't get the big names to come here.
Well, you guys, it's established I'm not the golfer on the show here, but so I'm asking this because I've been told by many people, not just you guys, friends that golf, say Michigan is one of the best, if not the best for golf courses. Like they love, so there's so many courses, they're just beautiful courses for every
all
level.
Types,
exactly.
Yeah.
So my question is it because it's more of like an everyman course, like a state, you know what I mean? As compared to like I don't know. My question is, why aren't they getting the sustainable tournaments, with big names? Like,
it's
why?
the names, and it's because where they had it slotted on the schedule was not the greatest slot, because it would take place either right before or right after a major tournament.
So it's not the courses.
No, I don't think it's the. I mean, I think the lack of getting big names is more about where it lied on the calendar, because people wanted to either get ready for the British Open or relax from the U.S. Open or whatever the case was whenever it fell on that calendar. One of the criticisms of Detroit Golf Club that they say is that it's too easy, that the scores just get too high. But I don't buy that.
That was true at the Buick Open too.
Yeah, but I don't buy that. That's the reason that golfers don't want to play there. Golfers love to try to throw up a 59 or a 60. They'd love to have that challenge there. And plus, there are plenty of other tournaments on tour where you see the winning score is 25, 27 under.
Were we kind of doomed when we didn't get the signature event status when the PGA decided they were going to pay more out for non-majors and a bunch of tournaments got selected and Detroit wasn't one of them, when Detroit probably needed that prop up more than the Memorial did?
Well, yes, absolutely. But the Memorial is Jack's tournament, and that they get all excited about that.
But people were going to Jack's tournament to begin with.
Yes, because it's Jack's tournament.
They could have used this to prop up events that maybe needed the incentive to get the bigger names out there, which, again, I don't know, but it feels to me like you could have used the resource of these signature events to prop up tournaments that weren't getting big names.
And the PGA Tour was trying to find ways to get the golfers to commit to more tournaments based on point systems for the FedEx Cup and all this, and knowing that Live is on its last breath here, and just trying to encourage golfers to sign up. And when they had the first batch of golfers commit, felt like 5 or 6 weeks ago, it was a decent start. But I haven't heard much about the field since then, if they've added to it or not. But this is a tournament that has had big names before, but unfortunately, it's a 1 or 2 big names each year instead of having them all every year. I mean, we've had Bryson DeChambeau. He was the champion. He won the tournament one year. They've had Dustin Johnson. Ricky Fowler is always there because he's a spokesperson for Rocket. But Ricky Fowler is no longer the name that he was. Jordan Spieth is no longer a name that he was. Now you want to get Rory. You want to get Scotty Scheffler. And these guys have not committed to play.
Look, I'm sure there's some golf people out there that know a little bit more than we do as far as why the state of Michigan can't seem to support a PGA Tour event. With news this morning that this is the last year of the Rocket Classic at Detroit Country Club. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. We're reacting to the breaking news this morning that the Rocket Classic, this will be the final year of the PGA Tour stop in Detroit, it's too bad. I mean, look, there were people skeptical that it would work all along, and that doesn't mean that we here weren't rooting for it. Anything that is, events here in Detroit, even if they're not your thing, it's cool, man. It's really, really cool to have a tour stop here. And having gone, and again, I'm not a great representative of what is a great fan event, because anytime I'm a fan, it doesn't matter. I'm excited just to be able to not have any real work responsibilities at a sporting event. I love it. But Steve in a car writes in, they discontinued the senior tour years ago at TPC Dearborn. Unnamed texter is another LPG event in Grand Rapids. Unnamed texter, when I worked at Rocket 5 years ago, I worked the Rocket Classic every year, and it was my favorite perk I've ever had. Such an awesome experience to work, and was a huge benefit to the people of Detroit. We're asking, why can't this state consistently have a PGA Tour event when golf is so popular? I just looked it up. We have the third most golf courses any state in the country, and we obviously, as far as landmass are concerned, not the biggest state. Unnamed texter, Live Golf did not do the Rocket Classic any favors as far as attracting named golfers.
No, it took away a bunch.
More reason to hate Live.
There you go.
The Buick Open had to leave due to GM's bankruptcy. Buick had to pull its sponsorship, so other circumstances caused that. That's from Ron and Grand Blanc. Yeah, nobody picked up the sponsorship, though. No, it's not surprising. Michigan is mostly public golf. On the East Coast is dominated by private clubs, writes an unnamed texter.
There's plenty of private clubs here.
Yeah. Scott says, somehow there has to be at least one golf tournament here. This is Michigan, damn it. We love golf. Well, there are LPGA events and senior event. Next text, problem with attracting and maintaining PGA golf events in Michigan is the lack of Fortune 500 companies for sponsorships. Jim writes in, good morning, guys. I really think they price people out of these events. You have to pick and choose. I can no longer afford all of them. I went to the NASCAR race this past weekend, and they charge $148 per person to walk on the track, plus $100 for tickets. It's gotten out of hand. That's from Jim. I got to tell you, I actually don't think the Rocket Classic is that expensive. I might be wrong, but I don't remember tickets being exorbitant. Thursday tickets, I just a quick Google search. Thursday tickets, $31.30. Friday's $48. Saturday and Sunday starts at $58 a day. I mean, look, is that, now that's just a grounds ticket to get in, and that's the get-in fee. If you want anything else, it's obviously going to cost more. But that pricing isn't terrible, is it?
No, it's not terrible. I think that the world of golf is going through a transition right now because you're having Live dismantle before our eyes, and they're trying to, but they're trying to figure out a way. Now the PGA Tour is going to try to figure out a way. Okay, how do we integrate the best golfers, bring some of these golfers back into our tour, make it fair for everybody, come up with a schedule that works, and spit it out? Because there's rumors of different plans throughout, but it's one that maybe in the long run benefits Detroit because Detroit is a major market and they want to play in major markets. And because the tournament has been run well here, I think it bodes well. It's just, I think there were a lot of things that went against it. The timing went against it on the calendar is probably number one. And if you're not able to attract the big golfers and then you see attendance drop over the last couple of years because the big name golfers aren't there, that's an issue. It's an issue. And when they didn't get the extra money to be a signature event, that really hurt things. Because if you're not getting that, then you're looked at as a lesser event. And, golfers don't want to play in lesser events. They want to play for the big money.
More feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. The Detroit stigma always prevents things from, and then this period. The Detroit stigma always prevents things from. It's unfortunate, but it's like that for a long. There were some sentences that did not get finished there. I think a lot of courses in Michigan are not set up to handle large crowds. Well, that's true. Like if you think of, I can't imagine, if you think of the resort golf that people play up north or some of the more beautiful courses up north, drop in 25,000, 30,000 people. Where are they staying? Like,
well,
I mean, what are they, how are they getting around it?
I mean, if you look at Southeast Michigan, if you want to, it might have to be at some country clubs, right? I mean, we know that Oakland Hills has hosted a bunch of events, U.S. Opens and Ryder Cups and things like that, the big events. Is it a stretch to think that they would be involved in some other PGA Tour event at some point? Probably not a yearly thing. I don't know if Oakland Hills wants any of that, but it could be. Franklin Hills is an amazing course. It's just down the road, from Oakland Hills. There's several courses in Southeast Michigan, private courses that are unbelievable. And the thing about getting people to the event, it's you're having to bus people to the event. It's not like it's a stadium where you could everybody go to the Silverhome Park, and walk into the stadium and you got your event. It's a country club, it's different. So you have to be bussed in, or you have to have some kind of parking availability real close, and you're not just counting on people from the state to be in attendance. There are people that come from all over the country. You have to have the hotel space, and I think the city of Detroit and Metro Detroit itself has gotten better in that regard, but I guess we're still going to be years away from landing another PGA Tour event.
Here's an interesting criticism from Det313 on Twitch. The worst part was the setup around the 18th hole. All the normal people could do was stand 150 yards from the hole in the fairway. It was so dumb how there was only a tiny section to stand around the green because of how the stands they built around the hole. I think there's some validity to that.
I just got a text from Stoney.
Yeah.
It's an interesting text. He says,
"Wait, does he have a shirt on? Is there a picture involved or video?"
No picture, no visual.
Okay.
He says, "Get Ishbia to make Gilbert look bad and have his mortgage company take over."
Well, I would imagine that they tried to find other sponsorship.
Sure. I think they probably, but now that it's known that they're not, can somebody else step up? I mean, we know that there are plenty of billionaires.
Will somebody
around.
swoop in and save it?
Does Tom Gores want to, sponsor something?
248-539-9797. Well, it's too bad. More feedback. We like to play rather than watch. It's from an unnamed texter. Last year, the Rocket Classic actually gave really good ticket price discounts. That's from another unnamed texter. Unnamed texter, Michigan doesn't hold golf tournaments because of multiple reasons. First reason is logistics. Second reason is following, the crowd size. Third reason is setup, all the tents and supporting plumbing and electrical. Let's go to Kevin and Wixom here on 97.1. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Kev?
I guess I'm sitting here wondering, the membership at the club just spent a ton of dough to update the course, and I'm wondering if we're going to hear some backlash from them coming up here pretty quick, because that could not have been inexpensive for them to do. And now with no tournament there, I wonder if they're going to be feeling a little, buyer's remorse for doing the remodel.
Maybe. I mean, I know that some members at clubs, they take it personally that they even have a tournament, because it means that there's like a month that you're not able to play because of all the time it takes to set up the event.
Yep.
So basically what's been, if they're being assessed to improve the course, well, they're the ones that get the benefit from the course being improved.
Yeah, but would they have done that? I mean, that's millions of dollars.
I can't imagine anybody's going to be happy when you're slapped with an assessment. Who knows what the assessment was, but when you're hit with that, that's a lot of money to shell out, and then if the tournament goes away, at least they get the benefit from it. But did they want to in the first place is a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah. It feels like probably wasted money.
I guess that was my point, Doug.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, too bad.
But maybe they had the conversation ahead of time saying, hey, if this tournament goes away, is this something we still want to do? Maybe they had that one.
Yeah. Kevin, thank you. Joe is in Milford next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
I have this is obviously spitball and speculation, but the CMO that set up Casey, the golf event through Rocket, left, is now at MGM as their CMO. I wouldn't be surprised if MGM slides into that slot. At all.
Yeah, Casey Herbis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was his event. He basically, got set up and did everything. I could just see him pulling that off. MGM's in Detroit. I could see something like that happening. Obviously, I'm spitballing it, but I could see that happening. And then also with Liv going away, it actually is a good thing for MGM because of the fact that they're not going to have competition of another professional tournament in Plymouth in the area. And I think there's some opportunity there to kind of relook at why you would want to sponsor that event in Detroit.
Well, I hope that this news isn't final. And it's a good point, Joe. Text from a listener, Mike. Is it true that the Rocket Classic is moving to Hammond? It is not. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797.
Never know.
You never do know. We'll get to that a little bit next hour because I drove through downtown Hammond on my way to Chicago. But Tiger game, I don't know. Is this a big game tonight? Are these big games? These games matter all of a sudden? Are people... Yeah. You're just checking to see? Are you checking to see? Just check and see.
What are they doing tonight?
Tiger game starts. Are you like, oh, yeah, check and see?
Troy Melton.
It's been really good. We'll talk some Tigers coming up at 10:50. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Sure. Well, listen. Builders First Source, they've got you covered because they got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top quality composite decking. That's brands that you trust like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that's going to stand the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. If you are just joining us, Rocket Mortgage, the title sponsor, has said enough, and the Rocket Classic this is the last year of the PGA Tour stopping at the Detroit Country Club in Detroit, which is unfortunate, man. I mean, this was
Detroit Golf Club.
Detroit Golf Club, sorry, yes. Which is unfortunate because it was it was just another cool event to have here in Detroit. I went as a fan twice, loved every second of it, thought it was great. Unfortunately, it hasn't been able to survive, and neither has any PGA Tour stop in our state, which is perplexing given the popularity of golf. Let's go to Joe in Pontiac. You're next. Hello, Joe.
Good morning.
Hey.
I was calling to comment. Probably when I heard this morning, maybe 2-3 years ago, I did a lot of work, 2 or 3 years, like for 5 years down there on the golf course on houses. And one of the members that I had worked for had told me a couple of years ago that it might be discontinued. And the reason being was that the members were getting cut into their golf time. And then a lot of the golf they're playing, they put them on the back course. And they were kind of getting a little bit fed up with it. And he would tell me, yeah, you know what, we might not vote yes on a new contract. So that's what he told me, and I wasn't surprised, and he's a member. That was the reasoning. He said that could happen.
Yeah, I can understand why. I don't know if that's prevailing opinion among the membership at Detroit Golf Club, but I could see that where some members would be really upset about having this tournament every year. You got to shut down playing one. They have 36 holes there. You shut down one of the courses for a couple months. Leading up to the tournament, then you got to break down everything afterwards. That's got to be a real bummer.
Working down there through the whole process, it did get really congested and chaotic when they start setting up, and they start setting up quite a bit ahead of time, and just to sit and watch that, I could see it, and like I said, they cut into their playing time. So I just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, Joe, thank you for the phone call. Jeff Lesson on Golf.
Yep.
One of the foremost authorities we have here at the station. LIV is the reason Rocket failed. LIV caused the PGA Tour to go to signature events. That caused all non-signature events to have lousy fields and awful attendance. LIV is the gift that keeps on giving to the sport of golf, isn't it?
Yeah. Great.
All right. Tigers. Troy Melton versus and the Tigers versus Minnesota, and Taj Bradley, who dominated the Tigers earlier this year. You put in your show sheet, do games matter again? And given there's going to be a large swath of Detroit that the games always matter, and they never stop watching. There are going to be a large swath of Detroit that probably won't care until they're in the playoffs, that parachute in for the bigger games that probably aren't huge, either baseball fans or Tiger fans. And then there's everybody in the middle. And, my guess is they probably got people checking and seeing. People will check on the score, flip on the radio. I think that middle group is probably returned to the brink of interest.
Well, there were big crowds over the weekend.
There were.
They had 32,000, and 34,000 over the weekend, which was great to see. Now the weather has started to turn and turn nice. Hopefully they'll be able to escape rain tonight during the game. But we're getting hot out there again, and people want to get out to the ballpark and see baseball, as long as the team's worth watching. And with 5 wins in their last 6 games, it's turning it around. They've got a long way to go, obviously. They're still 12 games below 500. They're still 9 games out of first place in the division. But they've won 5 of their last 6. And it's a nice change in the right direction now that they've gotten a couple of key players back to the lineup. In the next week, they're going to get back 2 starters in the rotation. The next 2 weeks, they'll have a third back in the rotation, more than likely. So it's getting exciting. To think this week we got possible returns of Skubal and Verlander at the end of the week. That could be awesome.
Look, them show a little fight. And you can, if you choose, draw a straight line between the return of players and their recent, sudden case of good play and offense and clutch hitting, and look at the OPS numbers and guys returning to their normal roles, seeing more comfortable, and other players being phased out of the lineup and all that. Consistently through all this has been good starting pitching, regardless of who is starting. And, the bullpen, which has been a problem all year, might get an influx of former starters that can be repurposed as bullpen arms. Cato Montero could be a prime candidate for that.
Ty Madden already is.
Yep. Melton Flaherty. I mean, I would imagine Melton's probably too promising as a starter to move into a bullpen role. But, given Flaherty struggles and where he is in his career, is he at the point where, you just say, all right, we want you to be part of this, but we're going to repurpose you as a bullpen? I don't know, but that could help. It could help a lot if you could get something out of those guys.
Well, Flaherty's been interesting because he's starting to strike guys out at a pretty good clip. So does that look like that maybe he would be someone who could be a bullpen arm? Or do they just decide to extend the rotation? Do they go with for lack of a better term, a 6-man rotation? Is that a possibility?
Yeah. I think we need to stop and maybe every day start a Kevin McGonigal appreciation thread on a message board somewhere. This guy is having such a great season. This is exactly what you dream about if you are a prospect watcher. You dream about the guy that lives up to the hype. The guy that you follow, the guy that you say, oh, look, he's now ranked this prospect or that prospect. When's he going to be here? You get all kinds of excited. And you realize that this guy actually might be better than Eric Munson or Scott Moore or any of the, I don't know, dude, Christian Stewart. Wow. Think of insert former Detroit Tiger prospect let down
Scott
here.
Lusader.
Yeah, and I don't know why we chose the Wayback Machine, but yes, McGonigal is exactly why people get excited about prospects. And prospects are lottery tickets. Like, they don't always hit. We know that. And, what the kid's incredible. And imagine that he's just getting started. This is the kind of player that I watched other organizations have and was jealous.
Yeah, just please stay healthy. You go back and think about the weekend series and that stupid play at first base because the clumsy nailer.
Some might call him a chump.
Yeah. Well, would he be the chump of the week?
We have to check 971theticket.com.
But, when Josh Naylor runs back and collides with him, it's like completely unnecessary. Please don't let's keep our players healthy, right? Particularly a gem like McGonigal. Be nice to keep him healthy. But the upside is so huge. It's so massive. And you see with that, the home run he hit, the swing was just a big swing, and you knew it was gone the second he hit it. His hard hit contact rate is great. He's leading rookies in all types of categories, and he's ours. And it's a position player, and that's fun.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. It is Carson Anderson here on a Tuesday here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Major breaking news in the world of golf in Michigan today. This year will be the final year of annual PGA Tour golf in Detroit, as the Rocket Classic will be canceled after this season. The Detroit News reports the cancellation today ahead of the 8th annual event at the end of July. The PGA Tour is making major changes to its schedule in 2027, and the Rocket Classic, which struggled to draw large crowds or big stars in golf, is a victim of those changes. It might not all be bad, though, as Detroit has already been offered a chance to host another tour event starting next year. However, it's going to cost $30 million for whoever wants to sponsor it. That figure is double what Rocket Companies was already paying to sponsor their event at Detroit Golf Club in recent years. Thus, this year's tournament from July 30th to August 2nd will be the last. The Tigers are back tonight in the first of a 3-game series against the Minnesota Twins. Troy Melton will pitch for Detroit against Taj Bradley from Minnesota. The last time Bradley faced the Tigers, he allowed 1 run and 6 hits over 6 1/3 innings with no walks and a season-high 10 strikeouts, as Detroit lost that game 4-2. Melton will make his 4th start of the season tonight. He has a 1.74 ERA in 20-plus innings so far this year. First pitch coming up from Comerica at 6:40. The pregame show starts at 6:15 here on 97.1. And the Stanley Cup Finals Game 3 is tonight as well. That starts at 8 o'clock in Las Vegas. The Golden Knights currently leading that series 2-1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, if you want to keep talking about the Rocket Classic and its time in Detroit coming to an end, and how come the state of Michigan cannot support a PGA Tour event consistently? I mean, they come and they go, and this is another example. And it's kind of strange given the popularity of golf in our state. But, I mean, I think every state probably in every tournament has its challenges, but for whatever reason, we can't seem to get one that sticks. With that in mind, Scott, this weekend went to Chicago. The Bears moving to Hammond, Indiana might be one of the biggest disasters in terms of NFL relocations ever, in my opinion. I can't believe that this is actually on the table. And I'm sure that whatever stadium gets built in Hammond, which the scales are tipping pretty dramatically towards this being the relocation site, it's probably going to be a gorgeous stadium, okay? Mm-hmm. And it's going to be state-of-the-art, et cetera, unless they somehow screw it up and build a stadium like the White Sox did, which was sort of the last cookie-cutter, boring stadium before baseball started to retrofit and go with old-school stadiums with a ton of character. It's like the White Sox built something that was immediately out of date. And remember, the White Sox were going to leave for, I think it was St. Pete. Remember that whole thing? And the White Sox got pushed through the Illinois House at the last minute and blah, 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 because the White Sox were on their way to Florida. Well, now the Bears, and they still could get saved and stay in Illinois. But we drove there this weekend, and Friday night we drove through downtown Hammond. And I want to be as respectful as I can be. But I sent you guys some pictures that were no exaggerations. It's unbelievable to me that an NFL team might be in that location. It's unbelievable.
Well, it looks pretty desolate. However, I'm going to guess that, let's say they do move there and build the stadium and they're playing football there in 3 years. I would guess that 10 years from now, that whole area is going to look completely different.
Well, it might. This happened here, of course, when the Lions moved out to Pontiac and the Pistons moved out to Auburn Hills. I don't remember that there were a ton of places outside those stadiums, the stadium, the Silverdome, and the Palace, that a whole bunch of cool businesses popped up. The Post across the street, from the Palace was kind of it. There was another spot just down the road. I think it was called Hoops.
Yeah, Hoops is still there. I think
But-
it's still there.
I mean, did those areas, did they just, people drove in and drove out? There weren't destinations outside of the stadium.
Right, but it also isn't an 80,000 or 60,000 seat stadium. Although
Well, Silverdome was.
Silverdome was 80,000, yeah, for sure. And there was stuff around there. I mean, it was,
Yeah,
you know,
there was, but it was mostly, it felt like it was surrounded by industrial parks and storage facilities.
without question.
And I mean, Hammond is
Refinery City.
Refinery city, and it's pretty barren. And it was funny because the news broke during Friday's show that they were moving steps closer to moving to Hammond, and so we've had fun with it. But honestly, to me it's a disaster. And driving through Hammond, like there were news crews live at the corner bar in the parking lot doing live shots from Hammond as we drove through.
Didn't that corner bar just hit the real estate lottery, by the way?
Yes. I thought it would be funny if we pulled over and I'm like, let me try to be man on the street and pretend I'm a Chicago area guy. I could say, Doug Karsh, Naperville, or just, Schaumburg, make something up and pretend I'm man on the street because the news crews are going live from Hammond. And, I'm like, cool, this is an awesome spot right next to the underpass. and it's unbelievable. If I were a Bears fan, and we've laughed about this would be one of the absolute most depressing things that could happen to your organization. And as a fan of a team. Additionally, okay, coming back Sunday night, and I imagine that there's a good portion of our audience, and we've talked about this, but we kind of got to experience it in real time. Between downtown Chicago and where the stadium would be built, which is kind of in a lakefront area, an inland lake in Hammond, that if you've driven the Skyway, which is the toll road that cuts off 94 and makes sort of a straight line through Hammond and Gary and through the south suburbs of Chicago into the city, there are 2 toll booths. There's one before the bridge that takes you into Indiana, and there's one beyond it. These are done with credit cards. Now you pay with credit card, and there is the Easy Pass lane, okay? Now I imagine most people in the Chicago area will have an Easy Pass and can pull through. But the backup to the second toll booth was 45 minutes. We sat in traffic for 45 minutes. And you go, oh, Easy Pass, Easy Pass. Here's the thing. The backup was so lengthy that even the Easy Pass people had to wait till you got close enough to the toll booths where everybody paying got over. And then the Easy Pass people it was saving them like 5 minutes. They were in line for 40 minutes while the rest of us are in line for 45 minutes. And the whole credit card system is so slow now. Like they're going to have to figure something out so that, because traffic, everybody's going to take the Skyway. It's going to be a nightmare, an absolute nightmare.
So they're talking, have they determined the actual site, or are they just discussing it could be by Wolf Lake?
Wolf Lake is what is the reporting. That'll be right on the southern end of Wolf Lake.
The southern end. Okay. So I have a map up and I just want to see what that is. Okay. Yeah, I think logistically, initially, it could be a nightmare, but you've got 3 years to figure it out once they agree to it. The fact that the site is by a lake can be pleasing.
It can be. Here's the problem, though. That cuts off parking and access. Like, it's gorgeous, but it cuts back on different places where you can park. It means more people are going to have to approach from the south, and it's going to make it a logistical nightmare.
But it's not our nightmare.
It's not our nightmare. It's not.
I don't. More to it. Hey, let's hope that they continue to clog it up.
And quite frankly, it's more convenient for Detroiters that want to make the road trip because it's 30 minutes closer and probably less traffic from our direction. But I honestly can't believe it. And it's not our problem. But in the reality, it's kind of sad. And I'll say this. If you have interest in buying a team, if you're a tycoon and you want to buy a team as an investment, but you are in danger of doing something like moving a team to Hammond. Just don't buy a team. It's not the investment you should be making. It just isn't. Fans have such a deep emotional ownership of a team. If you're a highly successful business person and you are looking to make more money, choose fiber optics or an AI data center or something. Don't buy a team. If moving the team is even on the radar, choose to invest in something else. Don't buy a team. Just don't, because you shouldn't be allowed to do this to fans. And again, it's not us, but it's one of our rival cities, and I have sympathy for fans who've done nothing wrong, and they have one of the great settings honestly in the entire NFL, and they're going to go from that to one of the worst settings in the NFL.
Yes, but it's not like they're moving 5 states away and 1,000 miles away. They're moving 20 miles away, or whatever, 30, whatever it is from downtown Chicago. When I'm looking at the map and I think it's a massive mistake for them. Don't get me wrong, right? I think they should build it in Arlington Heights, which is one of the northern suburbs. It's also a heck of a lot closer to O'Hare Airport. It makes sense. To go to Hammond seems dumb, big time dumb, but it's not that far from downtown Chicago. So when you're talking about ownership that wants to move a team out of the city, again, it's not like moving out. Yes, technically out of state, but it's right at the state border. It's just like the Jets and Giants playing at the Meadowlands.
It feels to me like physically, like first of all, as the crow flies, no, it's not that far, but it feels
you gotta go through all of downtown
away.
Chicago to get there.
Yeah, it feels a long way away, a lot more than as the crow flies. And as far as the setting, it is a massive step back. And, I went to Soldier Field. We went to the U.S. soccer game against Germany, the friendly. And we'll get into that in a minute. But the sight lines where we were great. The concourse area at Soldier Field, we were in one of the end zones, was a little bit messed up in that everybody in line for concessions at halftime were in the way of everybody trying to walk through. Like it's a traffic jam, a nightmare. And it probably could use a retrofitting. And I get this is all about suites and money and leases and
it's like any football stadium.
Yeah, but they could use some updating in terms of how they move people around and maneuver people around, or where the lines go and all that. But as you're right. That's with a lot of football stadiums. I'm sitting in the stadium with a terrible, we didn't have good seats. We had it was a great seat for a bad seat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and particularly for a sport like soccer,
yep.
It works out.
Anyway, it's such a great location, and it's a real shame. And the truth is, we're going to wrap up the whole sympathy thing for the Bears and probably go back to making fun of it. But the truth is, to me, if I were there, it would be a local tragedy. That was actually something that was strongly being considered. So, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
We've all seen it lately. Local companies being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and suddenly you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner is truly family-owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. And when they say that they treat you like family, well, they mean it, because they actually are a family. They don't answer to distant investors. Instead, they answer to you. And what I really like about them is their no-pressure promise. You're not going to get the high-stakes sales pitch. Instead, what you get is an honest assessment of what your home actually needs. Your roof, your windows, your siding. They're going to analyze it all and give you an honest assessment of what's going on. It's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty on every roof installation. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has ruled on and relied on for 3 decades. Get your quote today from Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
We'll get to some of your feedback on this coming up in a second. I will say this: seeing the U.S. men's national team play on Saturday, Gator, I will. I'm so fired up for the World Cup now, and I know it's not for everybody. I don't like telling people what to do, but I encourage you to give this a sample. My whole family loved it. My wife, who didn't play soccer growing up, thought it was great. My kids were just thrilled with the experience. They thought it was fantastic. And look, the goal that Jedi Robinson scored was absolutely amazing. And we were lucky that it happened right in front of us, a volley that was the keeper had no shot.
No shot, Gator.
No shot at all.
No shot.
None.
And look, after conceding a goal in the first 90 seconds, the atmosphere stayed, as my kids would say, lit. And
It was a fever pitch.
well done. But it was funny because I don't follow soccer outside of parachuting in on the World Cup. So I was sitting in the stands intently listening to conversations around us. And, I'm like hearing things like, oh, he's a staple of the Aberdeen back line. And I'm like, oh God. Okay. Is he? One of my favorite conversations. You remember when Germany beat Brazil 7-1?
Who doesn't?
Yeah. I'm like, no, I don't. But tell me more. It was just weird because I knew nothing. Like, I know nothing. I knew the name Christian Pulisic. They introduced the 94 team with like Wijnaldum and Alexi Lalas, and they were out on the field beforehand. I don't know. I mean, it's cool to be a legitimate and true underdog in a sport, which USA almost never is.
I think it's fun when you go to an event like that, particularly for World Cup stuff, right? Soccer stuff, and you see the random like Jurgen Schmidt jersey.
Yeah,
I love that. You don't see a Jurgen Schmidt jersey every day, but you go to an event like this, you just might see a Jurgen Schmidt jersey.
And there's a lot of different people are wearing different countries. I looked for a Ratun Machu Dinkum, but I did not see one. But I would have sent you a picture had I seen it. But the fact of the matter is, it was really, really cool, and I'm jacked, and I don't know much about it. Admittedly, I don't, and I don't claim. I played growing up, and I was a keeper, and still like see the game through the prism of a goalie. And by the way, here's the other thing that you're gonna love, okay? Because you love when I do things and they fail.
What?
You do. It was hot, okay? Really, really hot. And sunscreen. Everybody get the sunscreen on. And we all did that. And we get there. And my wife brought a sweatshirt. And I kind of giggled a little bit. And I'm like, okay, you might, you think it's going to cool off. And we get there. And as the game is starting and the sun is out, it starts to rain. And I mean, it really starts to come down. And I can't remember. I think it's been since I was a kid that I was outside, like completely unprepared and no way of seeking shelter, just getting poured on. It started to come down so hard, and I'm like freezing, and everybody's miserable. My wife's using her sweatshirt, and who's laughing now, right? I can't remember the last time I was outside getting rained on and I couldn't seek shelter, or I was completely unprepared. I felt like, God, I feel like a kid because that's the last time I think it happened to me. There was just no, when kids, you go outside, you're playing in the rain, you don't care.
No, and when it's 85 degrees, you'll love it.
But it was cold, man. And then the sun came out and you had that weird post-rain drying from the sun, and then your clothes are kind of crispy or whatever, but still damp. And
everyone
you're hot.
Smells like a dog.
Yeah. Which was funny, man. But anyway, I'm fired up for this event. And between that and the College World Series, it's a good week for Doug. I love the event in Omaha too. Do you think you will watch any? Be honest.
Of the College World Series?
No, of Team USA, of the World Cup.
I mean, maybe. Depends what time. Depends on what's on, honestly. I mean, I'll probably flip through, where they're playing and all that. I don't know. We'll see.
We play Portugal Friday night at 9.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about Friday night. I don't know. Maybe look at my calendar, see what I got going on.
I think you're washing your hair that night.
Well, a Tiger game will probably be wrapping up, right?
So this Friday, the 12th?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are the Tigers doing?
They're in Cleveland, right?
They will be Cleveland, yeah. When let's see. Cleveland Friday night. Yeah. It's Jack Flaherty start. I don't know.
There's no
Tanner Bybee.
There's no Stanley Cup game. There's no NBA game. Kang, you think you'll flip it on?
No.
At all.
It's not even. It would not hold your attention, Gator. You know this. Like,
Wait, what's when I flip it on? It doesn't mean I'd leave it on. I mean, would I want to see the atmosphere a little bit? I might. It's night game sounds kind of cool.
I don't know.
Where are they playing?
I think they're playing. Is it SoFi? Hold on.
Oh, then it's not even night then.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, if it's a 9:00 start, I assume it's on the West Coast, but
California crowds.
Does it really matter if it's a night game for you, Gator? Stop saying, like, seriously. Oh, it's a night game. Oh,
it's kind of cool when you see things under the lights. I'm just saying.
Sure.
It is at SoFi against Paraguay, 9:00.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
I don't have a ton of interest in it. So I'm not making any promises.
Okay, and I'm not going to judge you whether you do or you don't. I'm not going to judge anybody.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. No, not at all, dude. Like I say this all the time, and I mean it. People can choose to do what they want. Be a fan of what you want to be a fan of. I'm encouraging people to sample this because I think they might enjoy it more so.
Look, I
enjoyed than they believe.
I enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it in the past to a degree, but our teams just haven't been all that competitive. So. I guess you go into it thinking, okay, you're the underdog in most games. All right, well, okay, there's a rooting interest. But I don't know the players. I haven't paid a lick of attention to it. Back in the day with Alexei Lawless, did I pay attention? Yeah, because he was a local guy and the guy that I probably played against when I was a kid.
I think I might have too, because was he Sterling Heights?
No, I think he was Birmingham.
Birmingham, okay.
So, yeah, I think I played against him when I was a kid, when I was playing soccer, because we're all the same age. But over the years, the interest certainly hasn't kept up. I'll tell you when I was fired up. I was fired up to watch the women play.
Yeah.
When they won the cup in 1998, was it summer 98?
It's really interesting because what appeals to me and what appeals to you are completely different. You are less interested because we haven't been competitive, but you watch the women who are often the favorite. I am more interested because I want to see us as an underdog. Anything we do feels like icing on the cake. Like it's
was 1990. Was it the first time that they had a women's World Cup? Brandon Chastain scored and ripped the jersey off and the sports bra and a whole bit. But I mean that was an event. I mean I watched that summer and I was actually fired up for it. That was pretty cool. And yeah, since they've had women's World Cup soccer, the United States has reigned supreme. It's been fun, but the men just haven't been all that competitive.
So in our group, okay, is Paraguay, who we play on Friday night, Australia, and Turkey. We are the highest rated team in our group. So while we're an underdog on the grand stage, we got a good chance to get out of group stage and get into the playoffs, which is more exciting, one and done. But I don't think you're all that impressed. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I lived in Chicago.
Well, if they beat Turkey,
yeah,
then I'll be impressed.
I lived in Chicago for 20 years. I passed through Hammond many times, and it's a dump, respectfully. Next text. I lived in Northwest Indiana for about 10 years, and Hammond is the perfect location. It will make getting to and from the game so much easier, and it will revitalize that city. Going to a game at Soldier Field is brutal, and even with the added level of seating, the sightlines were awful. So I thought the sightlines were great for soccer this weekend. To be fair, it might be different for a Bears game. We had 300 level bad seats in the grand scheme of things, but they were good for bad seats. Like I was like, these seats are fine. The NFL doesn't need a destination. They need room for fan experiences, tailgates, supporting businesses like hotels. That's what Hammond can provide that the city of Chicago simply refuses to specifically tailgating and experience lots. The Lions are barely scraping by with Eastern Market and a few parking lots.
Well, but the Lions sell out. Soldier Field sells out. Selling tickets isn't the problem. Getting people, I guess, now you're concerned about supporting the surrounding areas. I mean, Eastern Market isn't the only thing. I mean, people tailgate all over downtown Detroit.
Is this person saying they prefer a Silverdome atmosphere with massive parking lots because people could tailgate there, which by the way, had zero personality. In downtown Detroit, there's lots everywhere. People can find their spot and tailgate. I don't know. I think downtown Detroit's way better to tailgate in than the Silverdome ever was.
what are we comparing this to? Like Buffalo, where the crazy Bills Mafia out in the parking lot doing the crazy stuff.
Look,
I mean, it's a concrete jungle. That's no fun.
I think there's nothing worse than a concrete jungle.
Be curious to see what they say about the new stadium in Buffalo. I don't know if it's the same situation.
It's right next door. So
probably it's very similar then. I think it's actually one of the cool things about Detroit is that you're not just tied to a parking lot. There are lots all over the place. Now, does it restrict tailgating for professional games? A little bit, sure. I mean, the tailgating is done at Eastern Market, but instead of tailgating, what you do is you go to a bar and hang out at the bar all morning.
All right, an insider is predicting a holdout for one of our guys. We'll get to that today at 11:35. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Some Scooble Buzz coming up at noon. Another edition. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hope everybody's doing well on this Tuesday. 248-539-9797. Okay, so look, we're in that weird void, post OTAs, pre-training camp. Nobody's really locked into a football mood unless you're football year-round, which is fine, but you know how it gets when you move through the summer and you start to, like, the days start to get maybe a little bit shorter or the weather cools off and you start to realize that football's right around the corner. At least, things like media days in college football and hey, next week are OTAs, and you get announcements coming out about how you get your passes to go to training camp and all that stuff. It's still like a month off, a month and a half off.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, look, summers in Michigan are great. Don't wish them away. But one of the great things about the end of summer is it's the beginning of football, and this is such a great football state. But with that said, interesting from Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, recently on a podcast, was talking about how the Lions have not signed Jahmyr Gibbs. And here's what he had to say about it.
He's under contract, so I disagree with that statement.
Well, people hold out.
Yeah, and I hate when people hold out because you're under contract. You honor the contract that you're playing under at this point. I don't think there's any danger of the Lions failing to get a deal done with Jahmyr Gibbs. I think it's just a blinking contest who's going to sign a deal first, Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs. They're both going to sign with the respective teams, and giving advice to not participate while he's still technically under contract for the next year. Yeah, I have an issue with that.
So the highest cap hit of a running back in the NFL right now is Jonathan Taylor at $15.562 million. Now, when it comes to cap hit or the average annual value, things can be a little bit manipulated. Does he have to make north of 20?
I think yes.
It feels like a pretty big jump.
Well, I would say yes, absolutely, because first of all, I've always stick up for the running backs because I think running backs are woefully underpaid for what they do. And when you look at the production you get from Jahmyr Gibbs as a runner and receiver, this is a guy who's 2,000 yards from scrimmage. Pay him like he's a 2,000-yard guy, which means, yes, it needs to be a 2. Lucky it's not a 3 in front of it.
There's workarounds because Saquon Barkley signed a 2-year, $41.2 million contract, okay? His cap hit, though, is the highest it will be is in 2 seasons when it's 17.364. So you can work around sort of the cap hit value with the way you structure said contract and voidable years. He's got 4 voidable years on the end of this thing. So, I mean, you got to structure it in such a way that it takes up the least amount of cap room as possible, but also make the client happy. There are reports, and it has been discussed, and it's no shock when David Montgomery was let go, that Jahmyr Gibbs is going to get a larger workload moving forward. And there is something to be said. We talk about the data with edge rushers all the time. There's something to be said for the number of carries, the number of hits that running backs can typically take before start to have, the quality of return on said running back starts to decline. That there's a shelf life for running backs.
Yeah, without question. And if I were the Lions and want to get something done quickly, I'd offer somewhere in the range of at $20 a year. At 4 years and give him like $80, $85 million, somewhere in there.
Is there a world where the Lions make the business decision not to sign him or not offer him a contract and just franchise him?
I don't think so. I mean, you could, but because he's under contract for this upcoming season and next year, right? This is the fourth year.
Yep.
So, I mean, they don't have to do anything until
Club
after year
option
5.
for next year.
So I'm not sure. I mean, look,
think
I don't
about-
know what the cap situation is with this team, and cap is manipulated like crazy.
Yep.
It goes up every year. They know they have a way firmer grip on what's going on there than I would. I typically would lean towards I'll wait and see, particularly the running back, because they do get hurt. Because guys are literally trying to take out their legs at every chance they get. So the injury rate is huge and the risk is massive. So I'm not likely, me personally, I'm not likely to give him a contract right now. I'd wait till the end of the year.
Yeah.
And it might cost you more. You know, let's say that Bijan Robinson signs his deal now. And then I know I'm going to have to pay. I'm going to have to beat that contract at the end of the year.
Kang, what do you make of this advice from Florio that he should hold out?
Yeah, well, Florio's looking at it from the player perspective, and I totally understand that. I mean, football is a violent game. Your career can end at any moment. With that being said, I think the Lions, just judging by what they've done historically, they like to get ahead of these things. I would not be shocked at all if they were able to get a deal done before the season started because they are so progressive. And, you know, Brad Holmes always talking about sustainability and keeping one eye on the future. I think this is part of that. Like, his next contract is going to be $20+ million a year. It just is. And he's not Jack Campbell. Like what Jack Campbell did, honestly, is like 1 in a million type thing. No guy walks into a room and says, just pay me near the top. Most guys go walk in the room and go, pay me the top, you know? And Jahmyr Gibbs has that argument. He has that resume. He has all the ammunition he needs to say, I should be the highest paid running back in the league. And I think when the contract's done, he will be the highest paid running back in the league until Bijan Robinson or somebody else beats it. I mean, Achane and Breece Hall just signed $15-16 million per year deals. There's no way Jahmyr Gibbs is he's ahead of those guys.
Absolutely.
He's going to get 20 plus a year. Jeremiah Love is at $13 million. He hasn't taken a handoff yet. So I think Gibbs wants to get paid. I think the Lions want to get him paid. Whoever gets paid second is going to get paid more between Bijan and Jahmyr. I think there's a possibility the deal gets done before the season starts. And now if it doesn't, that would be more. I agree with you, Gator. If I'm from a team perspective, I would prefer that just to see where I'm at the end of the year. But you might have to pay up even more.
I'm a fan of Jahmyr Gibbs being re-signed. Let me be clear about that. I'm also a fan with there's some team outs where they can get out from under the contract if there starts to be diminishing returns. And unfortunately, that's just the life of a running back in the NFL, especially one that's going to have a heavy workload. I'm a big fan of shorter term. If that comes with higher guaranteed average annual value, so be it. But that's just the profession of running back is a tough one to get that second contract. I mean, maybe people get it, but I feel like there's a lot of instances where people regret it because of the diminishing returns and the shelf life of a running back in the NFL. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Help your new driver stay safe and confident. Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police are giving away free safety kits and student driver magnets. Prompt extra patience from others. Claim yours at an MSP post or at callsam.com/car safety kit. You know, I know that we broadcast across the state with the new network thing. I wonder if we have any listeners out there in the Grand Rapids area that were at LMCU Ballpark in Comstock for Scooble's outing on Sunday. Did anybody in our audience go to that game? And I'd like to know what it was like. Now, you've been to West Michigan Whitecap games, correct?
No, I haven't.
You've never been there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You've been to the Lansing Lugnuts game.
I've been to Lansing. Yeah, I was at Oldsmobile Park back in the day, like the first year it opened up.
Yep. Toledo Mud Hens.
I've been to both stadiums.
Yep. Kang, have you ever been to the minor league stadiums around the state?
No, I have not.
Okay. So I've probably been to 3 or 4 Lugnut games. I don't really have a point of reference. But again, if anybody is a regular there, I wonder what it was like on Scooble night or Scooble day relative to any other game there. Was it the most wild atmosphere? Was it awesome? Was it way, way, way different? And and I'm sure it was different than your average game, but I guess was it the best atmosphere ever for a Whitecaps game? Or, you get into those communities, whether a championship series or... Because, it's one thing to go... I went to a Whitecaps game and saw Max Clark play. All right? And I'm like, oh, this is cool. But there was another... I'm trying to remember who I went and saw there back in the day. You get these opportunities to see the draftable players, and it's fun that they're close by. Like, I actually am going to a Mud Hens game next month, and it again will be a chance to see Max Clark play. But I'm just, I bet it was cool. I bet it was really cool for anybody up there.
Yeah, it's got to be a treat. I mean, it's one thing to see them play. Those kids get brought up through the system, and you watch them play as a high A player and matriculate to the major leagues. It's another thing when they got to come back because of a rehab assignment. You're like, let me see how this guy's grown, right? I mean, obviously you're probably watching Tiger baseball anyway, but if you haven't seen Tarek Skubal live since he was a 22-year-old at West Michigan or whatever, that's kind of cool to see how much he's matured and how much better he is.
And the rehabilitation appearance, it doesn't happen in any other sport.
No, I guess I was thinking, does it happen in the NHL? And it really doesn't.
Like Jared Goff isn't going to make an appearance for...
Well, football, yeah. There's no other football at the time, but NBA players, I don't think they go to the G League to rehab and play a couple games.
Kang, have you ever hear of that happening?
No.
And to take the best pitcher in the game and not only put him on a field with minor leaguers, just put him in that atmosphere. To put him in the small ballpark, big star. It feels like seeing a band, seeing U2 at Rick's.
Well, you're right. I mean,
Just warming up before they get out back on to tour. You know what I mean? Hey, I still got it.
Yeah.
These streets have no names.
I mean, that was a big deal back in the early '80s, right? The U2 played downstairs at Sensations.
But I'm talking about before, after they've made it big.
Oh, after they made it.
Yeah, this is
like a warm up, dude.
That was Max Clark when U2 was at Sensations. That was Max Clark on his way up. We're talking about now. Where else does this happen where the big star goes back to the small venue?
Yeah, like DiCaprio does a high school play before he does his next, Titanic 2 or whatever.
Metallica did something like that years ago when they had their shows, outdoor venue. They had they were downtown somewhere, and it was like Metal Fest or something like that. And they were going to play in the big stage at some point, but earlier in the day, they decided to play as a cover band at one of the smaller stages, and people said it was wild to see that. It's kind of similar to that.
I did think of one place where this does happen, and we're not really down with the culture, but it does happen in auto racing. Do you remember that tragedy with Tony Stewart on a dirt track where he hit a guy and killed him?
Yeah, vaguely I do.
I mean, that's a NASCAR driver showing up at a dirt track, and that happens in that sport. And it's Tony Stewart, I guess, did it a lot, but I think some other drivers do that. In fact, I feel like my brother-in-law might have just saw somebody big up in Owasso or a bigger name in Owasso. So I guess it does happen in auto racing a little bit here and there. But again, we're not really down with that culture.
I mean, in golf it happens, but you have to fall off the tour and try to build yourself back up.
Is it Corn Ferry? Is that the Corn Ferry tour?
It is or it was, yeah. I mean, you would have to do that kind of thing, but it's not the same thing as like, hey, Scotty Scheffler's playing this little event.
Right. 248-539-9797. Anyway, if anybody was there for that Scooble start in Comstock at LMCU Ballpark for the Whitecaps, love to hear what it was like. Let's go to Ken. You're on 97.1. Hello, Ken.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Great show.
Yep.
I would say the closest analogy, and I've actually seen this personally, is when big act comedians are getting ready for a big tour, they'll go to small comedy clubs like the Laugh Factory or, well, Caroline's is gone now in New York, and they'll practice before they go on a stadium tour. So
you're 100% right. I've only been to a couple comedy shows in my life, and one of them was the first time I went out to L.A. to see my friend out there. We went to a comedy show, and all these unknown comics are up there, and they say, hey, we got a treat for you. George Wallace has decided to stop by.
Yeah, Steve Martin's walking out or something crazy like that. Yeah, I've done that.
This is kind of wild. Okay, I'm not a big George Wallace comedian fan, but okay, let's see. And it was cool, trying out material, and he letting everybody know, hey, I'm just trying stuff out. You know, we'll see some stuff hits.
And they all do it. Seinfeld did. I've heard Seinfeld on, like, Stern talk about it.
Yeah.
Going out and practicing his act. So it's really hard, though, for, like you said, Doug, for Goff to try to go find a small little game somewhere to work on his craft. So, but that's a whole other thing, man. We got to talk about feeder for the NFL. I've called before, and it's really a joke that this multi-billion-dollar organization still relies on the NCAA to feed their system and develop their players. And now with NIL, I mean, back in the day, a quarterback might stay in a program 4 or 5 years sometimes. Now you get guys who've been in school 3 years. They've been in 3 different programs.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's some reforms likely on the way. It's a sport that and given the Sorsby case that just went down, that's a whole other can of worms. But I think there's reform coming. 248-539-9797. Bunch of Jahmyr Gibbs texts coming in regarding the Florio comments. And this is from an unnamed texter. Respectfully, screw Florio. He's rooting for turmoil so he can be a sanctimonious preacher.
Oh, my.
Look, we're big fans here of dissenting opinions. You don't need to attack the source, though.
He is a Vikings fan, though, isn't he?
Who?
Florio?
Is he?
Yeah, he's like a huge Vikings fan. Maybe he just wants the Lions to be in some like turmoil, like the text said.
Have you seen Florio as a guy that has got an agenda through the years?
Yes.
Oh, you do. Okay,
Everyone's got an agenda, man.
But can you give any examples?
Every time he's on Sunday Night Football, I don't know. No, I mean, I can't give it a specific one right now. But people have called him out on certain things before, and I feel like
he gets hot takes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Well, that I might agree with.
And the agenda might just be getting his name out there again.
Yeah, it's getting clicks and promoting his brand, and it's business.
Well, I guess that's hot takey. Yes. Lions can't get an O-line good enough to have an effective Gibbs if they pay him that much. Lions can't get an O-line good enough to have an effective Gibbs. Aren't pretty much outside of Borum, who may be a starter, isn't everybody kind of locked up for a while here? Between Sewell, Ratledge, Mahogany, Mays
is
and
what,
Blake
3 years or
Miller.
something?
Yeah, I think that they've got the offensive line kind of locked up here.
They got a lot of backups there, like the 1-year
sure.
deals, but
Lions should not sign Jahmyr Gibbs. Run him into the ground and let him walk. Maybe franchise him next year.
well, you wouldn't have to franchise.
No, he's under contract next year. He'd be franchised.
You just pick up the
year.
5th year, yeah.
Holding out after year 3 as a first-round pick is kind of unprecedented, but we still have to pay Gibbs. Those who say use the 5th option and then 2 franchise tags don't understand how the NFL works.
Well, you can pick up the 5th-year option and you can franchise him for a year. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the second-year franchise, that's where it gets pricey, and you're thinking, well, maybe we should have just saved cost and we should have signed him to an extension back when we could have.
All right, coming up next, ESPN put together a bunch of trade proposals from teams to get Scooble. One of them was considered the best of the bunch. We'll get to those today at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Rocket Classic will no longer be played after this year as the price tag to sponsor the event is going up next season. The PGA Tour schedule is changing in 2027, and the Detroit News reported today that the Rocket Classic is getting canceled as a result. Next year, every event on tour will either be characterized as a Track 1 or Track 2 event. Track 1 events will have top 100 player fields and be held in major market cities. Detroit is a top 15 market nationally and more than qualified for a Track 1 event. However, it will cost $30 million to sponsor such an event next year. That's double the price Rocket Companies was already paying to sponsor the Classic, so it's their decision not to sponsor it next year. Thus, it is canceled. A tour event could return to Detroit if someone is willing to pay the new sponsorship price. The Tigers are getting ready to face the Twins tonight at Comerica Park. Today, MLB.com experts voted on who they think the top rookies in the American League are so far this year. Detroit's Kevin McGonigal topped the list. Following him were three other players from the Central and White White Sox first baseman Munetaka Murakami and Cleveland pitcher Parker Messick and infielder Travis Pizzana. Peyton Toll from Boston was fifth. Tigers and Twins will start a 3-game series at Comerica at 6:40 tonight. Troy Melton versus Taj Bradley is the pitching matchup. Pregame coverage starts here on 97.1 at 6:15. And Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals also takes place tonight. Puck drop is in Las Vegas at 8 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Not much new to report on the Dylan Larkin trade front. Yesterday, a list of 3 teams he apparently preferred that the Red Wings trade him to was made public. Vegas, Florida, and Minnesota. That was met with a collective kind of a you'll go where we trade you and you'll like it type of response from Red Wing fans.
As you would expect. But, I mean, if you're Dylan Larkin's camp, are we going to handle anything differently? You're going to, okay, it's a negotiation. You're my top 3 destinations.
Yeah, it depends how written in stone this list is. And we don't know that, okay? We don't know if the Red Wings themselves might have said, give us your top 3. And he may say, oh, okay, well, here are my top 3. Or it might be, I want these 3 and these 3 only, and it's written in stone, chiseled, in which case, I don't feel like he deserves any sympathy if he doesn't get traded. This is like, hey, I'd like you to do me a solid, and I'd like you to do it at your own detriment, is a scenario that nobody's on board with in Metro Detroit. Okay, fine. You want traded out? How do you get this to make the best of a bad situation? Chances are it's not to limit yourself to the 3 teams of your choice, which those 3 teams, how about the Red Wings choose the 3 teams? How about that?
Right.
About the Red Wings say, okay, so we own your rights. You're under contract to play for us. You want to be traded. We'll be choosing the 3 teams, sir. And if he has a no-trade clause, you've earned that. That's great. You can void these trades. Then, as a texter said yesterday, we'll see you at practice.
Yeah. Eventually, if I'm Steve Yzerman, if this is all he's going to work with, and you're like, well, I don't think either one of these 3 teams are going to give us an opportunity to improve our team, so I'm not going to make a deal. You go back to Larkin and you say, okay, look, let's be realistic about this. Give me a list of teams you really don't want to play for, okay? Yeah. We'll try to work that way. We'll try to find some common ground.
Let's invert this.
Yeah, give me the 10 teams that you're like, absolutely not. Like you don't want to play in Salt Lake City, or you don't want to play in Winnipeg or Ottawa, whatever it is, right? Give me those teams, and I'm going to work with the ones that are left over. And again, I have to do what's best for the Red Wings. And what's best for the Red Wings might be hanging on to Dylan Larkin.
Okay, the other trade story, of course, is Tarek Skubal. And ESPN yesterday sat down and had an interesting exercise where they asked the MLB experts to put on their GM hats, taking the reins of one team and pitching their best realistic offer to land Skubal. From there, ESPN's MLB draft and prospect analyst, Kylie McDaniel, evaluated each deal, dismissing those that came up short and finding ones that actually could get a blockbuster deal done this summer. So they had a bunch of teams put together these offers. And some of them were put in the not even close category. The A's offered 4 players, and it said not even close. The Yankees, this was interesting. The Yankees offer was Spencer Jones, the outfielder that we've talked about, the right-hand pitcher Carlos LaGrange, and a right-hand pitcher Elmer Rodriguez. It said not bad, but, and under the GM, the response was, unfortunately, even including all 3 of these prospects wouldn't get it done because I got better offers than I was expecting from other teams. On pure regular season focused model-driven math aimed at avoiding big mistakes, this is a solid defensible offer. That, however, is not the mindset of other GMs brought in for this exercise. For reference, all 3 of these players plus Dax Kirby that would make the full offer my 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Yankee prospects. So this would be just prospects, but it would be the Yankees 2, 3, 4. If some combination, 3 of their top 5 prospects.
Yeah, I'm looking at MLB pipeline for the prospects. Rodriguez is 2, Kilby's 3, LaGrange is 4, Spencer Jones is 6. You can have a basketball team with these guys, by the way.
They're big.
Rodriguez, the pitcher, is 6'4". LaGrange, a pitcher, is 6'7". Spencer Jones is 6'7", and Kilby is 6'2".
Spencer Jones is ranked higher by ESPN, but Spencer Jones is with the big club, correct? He's
Correct.
with the Yankees right now.
Yes.
Other interesting offers. The Brewers organization offered outfielder Luis Lara, who's the number 91 prospect in baseball. Their number 6 organizational prospect, a third baseman named Andrew Fisher.
What was the first name you said?
Luis Lara.
Okay.
Number 91 prospect in baseball. The organization's number 6 prospect, a third baseman named Andrew Fisher. And a right-hand pitcher named Coleman Crow, who was drafted in 2019, is 25 years old and is still in the minors. Now, Milwaukee has an organization that's loaded. This feels like a very underwhelming offer from a Milwaukee team that's deep in prospects.
They're deep in prospects, but a lot of them, well, a couple of them are lower levels, but they've got a bunch of guys that are right at AAA. Interesting.
Cubs offer was infielder Pedro Ramirez, outfielder Kevin Alcantara, and right-hand pitcher Jackson Wiggins. We've heard this one before. I think this exact offer speculated on by somebody else.
Oh, Wiggins is number 3, and the other 2 guys are already with the team, right?
Yes. Not bad. Not bad at all. I want your take, though, on the one that got it done, which was the Dodgers offer. According to ESPN, the Dodgers offer of right-handed pitcher Emmett Sheehan, outfielder Zaire Hope, and shortstop Aiden West gets it done. Sheehan is a good major league starter. Zaire Hope is a top 50 prospect. And Aiden West is a 19-year-old middle infielder who's playing in the Arizona Complex League, so he's rookie ball. And he's turning heads down there, but that's a long way away. This is considered the best offer put together by any beat writer to get Skubal. What do you make of this offer?
Well, Aiden West, I don't even see on their prospect list.
He's rookie ball. He hasn't shown up yet.
He could still be on the top 30 list, and he's not. Zaire Hope is on a tear lately with their AA affiliate. There's a lot to like with him. He's their number 2 overall rated prospect, hitting .294 this year, .879 OPS. He's got 13 home runs and 55 RBIs in 54 games. There's a lot to like. But they've got so many prospects there that it feels like you could
do better.
You could probably get more than just that.
Well, here's a question I have about. So they add this right-hand pitcher Emmett Sheehan, and the comment is he would immediately slot into Detroit's rotation.
I'm not so sure.
I'm not sure of that either. I mean, is he is with the big club right now, and I don't think he's killing it.
He is. He's thrown 59 innings.
Mm-hmm.
He has a whip of 1.21, which is okay, and the ERA of 4.7. 64 strikeouts in 59 innings.
I mean, he's in the bigs, but
he's also he's 26. He'll be 27 later this year. I'm seeing what he's done lately. Like last game he pitched on Sunday, went an inning and a third, gave up 3 hits and 2 runs and 2 walks.
This is considered the best offer.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the pitcher necessarily, but they've got plenty in their system that would appeal to you if they're willing to part with, a couple of these players. And they've got outfielders that are at AA. They've got a bunch of players at AA that just look like they're all ready to go. But the problem with the Dodgers in their organization is that their big league club, you're blocked.
They're blocked.
You're blocked for years. So it would make sense for the Dodgers to give up some of that talent they have in their system. And this is why everybody says the Dodgers can get it done. The question is, do the Dodgers need to get it done? I don't know if they need to, but if they're willing to make a move, then we'll go with the Dodgers. They've got all the talent. But, we're still so far away. We're going to have Skubal on this team for like 50-something days prior to the trade deadline. So he's got, whatever that is, 9 starts that he'll have between now and the trade deadline as a Detroit Tiger.
Well,
Nine more starts.
Yeah, he's probably going to start this weekend. The quotes going around Major League Baseball right now is the Tigers are saying they're not interested in trading him, which is the most meaningless thing. Sure, fine, whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
so say you now.
Well, yeah, I mean, things can change in a week. Like,
100%.
This is why a week later, it's, hey, 5 out of 6 games you've won. We're not just there yet, but let this play out for another couple weeks and see where the team is at. My guess is the team is going to be playing better baseball. I don't know if they're going to be playing great baseball, but better than 500 over the next couple weeks. That's entirely possible.
248-539-9797. We talk to you next. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Summer is here, and if you didn't get your AC tuned up this spring, well, you're officially playing beat the clock against the Michigan humidity. Do not wait until you're sweating through a July heat wave to find out that your system is down. Do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling right now. I did. They came out of my house last week. I am good to go. So whether it's a quick AC check to keep those energy bills down or your pool boiler needs a tune-up for peak swimming season, these guys are the local pros. From hot showers to crisp living rooms, Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has you covered. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Bill in Farmington Hills. You're on 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, this whole Dylan Larkin thing, the days that go on makes Larkin look worse and worse. This guy is just basically angling to get booed off the ice, the minute he steps into the LCA. He just looks horrible. The fact that nobody's denying any of this just tells us all that, what's being written is true. This was so poorly handled, and this falls squarely on Larkin. You can hate the Yzer plan all day long, and we all do, but this should have been done behind closed doors, away from the cameras, away from the press. He screwed this up. This is such a crap show.
Well, hold on.
I can't
hold on,
stand
Bill.
this guy.
Hold on, Bill. So you're assuming that he leaked it?
Yeah. What benefit would the Red Wings do in
I don't think the Red Wings leaked it either. Is it possible
Somebody
that
from his side did?
Why do you think it's his side? It would actually hurt his side.
Well, I don't think there's any way Yzerman did, so I don't think the Red Wings.
Yeah, Yzerman's. My guess is that he made this request and probably made it well before we heard about it. Yzerman started talking to other teams about a Larkin trade, and those other teams served as the leak. That's what makes the most sense to me.
That's a possibility. But the fact that nobody is denying any of this from Larkin's side.
Well,
yeah,
why
because
would he
it's
deny
true.
it?
It's true.
Yeah.
If it's true that he wants to be traded,
that's fine. He wants to be traded. But, 3 teams? Who do you think he is, Matthew Stafford?
That's a different deal, okay? The idea that he should have a vast array of teams to make it more realistic that the Red Wings can do something. Because regardless of what so, Bill, let's start with this before we get into the 3 teams thing. Your anger, I think, is misplaced on Dylan's side. I don't think Dylan leaked it. I don't think anybody from Dylan's side leaked it. It would hurt his tradable value. They wouldn't want to do that.
Well, yes and no. Essentially, he's trying to force something. He's trying to get out of town with 5 years left on his contract.
And the best way to do that is for this to be silent and just let the Red Wings go about their business so that other teams don't call in with lowball offers because they think the Red Wings are desperate. Maybe
you make a valid point, and you're right.
Now, the 3 teams thing,
there.
Bill, the 3 teams thing is absurd. It's absurd. He's asking an organization that has signed him to a big contract, that has made him very wealthy, to turn around and do him a solid. And he's earned his money. You've earned your money, that's fine. But you're asking them to do you a solid under your terms where you limit the potential return to the organization you're asking to do you a favor.
Yeah, but you know how you guys always say, we don't know the full story, right?
Yep.
Always say that, right?
Yep.
How do you know that Yzerman didn't go to him, hey, give me some teams you would be interested in getting traded to? And he gave him 3 teams.
Nope, we don't know that.
So, you know what I mean? Maybe he's like, these are my preferred 3 teams,
Right.
Obviously, he's probably open to more, be honest with you, because he's got it. If he really wants to get out of Detroit, he's going to open it up.
It's an important point to make. You're right. If he hasn't opened him up, if it's sort of a soft list,
yeah,
that's fine.
Of course. Hey, what's your top 3? Well, here are my top 3.
So here's where I'm going to say, where maybe after further thought, I might agree with the previous caller a little bit that it could be Larkin's camp.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're trying to work on things behind the scenes, if Yzerman is going to work a deal and he knows that Larkin wants to be traded, he's not going to tell teams that Larkin wants to be traded. He wants out of here. I don't think he's going to say
might
that.
not. No.
So how does that word get out? Because the reports are that Larkin asked for the trade.
Might be a team calling his agent and asking his agent questions, and they might say, well, he wants to leave Detroit. But they might say, keep it on the down low. I can't imagine them at any point, anybody wanting this to be public. From the Red Wings side.
No, I can't imagine either. I think you want to get something done, and then, but obviously it's tough to do when you've got a player that has a no trade clause.
Yes. Let's go to Mike in Minneapolis. You're next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how's it going? I'm actually in town here in Detroit. I'm going to be going to that Tigers-Twins game tonight. I'm really excited to see Comerica Park for the first time. And, I've been here to Detroit about 5 times. And, in Minnesota, they call it Minnesota nice. That's, I guess what we're supposed to be like. But I got to tell you, don't take it for granted what you have here in Detroit, because no matter where I've been in town, everybody goes out of the way to say hello. I mean, as an example, I'm here at Belle Isle just kind of hanging out. I was at a picnic table, and just some guy walks by and says, I hope you're having a great day. So just want to give a lot of respect and love to all of you in Detroit. Just excited to go check out the game. Really excited about going to that ballpark and, growing up, watching Fielder hit, bombs off, the old stadium's roof is just it's just an awesome city. And I really enjoy this show. You guys have a good pace, so it's pretty fun listening to all of this.
Cool. Well, thanks. Hopefully you don't get rained on, although you probably will.
Well, you know what? I did some research before, and so I got seats in what's called the Tiger Den, which should have an overhang over the top.
Yeah,
so, when you come from Minnesota, we deal with weather all the time.
This is true.
So, I'm kind of almost like on the edge of a certified meteorologist with all the snow and all the stuff we get. So you get used to this type of stuff. So I did my research ahead of time, but definitely looking forward to the game.
Do you like your stadium? The new Target Field?
I really do. You got to remember, when I was growing up, we had the Metrodome, okay? So these really terrible blue seats. I mean, it's just how I grew up. Yep. Terrible turf. So when they went outdoors, I mean, that's what you really feel what baseball is outdoors. So I do love it. But again, just looking forward to this stadium. I mean, we have our own problems in Minnesota with ownership with the Twins and never making moves. So it's kind of interesting hearing the perspective here in Detroit, some of the things that you guys are thinking about. But again, just outdoor baseball for me in Detroit. I mean, it's going to be awesome. Whether there's some rain or not, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to have a good time.
It's interesting because when I think of the Minnesota professional teams, I think that their stadiums, they look awesome. I haven't had the chance to go to any of them, but the football stadium looks incredible. The baseball stadium, what I like about that is that it's like built into the ground and built kind of really steep. So the sight lines should be pretty great no matter where you're at.
I sat in the upper deck there. It felt close to the field, closer to the field than most upper decks.
And the hockey and basketball team playing in the same arena, right?
Yeah, the hockey team has a separate arena. Basketball team is at the Target Center. They're trying to get a new one, but again, it's living in Minnesota. Here's the thing: I'm a big sports fan, but it's always, no matter what team it is, it's next year. Oh, hey, we got it. We're going to do it next year. And like I got family members, I'm sure it's the same here in Detroit with you guys, where I'll have a family member for the Vikings that it's like we pick up some like mid linebacker that's just you barely know who he is, and they go, "Oh, that's the one we need." And I'm telling you, this is the year. Look, we haven't won the big, anything big since '91 with the Twins, so it's been a long drought. So
well, enjoy your stay here in Detroit. It sounds like you're already off to a good start.
We appreciate your calling, Mike. Thank you for sharing. 248-539-9797. Jewel is next on 97.1. Hello, Jewel.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Nothing. I just, I'm a lifelong Red Wings fan. I was born in '86, so I got the greatest childhood ever in hockey. Yeah, but it's tough because, Dylan got drafted and he was a kid, and he's not really a kid now. And, I, as much as I've been a Dylan hater, I want to say that, like, these last couple of years, I've really tried to be as optimistic as I could. But it's been the same season where he just gets so amped up, and he's pumped for this, like, the World Tournament and then for the Olympics. And he comes back and he plays flat. And at the end of the season, he's got the game on his stick in a shootout, and he misses the net. And these are, must-win games to make it to the playoffs. And, yeah, I mean, I get it. And I know that, like, having James Van Riemsdyk go out on a shootout, we don't look great. And even with Patrick Kane, I remember thinking, like, come on, guys, like, we're grabbing at straws. But there was one thing he said after the Olympics, and I'll never forget it. My friend actually reminded of it to me the other day when the news broke. And that was, he was talking about when Jack Hughes scored the goal. And he just said that, he was like, oh, I was like skating off the ice, and I just look behind me and I see Jack, and he's got the game on his stick and he scores and he wins. And, I think Dylan's great. I think he's a great hockey player, but I don't think he's the guy who you want when the game's on the line. You don't necessarily want him to have the puck on his stick. It's like when we lost against when Lidstrom had that shot and we lost in the finals in Game 7 against Pittsburgh in 2008, I think it was 2009, and like that. Lidstrom's as great as a player as he was. Maybe if somebody like Datsuk or Zetterberg had the puck, they could have maybe done something to Marc-Andre Fleury, maybe a little bit more patience, or done a little bit more of like a goal scorers thing. I don't know. I hate. And it's like with the last caller, like we should be grateful. We've had a great Detroit sports. The things with the Lions, but these last couple of years have been great. But we're lucky as Detroit sports fans, I would say. But it's a tough.
He kind of landed the plane, but not really. That plane was in a holding pattern for a while.
The ratio of words to message was one of the greatest I've ever seen. I don't know what the message was, but he said a lot.
It was a lot. I think the message was he doesn't think that Dylan Larkin is the go-to guy.
I didn't think so either, but then he was talking about everything we should be grateful for, and I'm like, including Dylan Larkin? It was a lot of words.
A lot.
Thank you for the call. Carson Anderson, 97.1. As best we could tell, the previous caller didn't love Larkin and also loved Larkin. A little confused. There was a lot going on there. Matt is next on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, well, good afternoon, guys. So I do think that Larkin will open his team selection given enough time because, 3 teams, it's almost impossible to get fair trade value for Detroit.
Yep.
But I think Vegas would probably be the best because, Vegas would get Larkin. Detroit could get, Brisson, Hannafin, a first-round pick. But the other reason I called, for Skubal, I think he should go, I think Baltimore should trade with him. Because you can get Basallo, Mayo, and Povich from the Orioles, and the Orioles get Skubal, and that's a very fair trade.
So you think they would give up Basallo, Mayo, and Povich? And Mayo and Basallo are part of their future, but Basallo is blocked by Adley Rutschman.
No, Basallo's playing right now.
But Rutschman's their guy, right?
Yeah, but they both played. They have their 3 at-bats separate the two. Basallo has 177 at-bats this year.
Is he mostly doing it as a DH? Or are they, I guess they're rotating him probably.
I think they're just flipping around, yeah. But they're both doing the same thing. I mean, they're both over 800 OPS guys. For a rental, I don't know if they would do that. I mean, Kobe Mayo has been disappointing for them, for sure.
I just feel like the Tigers are going to want to get as much as they can, and
those are major league ready guys, and those are guys that were once incredibly highly rated prospects. Could Baltimore survive without them by adding Skubal and make a playoff push? It'd be an interesting decision. My guess is they wouldn't do it because they're playing those guys, but. Typically these trades are, here are guys we're not playing for your guy that is playing because we're trying to win now.
Well, right. But, also, I guess, looking at the division, they're 9 games back in the division.
A couple out of the wild card, though. Baltimore?
Sure.
You're talking about Baltimore, yeah.
Yeah. Sure. A couple out of the wild card. But do they want to give up a cornerstone piece like Basallo for a rental?
It would be interesting to see 2 former highly regarded prospects who aren't killing it.
Basallo is.
Mayo's not, right?
No, Mayo is hitting 194 with a 639. His OPS is good, but Basallo is hitting well.
Basallo's doing better. My bad.
810 OPS.
Yeah, I don't think they do that. Be cool if they did. Time for another edition. Are you going to eat that? All right, these are new menu items. Things you can get off the shelf. Gator, we get your opinion, Kang's opinion. We actually have a taste test here as well. Thanks to Officer Matt who brought us some.
Again?
Yeah.
Love this guy.
We start with Entenmann's. They just brought back a fan favorite for the summer. The Entenmann's Orange Cream Glazed Pop'ems. These are donut holes that feature the brand's signature melt-in-your-mouth cake, now flavored with orange and drizzled in a vanilla glaze. The result is a soft, fluffy, tangy, and delightfully sweet donut that perfectly captures the essence of the creamsicle in all things summer. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'd eat the hell out of that. That's Entenmann's. When I was a kid, Entenmann's was that was a treat. If mom or dad came home with a grocery store and they had a coffee cake from Entenmann's, that just happened. That was amazing. And then, you got to look both ways when you take a slice of it, so nobody's seeing how big of that slice is. It's so good, so good.
You trying to sneak a bigger slice than?
Do you get more than your brother would?
Yeah.
Kang, you?
I love orange creamsicle stuff. And so, yeah, this little small donut holes, were they, Doug? Right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is perfect. I'm in.
I don't like orange creamsicle stuff, so I'm not.
Vitamin C, man.
Yeah. Next
Anything
up,
orange is vitamin C.
You know what's funny is like orange flavored things I don't like. I like an orange. I do not like orange flavored things. I like strawberries. I do not like strawberry flavored things. But that brings us to the next one. Wendy's is releasing some new menu items, including this specific Frosty. An exclusive collaboration with Illumination's Minions and Monsters, Wendy's is dropping a new limited edition Frosty, the Banana Frosty Swirl. Wendy's beloved vanilla Frosty base blended with sweet banana cream sauce. The Wendy's Banana Frosty Swirl. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I'm looking over at Bobby. Bobby's just shaking his head up and down. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yes! You kidding me? Take my money. First of all, Frosty's great. No matter what flavor Frosty, it's always great. You're going to give me a banana-flavored one with some banana cream in there? Hell yes. Oh, yeah. Daddy like.
Can you?
This is interesting. Is it like, it's not a smoothie, it's a Frosty.
Yep.
I'm going to try it. I'm not going to lie. I'm definitely going to try it, but I'm more interested in what Doug would do because Doug is like a banana smoothie type of guy.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
Oh, see?
Where I do not like orange flavored things or strawberry flavored things, I do like banana.
Yeah, there you
as
go.
a flavor, and I'm not. You know how you get stuff that is flavored like.
Yeah.
So I'm a yes on this.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, banana stuff doesn't taste like banana.
I know.
Like,
And I don't think strawberry stuff tastes like strawberry.
Orange is the closest.
And I think it sucks. But the banana flavoring is a flavor that I like.
One of my favorite ice cream flavors is banana pudding. You can find in like mom and pop ice cream shops around town. There's one in Clark's in Berkeley. I've got banana pudding flavored ice cream. Stroh's, I think, over in Birmingham has it too. It's so good. Oh.
To celebrate the World Cup, Coors Light is introducing a limited edition Taller Boy. Most beer drinkers are familiar with the Tall Boy. Well, debuting today, the new Taller Boy canister, a limited edition, taller than a Tall Boy canister, designed to hold and chill 3 full Coors Light cans at once, is available. Coors Light fans can get the Taller Boy exclusively at shop.coorslight.com for $30. Gator, the new...
What?
Shop.coorslight.com for $30.
30 for 3 beers?
Well, 3 tall boys. Like 3 tall boys, right? Eventually.
Essentially 3 taller boys.
uh-huh.
Yeah, 3 tall boys.
So
makes it 1 taller boy.
Yep.
So what's a tall boy? 16 ounces?
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's a gimmick. Like it's clearly, you know, it's not.
No.
I don't think people are buying it for the beer necessarily. They're buying it because it's a little.
It looks different. It's like a yard. Like
nah, that's all right.
No? All right.
No.
I call this the Wemby. By the way, that thing is like that is a tall boy.
Have you seen it?
I'm looking at it right now.
Does it have? No, this is a pathetic question, but does it have the wide mouth?
I can't see the mouth part, but it has like 18 O's in Coors. It's hilarious. This is funny. It's like it's Coors Light.
Are you interested?
I mean, just to have people look at me, sure.
First,
I'll try it. Hey, look at that guy.
All right, I see a picture of it now.
Yeah, it's a tall boy.
You know what this is going to turn into?
What?
This is a bong waiting to happen. Are you kidding me?
This isn't 1975 anymore.
Are you
man.
sure?
Yes.
See, my thought was back in your guys' possible college partying days for the Wizard staff.
The what?
Where you stack cans on top of each other. You guys never did that?
Yeah.
And you tape them together?
Well, we kind of did some versions of that, but
this is, it's a gimmick. It's stupid.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
It's not going to keep the beer. I mean,
I might try this. Yeah,
It's
I
a
think
type
I'm.
of beer,
Yeah,
Doug,
yeah,
right?
it is. I mean, a long haul beer.
And a big World Cup game.
I gotta get one of these.
They're friendly.
All right, next up, Gator. Tom Brady has launched a new coconut water.
Oh, here we go. Doug, you could not be happier, Doug.
Scott, it's called Good Nut. It's the latest in celebrity-backed health beverage.
Doug's definitely in.
Tom Brady is expanding his business empire with the launch of Good Nut, a coconut flavored water. Fans can purchase Good Nut's flagship coconut water, a sparkling coconut water, and a wholly unexpected chocolate coconut water, a dairy-free option described as the only certified organic chocolate coconut water on the market. And I'm not seeing this in the story, but Jansen told me today that its slogan was "It's a mouthful." Gator, are you interested in Good Nut?
I mean, come on. You can't say things like it's a mouthful and Good Nut. Come on. What do we no. I'm out. Absolutely out. No.
Kang, you?
Coconut water.
I'm betting Doug wishes this was in a taller boy as well. I'm out. This is all for Doug.
All
it's
Doug.
all for Doug, man.
Damn right, I'm going to try this.
Tom Brady. Doug wants a mouthful of Good Nut.
And finally, Officer Matt brought in today a new M&M that I think we've done on Are You Going to Eat That? The banana nut bread M&Ms.
What?
Yep. I'm going to open the bag here, and I'd like you to sample the banana nut bread M&Ms. Holding out to the camera for those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube. This is banana nut bread M&Ms. Gator, are you ready? I was just going to pour some out here, bro. And there you go. There's a few. I'll try a few.
Okay, give me two.
Right here, and take the bag. Fine. Okay, these are pretty good.
I'll take the bag.
These are pretty good.
So does this taste like banana?
It tastes like banana flavoring.
Yeah.
Not really.
Gator, you like these? You like these?
Yeah, I like them. But
These
I'm
are
not sure I
peanut.
would identify this as banana.
They're peanut M&Ms. Oh, I'm
With banana nut bread?
flavoring. Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll bring them back.
Try it, yeah.
You and Bobby can try them behind the glass. So we both agree. You like these?
I like them, but I don't think it's banana.
Well, it says on the bag banana, but
I'm not disputing that. I'm saying it doesn't really taste banana.
you guys can try them behind the glass. So we both agree. Kang, we'll get your 2 cents coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Kang, did you think that was banana forward?
I wouldn't say forward. I think the biggest flavor I tasted was like the peanut part.
Yeah.
But there's like a hint of like, do you remember those candies Runts with the fruit?
Yeah.
Okay, like, do you remember the banana in there? I feel like there was a little hints of like those little bananas flavored in there.
Look,
it depends on what, I don't know, M&M you get, I guess.
I like the M&M. I just didn't think it didn't taste like banana to me, but I thought it was really good.
I'm with you. I didn't taste much banana at all.
It's like a spice in there, something like a spice cake almost, but I don't know if I got banana. Doug, you got a lot of banana.
I liked it, yeah. I thought I had the banana flavoring that I'm a fan of, but.
You get that with the one nut or good nut or whatever it is.
What's that?
The good nut? Was that what it was?
That's coconut.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying wash it down with that.
Well, we don't have any of that.
Get a mouthful.
Officer Matt, get on that.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
All right. Well, thank you to Officer Matt for dropping those off.
Thank you very much.
Coming up today in 102, Gator has what he wants to see happen with the Red Wings this offseason. What he wants to see happen with the Red Wings this offseason. 248-539-9797. Brandon in Shelby Township, you are next. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
First off, I love when you guys do a get out of the water to somebody. That's like my favorite bit.
So, look, just to explain it so people, hopefully they understand we're not being rude. The idea of the show is to keep it moving, and we've been told, keep the callers pretty much coach. You get a minute, and we're not cutting into your time, Brandon. We'll give you time. Get a minute, make your point. He was at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and we weren't sure where he was going when the music started. We probably should have started the music earlier. But that is a circling shark, and you need to land the plane or get out of the water before you get cut off. So, anyway, enough of that.
So at the beginning of the season, we started off to a good record, and then we got swept by the Twins. So now we were really bad, and we beat a couple of good teams. Now people are like, now we have the Twins again. So, I mean, not only should we beat the Twins, but maybe a sweep.
Well, they got some making up to do. The Twins, it's really odd if you look at the teams the Tigers have struggled against recently and the teams the Tigers have beaten recently. It's been... I mean, they get dominated by teams like the Orioles, but then they come out and they take 2 or 3 from Seattle. How they're doing, they sweep Tampa. It makes no sense. This season has been totally nonsensical.
So a couple callers ago, you guys had the Minnesota guy come on. So I know it's kind of off topic, but a couple years ago, I went to the Vikings-Lions game, and I went to Minnesota, and people were like, "Oh, I hope your team does good today." So, like, most times they're like, I hope your team loses. But people in Minnesota actually, like, told them my team won. They were very nice people.
I have no problem with any Minnesota fans.
Minnesotans?
Yeah.
They're good people.
I felt, when I've been to the stadium for football a couple times, the Gophers. I get a little bit of Canadian vibe.
Well, yeah. It's way up there.
Yeah. There's something about hardy people of the North.
There's a Uper vibe, yeah.
That's the crossover between Canadians and Australians is pretty significant. But yeah, very friendly crew up there in Minnesota. I hope all fans here in Detroit, Michigan, and Michigan State are welcoming. Because tailgating together with opposing fans can be really fun.
Yeah.
It can also be like filled with obnoxious people. Nobody likes that.
Yeah, I mean, like any walk in life, don't be a jackass.
Rules to live by. Scott the Gator Anderson.
That's my golden rule.
Mm-hmm. Not a bad one. Not a bad one. 248-539-9797. More feedback coming in regarding the Bears thing. Hammond is not that far away, but all that stadium revenue and parking revenue, all of that would stay in Indiana. Brian in Berkeley, Doug went to Chicago last year. I had to help 3 people at the toll booth with their credit cards. Those things suck. So there's toll booths along the Skyway that are manned by people. That is right when you get into Illinois, you cross that big bridge, and then the same thing going the other way when you go into Indiana. Coming out of Chicago, on your way, what would conceivably be a game day trip. We did this past Sunday. From downtown Chicago to Hammond. 2 toll booths, both manned. First toll booth, 15-minute wait. Second one, 45-minute wait. Easy Pass can cut back on that, where you can just drive through. And I would imagine many people in Chicago would have the Easy Pass. But the second toll booth, the backup was so long that there was still 3 lanes of traffic, I believe it was. And it was all backed up because it was before the lanes opened up to like 7 lanes.
Mm-hmm.
And the Easy Pass people couldn't get to the Easy Pass without having to sit in traffic for 30 minutes.
Why was there traffic? Because every time I've gone to Chicago, I've never had a problem.
I have,
with
and I think
that.
it's because they've gone to the credit cards.
I have a problem getting through downtown Chicago, but I didn't have any problem.
When's the last time you drove the Skyway?
Last summer? 2 summers ago.
Do you know when you drove it? I mean, part of it might be Sunday
Summer.
night.
It was a summer. It would have been on a Friday afternoon.
I have noticed the wait time being significantly longer since they've changed to credit cards. 1. 2 is maybe just a Sunday night, people going back to Michigan from
Maybe.
Chicago.
That could be.
It was brutal. And on a game day, I would imagine it would be worse. Now, they got 3 years to sort something out. Maybe they'll allow free access on game days so people don't have to pull over and just whatever. More feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. It's going to be an absolute disaster. They'll have to add lanes to the Skyway. It's an absolute mess. That's from Gabe in Livonia. Guys, there are multiple trains that run from Chicago to Hammond every day. That will help. True. Tougher to tailgate when you take a train. I mean, you can pack everything in a backpack and cooler, I guess.
Not everybody's tailgating.
That's true. And then this. No way the Bears move to Hammond. The city will find a way to get the money. Hammond is not only outside the city, it's an industrial wasteland.
Well, this would be the product of mismanagement of funds over the years in Chicago, right? If they truly have no money to put forth, that's a real problem they have.
Yep.
So that's why they look for the best deal. I can't believe that they're not going to be in Arlington Heights. And that had been talked about for years. That's been talked about, and instead it's going to be Hammond, Indiana. Amazing.
Yep. Well, we'll see what happens. And having now done a little research, reconnaissance mission to Hammond. Whew. It's Carson Anderson. All right, Gator, what you want to have happen this Red Wings off season? We'll get to that today at 102 on 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Rocket Classic will be no more after this year, as reported by the Detroit News and confirmed by Rocket Companies and the PGA Tour today. The price tag for the sponsorship of Track 1 events is going up to $30 million next year. Rocket was already paying $15 million per year to sponsor the Classic and has decided not to pay that price hike next year. A PGA Tour event could return to Detroit in 2027 if somebody does decide to pay the new sponsorship price. This year's final event takes place July 30th to August 2nd at Detroit Golf Club. ESPN has released its AL and NL All-Star roster predictions. David Schoenfield says 3 Tigers in Kevin McGonigal, Dylan Dingler, and Riley Green will all be reserves on the American League squad. Additionally, MLB.com says Kevin McGonigal will be the AL Rookie of the Year this season, according to a poll of experts. McGonigal beat out 3 other players from the Central in the voting in Munetaka Murakami, Parker Messick, and Travis Bazzana. The Tigers will play the Twins tonight at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Troy Melton is the starting pitcher for Detroit against Taj Bradley from Minnesota. The forecast predicts a 45% chance of rain around the time of first pitch. Our pregame coverage tonight will start at 6:15. And the Stanley Cup Finals resume tonight with Game 4 between Vegas and Carolina. 6 combined goals this evening could catapult the series into the top 5 in all-time scoring in a Stanley Cup Finals. Puck drop is at 8 o'clock this evening in Sin City. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, here we go. Fourth and final hour of the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1. Yeah, we spent much of the first hour talking about kind of sad news regarding the Rocket Classic, and it's something that people in Detroit enjoyed rather the last 8 summers, and sad to see it go. And it's peculiar. Look, there's challenges. People have offered up a bunch of reasons why there's challenges to have a professional golf tournament, at least a men's PGA event, as opposed to there's a couple of PGA events. There's a Champions Tour, whatever it's called, the senior event. It's in Warwick Hills at Grand Blanc. But now we've seen the Buick Open leave and the Rocket Classic's leaving. And it's kind of peculiar that the state that loves golf, has so many golf courses, hasn't been able to support a PGA event. Kind of odd. But 248-539-9797 if you want to continue with that. Scott, you put together your offseason, what you'd like to see happen here. Regarding the Red Wings. So let's hear it.
So I would like to see the team be aggressive because they've got cap space to do it. They've got prospects to do it. And, they didn't make something happen. They traded for Justin Falk, but we all wanted something else. Go out and try to acquire Robert Thomas from St. Louis. He's so smooth on the ice, Doug. Puts the puck in the net, sets people up. He's signed to a reasonable contract, a lot like Larkin's contract. I think he'd be a great addition to this team. I really want.
I think the rhythm of the line would be really connected.
Yeah.
Right? One beat.
Everybody
Same beat?
working together,
Yeah.
man. But Robert Thomas makes all the sense in the world for the Red Wings to go after. So I'd like to see them go after Robert Thomas. And if they can't swing a deal for Robert Thomas, then be aggressive by going after Jason Richardson, restricted free agent.
Well, let me back
Dallas.
up. Let's start with Rob Thomas.
Okay. Start with who? Okay.
How are you getting him?
Trade prospects. St. Louis wants to clear up some cap space.
Don't worry, Doug. Gator will be smooth with it.
Yeah. Throw Sebastian, give him Seabass, your buddy Nate Danielson. That's what they're going to want. They're going to want prospects because they don't want to take on salary. So if it means I have to give up 3 top prospects to do so, to get Rob Thomas, let's do it. And if they say no, then we'll forget about it.
Okay.
Now, the other part of it is, and I mentioned Jason Robertson's another player I'd like to see them go after. He's a restricted free agent. If they can't get one of those 2 guys, and I want that done before you move Dylan Larkin. if you're going to move Dylan Larkin. Because maybe, just maybe, if you got one of those two guys, the Dylan Larkin would say, okay, hold on. Maybe I don't want to go. Maybe I was a little harsh and rash with my decision here to say I want to get traded because I didn't like the direction where this club is going. But you just made a bold-ass move to give up prospects, legitimate prospects, to acquire a legitimate player. This is a team I can play with.
So this is like somebody submitting their resignation from a company, and the company asks why, and you tell them, and the company corrects it before they actually leave.
That's right.
Submit your 2 weeks, but before the 2 weeks is up, the company makes a change, and now you're reconsidering.
It's kind of like when Dennis Leary quit as the coach of the Cleveland Browns after he found out that Kevin Costner had traded everything and then drafted somebody he didn't want, and he resigned. And he said, hang on, let me cook here. And if you still want to, quit, then that's fine. But let me finish up here. And then, of course, he gets all his picks back and the whole thing. And then he says, is this a team you can coach? He says, this is a team I can coach. Is this a team you can play for? Dylan Larkin? If they had Rob Thomas? Come on!
So,
let's go, Carlos. Go! Wailing away in that PRS. Let's go.
Do you think there's coming back from this? On a serious note, with Larkin, is there any coming back from this?
I think there's a possibility. I don't think it's a strong one. I think you would have to. I mean, you'd have an epic speech.
The mea culpa.
An epic mea culpa. Yeah, and it would have to be in conjunction with the general manager as well. And where nobody speaks until something like this happens, and then let's say this scenario plays out, which is thin. But if it were to play out this way, then you can get Yzerman and Larkin together at a press conference where they say, look, neither one of us said anything.
Well, that is true.
There's a lot of speculation out there in the media about what happened and who said what. Nobody knows except for Dylan and myself. And, we were able to air some grievances, got some things figured out.
Plausible deniability here.
Yeah, and what we've come up with a plan that we think makes us not just a playoff team, but maybe a player in the Eastern Conference now.
It's an interesting point you're making, and we are always very careful about this, about trying to operate within the guardrails of what we know as opposed to what is speculated upon. It seems awfully likely. I think we pretty much know he's asked for a trade.
Sure,
that would have been denied. But Yzerman hasn't said anything, and Dylan Larkin hasn't said anything.
Nope.
So could there be any coming back from this? And it's a hard thing to imagine. It's a hard thing to imagine coming back from this. As you said, maybe thin.
I think it's real thin.
But you asked. What we said was what Gator wants to happen this offseason.
Now,
when does NHL free agency start?
July 1st.
Okay.
So keep in mind, I said I'd like them to have something in place with, say, a trade for Robert Thomas or acquiring Jason Robertson before the Larkin thing is settled. Now, that could still mean that they're trading Larkin, and so be it. That's fine. But this is the move that I want to be made.
What kind of money do you think Robertson's going to get?
11, 12 million, something like that.
So Rob Thomas is at about $8.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a 1-for-1 swap with Larkin.
Yeah.
And Rob Thomas isn't as old as hold on. Do you know how old he is off the top of your head?
He's like 26. I'm not sure.
26 years, 11 days, 11 months, and 7 days. Sorry. Yeah, he's not that old. Feels like he's been around producing for a while.
No, he was a point-a-game guy last year, and he was hurt for a little bit. Missed like 20 games or 18 games, something like that.
So if they're cleaning house, you're going Kosa, Nate Danielson, and Stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Want Carter Mazer thrown in? Sure.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Demetrius in Flint. You're on 97.1. Hello, Demetrius.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure, what's up?
Hey, I think that in the Larkin thing, we got caught up with the word leak. I don't think it was leaked. I think in the real world, when somebody's applying or interviewing, you want to know why they left their previous job. Did you get fired or did you quit? And I think that I could see any of the scenarios you guys talked about. I could see Yzerman calling a team, discussing it, and they go, wait, whoa, why are you trading Dylan Larkin?
Right.
You got to answer that question. Or I could see a team calling his agent and go, why the hell is Yzerman calling me about Larkin? In any of those scenarios, you got to say, yeah, he's decided he wants to move on. It's not even that nefarious. Leaking it is not. It's just you have to reveal it. You have to share it if you want to do business with people. So I don't even think it's that big a deal. I don't think it matters. If a team wants him, they're going to want him, but they need to know why. And I think that's fair. So I don't think anybody did anything nefarious. Just you got to share that.
I think you're probably more right than wrong. I mean, the Red Wings could have said, look, he's requested a trade, so we're exploring options. Please keep this between us. And then maybe that other team, somebody, because I will say this about, I will say this, Demetrius, about the Red Wings organization for a team that I don't cover, okay, and I'm not around on a day in, day out basis. The intel is that it is as tight run a ship as they are. Like Yzerman has an inner circle, and even in his inner circle, they don't know what he's thinking. So I don't think it came from Detroit.
But I don't really think it hurts the value no matter where it came from. I think a team that's really interested doesn't care why. They want to know, but it's not going to change the value of the trade offer.
Maybe
and at the end of the day, Yzerman can say no.
He can say no, yes. It might mean you get a bunch of offers that aren't really competitive because teams think you're desperate, but you're right. You don't have to take said offers. Thank you, 248-539-9797. Gator, I like your plan. There's no point in rushing to trade Dylan Larkin, is there?
No, there's no. I mean, unless you think that you have to have something in place before the draft because you want draft capital out of it and take advantage of this year's draft, if you think this is one that you have to take advantage of. But, I don't think that's the case. I think this is one where it's going to be Yzerman's going to be pretty methodical. I mean, I can't believe Steve Yzerman's only working with 3 teams right now. This is his preferred destination. This is where I'd like to play, sir. Okay, great. We'll look at that. I don't think either of those teams have the package of players that we'd want, so we're gonna try to expand that.
Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Buckle up for summer markdowns on demo vehicles all month long. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demos may have up to 2,000 miles, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Jason is in Rockford and next here on 97.1. Hello, Jason.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
What's up?
So I heard you talking about the Hammond Bears a little bit ago, and I can speak to the transit situation there in Illinois.
Yeah.
We live in Grand Rapids. We're used to 20 miles away, 20 minutes. I was in Chicago a month ago for my son's lacrosse tournament, and it's 20 miles from the western suburbs into the city.
Mm-hmm.
It was 50 minutes at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. 50 minutes, 20 miles back, 6 o'clock. No tolls, just traffic in the middle of the afternoon. That area near Hammond is terrible. There's a lot of truck traffic, semis going between Michigan, Ohio, Illinois. It's a major corridor for trains and trucks, and it's just bad. But people are used to it. That's life in Chicago.
You know what's funny, Jason? Because we obviously, like, the reason that we were there is my son now lives in Chicago. We drove out, whole family, hung out in the weekend, and it's a nice city and all that. There's no question about that. However, trying to drive around there, we got a hotel. Our two other kids stayed with him in his place. We got a hotel that was less than a mile away. It was 16 minutes. Yeah, it was 16 minutes to drive there. It was 19 minutes to walk.
Wow.
And
the worst thing about the hotels in Chicago is you pay for parking to stay at the hotel. It's upwards of $50 a night.
And it's funny because you're right. I think people that choose to live in those cities, that drive vehicles, they're used to it. Yeah. Gator, how do you feel about driving in L.A.?
It's the worst.
And people choose to live there and grow accustomed to it.
I don't know how.
And Jason's right. Like 20 miles, 20 minutes. And I got it, son's in his early 20s. He's got his first real job. You know what he wants to get? He wants to get a car. And I'm like, dude.
You don't need one in Chicago.
A, you don't need one. B, parking. You have to park it somewhere. And that is super expensive. He's like, Dad, I'm spending a couple $100 a month on Uber. And I'm like, you'll spend a couple $100 a week on parking.
Yeah, and let alone a car payment.
Now, like, it's cool. I understand the allure. And if I were him, I'd probably want the same thing. But now, like, as an adult, I look back at that and I'm thinking to myself, I'm not paying for parking. Like, it's incredibly expensive. You'll love this one. There's an app where you can buy parking in parking lots. So we bought one when we went to the World Cup game. Well, it was friendly. It wasn't a real World Cup game. We played Germany.
Fake World Cup.
We used the app, bought the spot. It gave us a QR code to scan to get in. Didn't work. So I had to call the company, hang on hold, talk to somebody that, I'm just going to say English probably wasn't their first language.
Fair enough.
And 45 minutes later, I got my refund. But, like...
It's a scam. That's a scam.
Yep.
They want you to give up and pay again.
Yep.
And then... whether it's up to you if you're going to try to fight that or not, and it's just a scam. It's a whole thing.
Anyway, so yeah, I mean, that's life in a big city, and we know it. You can choose to live there, you can choose not to, and we choose not to. 248-539-9797 if you want to get into Gators' off-season plan for the Red Wings. Everyone knowing Larkin wants out definitely benefits the Wings. Think about the Myles Garrett trade to the Rams. Nobody even knew what was possible. I'm not sure how happy Cleveland is. They must be fairly happy or they wouldn't have done the deal, but just imagine if the whole league knew Myles Garrett was available. Somebody probably makes a better offer than the Rams.
Pretty good return for Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's the case, that somebody makes a better offer. But, I mean, it could be the case. And as we said, once this gets out, if teams go, ooh, they're desperate, let me go send them a 5th-round pick, the Red Wings can just hang up the phone. I think it benefits the Red Wings that the trade demand is out there because without it, Yzerman is only working with 3 teams. Now every team in the league knows he wants out, and somebody could come knocking and offer something, and maybe even Larkin will agree to it. But if it's all kept on the down low, he only has those 3 teams to work with. Not necessarily true. If it's kept on the down low, he can still call whoever he wants.
Again, I think it'd be way easier to ask Dylan what teams he doesn't want to play for. And Larkin's camp would understand it's really hard to just try to accommodate for 3 teams. And you're the guy that asked for the trade, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're asking for the trade and this is what you're giving us, these 3 teams, there's a high possibility that this is not going to get consummated because of it's only the 3 teams. Yeah, I'll look into it, Dylan, but don't expect to get traded this offseason. This is all you're looking at.
The challenge if it's got to be one of those 3 teams and you really have to move him, you can bring a 3rd team in, meaning he goes to Florida and Florida gets the prospects you want from somebody else and sends them to you. Right?
Yeah, I mean the third team in a trade is a real possibility, but
not to be confused with the 3 teams that it would be one of the 3 teams, and then you bring somebody else in to send you the prospects you want.
I also think it's a real possibility he doesn't get traded.
Yeah,
I'm
thinking
real
that's
possibility.
Well, what percent chance do you put on that?
I'd like 25%.
Okay, all right, yeah. I mean, I'm probably a little bit less than that, but
because again, as it's presented to us right now, because nobody knows, but you got the story that came out. Lean St. James had the source that says there's the 3 teams that he would consider a trade to. Okay, just because you asked to be traded doesn't mean we're going to accommodate you. Right? You can ask all you want. Our backs aren't up against the wall. And maybe that's a lesson also that, this looks a lot worse now from, I think, previous caller had said that, Dylan's looking worse and worse by the day. And I tend to agree with it because this may have been as simple as, I'm not happy here. I'd like to be traded. Well, you have a no trade clause. I understand. Here's 3 teams. I need a list. Okay. Here's 3 teams I'm interested in. Okay. That's not going to work for us. Okay. Well, that's really where I want to go. Well, great. We don't have to move you. So what do you want me to do? You're stuck. Okay. I mean, I don't think this is a situation with this many years left on a contract. I don't think he's going to sit out. Now, do I think they're going to try to trade him? Yes, I do. Because you don't want an unhappy player here. But at the same time, you're just not going to give him away. And 3 teams on a list seems ridiculous. I mean, open it up to the entire league, see what comes your way.
And try and make it work.
Yeah.
Here's a text. You fellas don't really think the Red Wings are 1 player away from being a contender, do you?
Well, what I said was go ahead and make a move to get Jason Robertson or Robert Thomas. And then if you're able to hang on to Larkin, so it'd be like that'd be the one move. If the Red Wings say, if let's say Dylan Larkin never asked to be traded, and you hang on, I'm workshopping this. If Larkin never asked to be traded and you added Jason Robertson to this team, do you think that makes this team better?
There's no question it makes him better, but why would this person assume that we think the Red Wings are 1 player away from being a contender?
Because I think at some point that may have been something that came out of my mouth.
That you think they're 1 player away from being a contender?
Because I said to go from being a team that is hoping to make the playoffs to being a team that's not only in the playoffs, but maybe a contender for the Eastern Conference. That's what I said.
All right. I would disagree that they're 1 player away. I mean, being a contender for an Eastern Conference title, what is that? Does that mean they can win a playoff round? If you're in the Final 4 in the East, are you a contender?
If you had Jason Robertson and you were able to hang on to Dylan Larkin, and then you're letting your younger players play or whatever and letting some of the older guys walk or whatever the case is, who knows what happens?
In everybody in the playoffs has a chance to win it all sense, yes.
It's not likely.
Do I look at their lineup and say that looks like a contender if they add 1 player, even if it is Jason Robertson? No, I don't look at that and say this team's ready to win it all. Do they look better? Do they look like a playoff team? Yes. Does everybody who makes the playoffs has a chance? I suppose. But I wouldn't say, I don't think even you're saying that they would become like a favorite or anything.
No, I did not say favorite. No.
I think Larkin, if he's serious about only these 3 teams, then I think that gives you a greater possibility that he will be back. Because if he limits Steve that much, then Stevie could just say, yeah, I kind of get I will get any package I want, so you're going to have to stay, and we're going to build it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. You know, it's funny. We were talking earlier in the show about Tarek Skubal's appearance in West Michigan. Tomorrow night, Justin Verlander throws in Toledo.
Yeah, second start.
And the Mudhens put out 250 seats left. CJV, Fifth Third Park down in Toledo.
It's a beautiful ballpark.
Yeah, let's see if I can get 4 seats together. Ticket prices between $13 and $17. That's pretty good. These are seats way down the right field line. Ooh, dot matrix.
Down the right field line? Well, there's the restaurant. It's in the right field corner.
Mm-hmm. Can't get 4 together in the lower deck, although you can get front to backs. Those are $17. And in the upper deck, they are $13. No, those are also $17. Sorry. Where are the $13 ones? Anyway, so if you want to go see JV pitch in Toledo, Affordable tickets tomorrow night. Look, it is one of the biggest stories in sports right now. And Scott and I are in the same place with this. I can't believe that there's any way possible that Brendan Sorsby is going to play college football for Texas Tech this year. It is rare that in sports there is absolute alignment between fans, teams, just about every conference, and the NCAA. Sorsby bet. He bet a ton. He bet on his own team.
Over $90,000.
90,000 bets, I thought.
Was it 9,000 bets? That's a lot of bets.
I think the money was millions. But he bet unders on his own team. He bet unders in games that he was on the roster.
It was, the report is more than 9,000 bets and over $90,000 over a 4-year period.
When he was on Indiana, he was betting under passing yards in games in which he knew the game plan. The college sports world is reacting in such a way. You know, we talk about how it's cool when sports police themselves. People are like, we're just not going to play Texas Tech in anything. And the possibility that a player who bet on games is allowed to play is the people that believe and push conspiracy theories about the outcomes of games or the fix was in or all that. I'm not sure how to argue against it anymore because I think a lot of it's far-fetched. It brings a lot of stuff into play if they allow his kid to play.
This whole thing is very disturbing. It would set an awful precedent if this goes through. His trial is set for February 8th of 2027, which coincidentally is 2 weeks after the College Football Playoff National Championship game is scheduled to be played. So when this thing started to percolate and, okay, there's a Texas judge that's going to get involved, I think already you start to think, okay, what are we doing here? This is not going to go down that road. There's no way. And then it went down that road. Or we're going to have an injunction. We're going to hear the case, but it's going to be next year in February. Like, come on. He's already admitted to gambling. They've got the evidence against him. He is gone to rehab for gambling addiction, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All this is out there. Now, I get you need to have your day in court and all that. That's a criminal thing, or if it's even criminal or whatever. But as far as his football career is concerned, no, you're done. This is as cut and dry as it gets.
Here's a quote that Dan Wetzel got from a Big 12 coach.
Yeah, you like this one?
If this is the precedent, then I owe it to my players to bring in people from Las Vegas to teach us how to gamble. Then collectively, we need to decide which games we will play hard in to cover the spread and which ones we won't. I'm supposed to do what's best for my players, and in that case, they would be able to make a lot of money betting on our games. That's the precedent for me.
Obviously, there's sarcasm in there,
sure.
But this is the ridiculousness that is allowing him to play in games. You can't just turn your back on this and say, "Well, I don't know. Well, we're punting it until February next year. He's got to have his day in court." I mean, there's no way he should be allowed to play another.
I don't know how I don't know how he can be. And look, this is a scary thing for anybody. It's a scary thing for a lot of reasons, but I have two sons who look at these things and talk about it a lot. And I talk to them a lot about the dangers of sports gambling. I have a daughter who doesn't do it. But the boys, we talk a lot about these dangers, and it's scary because I think things can spiral out of control quickly. And I've heard some conversations in their circles. I think it's really, really, I think it's programmed for some young people to make terrible decisions. And I think I look at how these things are promoted, and I think they promote the worst bets. I think they promote a little bit of fool's gold. And as a parent, I think it's very, very scary. And I think it can be done very responsibly and for the enjoyment of it. When you sort of have a workable budget that you don't exceed. And by that, I mean, say, okay, how much money do I want to dedicate to this a month and plan on losing it? And then if you don't, hey, congratulations. But you can see how quickly this can spiral out of control for people whose frontal lobes aren't completely developed. With a bit of sympathy for Brendan Sorsby, who fits that category and may have a legitimate addiction. Like, it sucks. If I were Mr. Sorsby, if my son was Brendan Sorsby, I'd be like, oh my God. And how did we let this get out of control?
Yeah,
and you mix it in with the NIL world where you get a lot of money.
Well, that's the thing, is at least for Sorsby, at least he can afford the loss. For average college student, you're not going to be able to handle racking up a $90,000 tab or whatever, or at least gambling that much. Who knows if it doesn't say the $90,000 is what he bet. It's not necessarily that he lost. So who knows what he won or lost? Doesn't matter. He gambled and he's not supposed to. You're a professional athlete, or not professional. Well, he's getting paid to be an NIL, but you're an athlete in college athletics where it's supposed to be as pristine as it gets, and you're not. You're not allowed to play. Sorry, man. I think even he knows that. He's got to know that.
Well, he did, because he was trying workarounds. He was using other people's accounts. He knew what he was doing. But it's still, though these are vulnerable, this is a vulnerable demographic.
Well, what does it say about Texas Tech and how desperate they are to continue a winning program? They were a top 10 program this past year.
I will tell you this, from a standpoint of, this is why I don't think he's ever going to play. Because the outrage from this, even if the courts hold this up, I think the outrage from this, it's everyone against Texas Tech.
Yep.
I mean, everyone. You know what nobody said? Nobody ever argued that allowing our athletes to gamble on games they've played in is okay. That was agreed upon. This was not a controversial stance.
No.
Forever. So there's no real movement to defend. I mean, let me put it like, there's a difference between having sympathy for Sorsby, which I do because I think he's at a vulnerable age, made some terrible decisions, might have an addictive personality, and it spiraled out of control. Unfortunately, that does come with consequences. I'm not saying I'm not saying he shouldn't have consequences. He should. I do feel sympathy for people of that age because I think they're targets and I think they're vulnerable.
What I like about this story is that it puts a spotlight on the greed that is Texas Tech right now, trying to usurp the rules and keep their star quarterback, who they're got in the transfer portal, that they're going to try to hang on to him. And it's put them in a spotlight. Now they're exposed, and now you've got teams from around the country saying, we will never schedule a game against Texas Tech in any sport ever again.
This is a sport policing itself.
Yes. So one by one, we're going to hear if this actually continues over the next month or two, that it looks like, no, Sorsby's going to be able to play. I think you're going to see teams that are on the schedule for Texas Tech this year and say, we're not playing it. Well, we had to cancel the game. We're getting our hair done that day.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Garage door problems interrupting your day? Call M&M Garage Doors. See why neighbors across Michigan have trusted M&M Garage Doors since 2011. We do. Family owned and operated. Get a local team that cares about showing up fast and doing the job right. That's what they did with our broken garage door. You'll even get a text with your technician's photo before they arrive, so you know exactly who's coming to your home. M&M delivers upfront pricing, quality parts, and a warranty on every job, so they'll get it done right. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. So, Scott, you and I probably underplayed this story the last couple of days because neither you or I think he's ever going to play. And while the courts might, or a judge might have made this possible, a judge with Texas Tech ties, I think the public backlash is going to make it virtually impossible for Texas Tech to put him on the field.
There's no way. There's just no way.
Right? 248-539-9797.
Yeah, don't they already knew this going into this, right? So do they even care?
I suspect
Texas Tech doesn't care, right?
I think they're
I don't
going.
think
I
they
think they're
knew it
going
was
to
going
care.
to be this kind of fallout.
I mean, how could they?
And by the way, Sorsby is not the only one who's doing this.
No.
He's just been caught. How many backup quarterbacks are doing this that know the game plan, right?
I mean,
How
I
many-
think the entire roster is filled with.
Yeah, on every school, on every campus, on every locker room.
I think there's probably hundreds of college athletes right now scared to death.
Sorsby's 22 years old, you know?
Yeah.
He ain't the only 22-year-old acting like this.
Let's go to Jeff in Detroit. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going? So, I think sports decline started with fantasy football because you were caring about the players, not the teams anymore, and then them forcing gambling down our throats constantly on TV and radio and everything. That's been a total decline. But my real question is, if you were a gambler, which I'm not, and you were betting on this game, the games that this guy played in, is there a lawsuit maybe? Like, how do I know he didn't throw an interception on purpose to, make the score different?
I don't know. I doubt it, but I don't know. I mean, it's
curious.
Yeah, somebody might do that. And oh, by the way, they might do it moving forward. When we talk about big changes in sports, and we do this all the time, we point out that oftentimes there are unintended consequences. And I think there was a lot of excitement, the idea of sports gambling. I think we are seeing some of the things that people didn't anticipate starting to rear their ugly head. Because you put a phone in the hand of a college kid, then give him NIL money. And college kids don't always make the best decisions. This shouldn't be a huge surprise.
Just reading this tweet from Pro Football Talk. The appeals court justices in the Brendan Sorsby case all went to the Texas Tech School of Law.
So this is what's called recusing yourself.
I mean,
shouldn't these people have to step away?
You'd think. I mean, look, I get the kid wants to play football. He made a mistake, and he wants to atone for that and wants to play another year. But I'm sorry, the rules are pretty ironclad. You can't do what you did. You made a horrible mistake. Get ready for the NFL draft.
And even then, I'm not sure that that's in front of him.
I think that's in front of him.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think he's got UFL written all over.
Well, he might. I mean, look, if he wants to play, UFL doesn't play until next spring. So that's when the draft is. Do you go UFL and then get drafted? I think you take your chances and go for the draft.
David in Birmingham is next. Hello, David.
Hey, guys, you kind of stole my thunder in your last take on this whole story.
Sorry.
The most bizarre, outrageous part of the story is not that a kid gambled, not that a court granted an injunction to allow him play. The most outrageous and complicit participant in this is Texas Tech. If a university says you're not going to play, it's a non-story. You may always be able to find a university that will do it, but Texas Tech is the most complicit in the entire story. It's almost analogous to people know you gamble, you don't play. It used to be you play professional ball, you don't get to play college. These guys now recruiting G League players, guys that have been drafted by the NBA. It used to be a hard and fast rule. You do those, you're done.
You know, it's interesting, David, because this started with something that, again, it was a rule change. And I think the first case, I'm not sure this is, but an early case was Diego Pavia, who played junior college football and sued for more eligibility because he said he shouldn't count for his NCAA eligibility. Well, this has led to a flurry of lawsuits where people are suing for eligibility. And when they let Pavia play, and it might not be the first, but around that time, suddenly we had a flurry of lawsuits where players were winning in court, finding a judge that would give them an injunction to allow them to get some eligibility back. And, again, this is unintended consequences of a pretty major rule change.
Well, look, everything has changed over the years. When I was a kid, you go back to the 68, 72 Olympics, you're an amateur, okay? Only amateurs could play. Now you have pro basketball, pro baseball, everyone else in the Olympics. There used to be a purity to the Olympics. That's gone now as well.
Yeah, it's kind of different. I don't know if it's worse. I think some people like it more. It might depend on what your preference is, college or pro sports. But the college kids had the Olympics to themselves. If you preferred pro sports, I mean, as you said, a purity. I'm not convinced that there's a good sizable portion of our country that likes pros in the Olympics. I mean, I don't, but I recognize that there are people who do. Right. Feedback coming in on a variety of topics. My aunt, who is 92 and was at a Whitecap and was a Whitecap season ticket holder, said she could hear the crowd at the Whitecaps game of Schuylkill through the walls of her nearby condo. She said it was amazingly loud. The Verlander start in Toledo in 2017 was the biggest Mud Hens game I've ever seen. That's from an unnamed texter. I think it's more exciting for the other team to have to get to face the pitcher that they will never be able to face again.
Yeah, I imagine if you're, I don't know who the team was that West Michigan played on Sunday, but I imagine if you're on that team, you're geeked up. You're getting an opportunity as a 20-year-old, 21-year-old to take on the two-time Cy Young Award-winning pitcher. I'm not up there trying to work a walk. Are you? No. You're swinging, man. And Scooble's throwing strikes anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's a great point.
So that's a major league slider. Okay. Duly noted. Duly noted.
Right?
99 right there in that corner, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. I got some work to do.
NHLers have rehab stints in the AHL after injuries, especially goalies. I don't really remember that, to be honest with you. Do they?
Sometimes, I want to say this. Sometimes it happens in the NHL, but I don't think it happens often.
No. Gators' Red Wing plan was at 3 a.m. when he came up with that.
No, it was not. Is that far fetched? Look, if St.
Dude,
Louis doesn't
that's
want
a lyric from a Rob Thomas song.
Oh, is it?
It's 3
It's a
a.m.
song, man. Come on.
Sorry, buddy. Not a Rob Thomas guy.
Yeah. Just made me play smooth the whole damn time.
That's right. Or else forget about it.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio. Joins us now. What's up, man?
Gentlemen.
How are you?
Good. Why does it feel like it rained in here?
I don't know.
Because it feels like it's going to rain.
Okay.
Affecting the outside, affecting the inside?
Maybe.
Oh, what's coming?
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
I was just saddened that you guys we're not on location somewhere.
We will be later this week.
Give us a couple days.
Don't worry.
All right.
We have the show that gets farmed out, whored out to everybody.
Okay, they'll be at the Gordie Howe Bridge opening. Sitting on top.
You never know.
Little windy up here, Gator.
It was actually surprisingly windy yesterday, but yes, no, we're here. So what's on deck?
We'll talk a little bit more of Brendan Sorsby and Texas Tech. Mm-hmm. Get to the Tigers, and then a little bit of a dilemma in the 4 o'clock hour as far as the Pistons and what you're seeing in the NBA Finals.
Okay.
Little contrasting styles.
Impressed with San Antonio's response last night.
I was, but they weren't going to get swept.
No, but maybe, that certainly was in play after losing the first 2 games at home. But they took a huge roundhouse punch in the second quarter and responded in the third quarter, which impressed the hell out of me for a young team.
I think the referees are going to be watching out because Wemby got away with just a clubbing to the head.
That was wild. Oh, Brunson?
Yes.
He had it coming.
Brunson was ready to go.
He was. And then he okay, you're twice my size. Okay, you know what? In the parking lot after this.
Yeah, hold me back. Have a great show. Thanks for listening. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Rocket Mortgage confirmed with Tony Paul, the Detroit News, that this year will be the final year sponsoring the city's PGA event, the Rocket Classic. The PGA said in a statement, quote, "We remain interested in the Detroit market and will explore options for a new sponsor," end quote. Detroit Golf Club hosted the first edition in 2019, marking the state's first PGA event since 2009. The new PGA Tour schedule, lack of star commitments, increasing sponsor costs are some of the factors that contributed to Rocket bowing out. In the latest MLB Rookie of the Year poll, Kevin McGonigal leads, followed by White Sox slugger Murakami and Cleveland's Parker Messick. After their Monday day off, the Tigers start a 3-game series with the Twins tonight. Troy Melton starts for Detroit. He had one of the best outings of his career last time out, where he went 8 and retired the last 15 batters he faced. In his first 7 Major League starts, Melton has a 2.40 ERA. Just 3 other Tigers have pulled off that feat. The latest, Drew Smiley in 2012. Listen to the 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1. John Paul Morosi just shared the following, quote, "I believe the Tigers ultimately will listen to trade offers for some pending free agents, but they're not in a hurry to make moves," end quote. The Stanley Cup Finals continue tonight in Vegas. Carolina, coming off their first win of the series, face off at 8. Rams left tackle Larry Jackson was arrested yesterday for alleged domestic violence. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We're just putting our hands together for Jeremy Otto. Just another well-timed update. Yes, Rico.
You know what happened? I think Otto went down to Belle Isle this morning and was drawing sculptures. Seemed to work for Wemby. It worked for Otto.
Yeah, he's still an idiot. You're down 0-2 in the series. I hated it. Doesn't
Not
matter.
very artistic. I'm sorry.
He did play well. This is why nobody takes the NBA seriously. What a clown-ass product.
I thought about you like, well, I guess it worked.
Yeah, I mean, but again, Rico, he's arguably a human cheat code. Yeah. It's more the optics of it all, and if I were a fan, that would bother me. It just irked me because I grew up with Bird and Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan. That's unthinkable stuff. I know. I'm a boomer.
I can go even further than that, and Dr. J choking out Larry Bird.
Right, you graduated with Oscar Robertson.
The Big O is what we called him.
So we're going to get to the Tigers at 3, but we're not done by a long shot with this Sorsby thing. I just 24 hours later, I think I've just reached a point where I want to ask people, just where are you at with college football? Now, if you're living under a rock or you're only vaguely familiar, Brendan Sorsby was the $6 million darling of the portal. He goes to Texas Tech. Forget about whether you have a problem with $6 million or not. He's ruled ineligible by the NCAA for rampant gambling to the tune of over 4,000 bets, including bets on the team he was playing on, including the under offensively, under passing yards. He sits in that quarterback room, whether you're the backup or not. It's a very simple thing. There are symposiums every year. You gamble, you're ineligible. So naturally, we live in a simulation, and all you need to do is get some hayseed retired judge and judge shop, the way people used to shop for pills, and go get your case heard, and you get a restraining order or an injunction that says you can play. Why? Nobody knows. Basically, well, he would have endured irreparable injury had he not been able to play this year. He would not be given the facilities necessary to further his career.
Right.
It's just absolute nonsense. So in the fallout of the 24 hours later, Rico's got some quotes for you guys. This has broken the sport. Now, I'm watching the world burn from a good, safe distance. I'm in my lawn chair. I've got my ice-cold beverage, and I'm watching the mushroom cloud from far away.
You're in a bunker.
And look,
you doomsday prepped years ago. I'll give you full credit.
I did. I got all the sauce and the mostaccioli in the bomb shelter just for you.
Costa brand.
You find the front door, I'll let you in. Costaccioli.
Okay.
So before we get to the quotes, it's just I want to ask you this question. Where do you stand with college football? I mean, this is a new low. And when you pair this up in a couple of years span, we've seen rampant cheating by University of Michigan. We've seen TV executives doing their level best to destroy anything we loved about the sport. And then you cap off this hat trick with the most expensive player in the portal playing the role of Pete Rose, except there is no Bart Giamatti. He's now ruled eligible to play, and the school he plays for has such a complete lack of integrity. All they needed to do was step up and go, listen, Brendan will support you, and you know what? You can fight your battle. You can play. You can't play here. And instead, what did they do? They did what we like to call the Sharon Moore chasing a nut suspension. Oh, we'll suspend you against Abilene Christian and a 2-win Oregon State team. It has sent people into orbit. And that's where I want to ask you. If you like the sport, what is it you still enjoy? If you don't, are you trending towards being done? Where are you at on the heels of this Sorsby announcement? Because to me, this is just saying there are no rules. Michigan started that conversation and Sorsby finished it. There are no rules. And the NCAA is not even wrong. They're just helpless because all you got to do is find one retired judge and to let you play. Signed, Charles Bediaco. So, Rico, I think you're the perfect test subject before we get to the quotes. I asked the open-ended question at 248-539-9797. I just want to look at you while you're talking. You look beautiful today, a little two-tone polo.
Thank you. Before we get into that.
Where are you?
Before we get into that.
No, answer the question.
No. I have a question for you.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to do this with a straight face.
Dissolve and evolve.
Do you think that possibly Texas Tech could just step up and say, we're not going to play you this year, son. It's not in our best interest to have you out on the field.
The only way it would happen is if everybody in the Big 12 refused to honor their game against Texas Tech this season. And the next time you see a unified front will be the first time. That's the only way it would happen. We are not playing you. No. You guys are kidding. No, seriously. You have no conference to play in. No. We will not honor the games.
So they show up to whatever school. They show up to Kansas and they're locked out of the stadium.
100%.
Hey, guys, we can't get in.
Or
the locker room.
You're hosting Kansas at Texas Tech, at whatever it's called now. I know it's not AT&T Field anymore. And Kansas never shows up. That's the only way. Because Texas Tech has already shown you, much like U of M did, they don't give an F. They don't give a rat's ass. Because, look, I'll give you an example. The school president of Texas Tech, much like Santaono, just a feckless loser. That's all this is. Santaono could have put a stop to it. So could this guy. You're supposed to be operating at the behest of the university, but instead it's just about the bank account. What's the most important thing to a university? A football program that's undefeated.
Correct.
It's the best advertising they get. You can raise tuition rates. It's just truly a powerful tool. So instead of doing what's right, all he's going to do, he's going to keep doing the dance. Whatever keeps the oil people happy. We paid $6 million. We need Sorsby. We want to go back to the playoff. Rico, there's no integrity in this game.
No, there's not. And I feel for that young man, not because of what he did, but what's going to happen down the line. All these people who are in his corner, all of the people who are pro Sorsby, they're going to turn on you. They're
if he makes mistakes,
on you so fast. I don't think he finishes the season because he's going to get run out of town and he's going to cite mental health issues and he's going to have to step away from football. Mike, I'll give the over-under for that press conference before Halloween.
Okay.
That he won't
and I'll
be
take
able
the over.
He won't be able to stick around because
he doesn't care.
Health and all of that stuff, because Texas Tech will boo him every time he does. Let him lose a big game early.
Doesn't matter.
It's
Buddy,
over.
I'm telling you right now, I'll take the bet. You put it on the whiteboard. He ain't walking away.
Okay.
The only way he walks away is if the Big 12 walks away from them. And it won't happen. He's making $6 million. He doesn't care.
Well, don't worry. If I lose the bet, I'll find a judge to nullify it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
exactly.
All right, here's
the best part. The best part's the NCAA is going to appeal. And you know who would handle the appeal process?
Texas Tech.
There are 4 judges that would handle that appeal process. All of them are Red Raider alums. So good luck. You may as well get the Albanian dudes to talk to Liam Neeson. Good luck. Do you want to do? Because I know you're dodging it, and in fact, no. I want to give you more time. I want to give you more time.
I have an answer for you. I just had that question.
Well, we'll get your answer next segment. No. I want you to read a few of the quotes because I don't want people thinking this is us making a big deal out of nothing. I just need a few of the quotes, okay? Okay. Because I want people to hear what this is doing to college football, to ADs, to coaches. You've got a couple ADs on the record using the F word and putting their name to it. It's pretty scintillating. The only thing that was more delightful for me was listening to John Jansen talk about integrity today. That was fun.
Okay, no, because then it was like, wait, Greg tried to chime in as well.
Right. Hey, Greg, why don't you put on some scuba gear and go fish out the hard drives that Connor threw in the lake, Spank?
Okay, I'm like,
Carry on.
Are we really doing this?
I wouldn't go down that road.
Yeah.
Now, do you have the quotes?
You know what? I do. I have some quotes, but I'll give you those quotes.
Okay.
next.
Yeah, he'll give them next, along with his opinion. We wanted Rico to really think, because this is his baby. And your baby's dying.
Hey.
Actually, that's a dark opinion. Let's step away.
Can we hit the dump button on him?
No, that's terrible. You know what? Let me think of a better example.
Let me just. We'll talk about this next.
Okay.
How about you take
Rico?
some time to
I
think
just want to say
about this?
factually, Rico does not have a baby, and it's not dying. This is sports.
Great lead in.
Hey guys, let me tell you about my basement.
No. Okay. What if you had the most reliable Wi-Fi powered? Let me try this. What if you had the most reliable fiber powered Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings and no commitments. And you get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that'll find and fix problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that protects you from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile for free. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Okay, before we get Rico's State of the Union as far as him being a college football fan, I want you to read these quotes for people because these are not made up. This is real.
All right. First quote, we're going to let it play out. Jay Jansen, Morning Show.
First quote, always do the right thing, even when no one's looking. Signed, John.
All right. All right, here's a serious one. First quote, this is a clear violation of NCAA policies and ethical guidelines. That's from the Utah AD, Mark Hanlon. More quotes coming up. How is anybody ever going to trust the outcome of a game again? We've officially lost our souls.
Who was that?
That's TCU coach Sonny Dykes.
And that's someone who firsthand had to face cheaters in the playoff. So he's probably had his fill because now they got a crew allowing a degenerate gambler to play quarterback. Go ahead. I'm going to see if you get to the one I'm really waiting on.
ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips. It's a horrendous pattern. This is eroding the integrity of our process.
It's a good one, but it's not what I'm looking for. Keep going.
Oh, I think I know what you want. The one we read yesterday?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
That one's great. Read that one too.
Okay. No. Effective immediately, no new contest should be scheduled against Texas Tech without the approval from athletic departments. That's from Georgia Athletic Director Josh Brooks.
Okay, live from driving school.
Right. He also went on to say, we cannot continue to let state courts dictate eligibility. We must stand up for what's right. This is not right. If we can't agree on this, I don't know what we can agree on.
Yeah, all right, there you go. There you go. Keep going.
Okay.
No, you didn't get the one yet.
Okay. TCU Athletic Director Mike Buddy, we anticipate having conversations surrounding this. We're all anticipating it, but this has not been formally discussed. So it is in talks.
Keep going.
All right. Kansas State AD,
Do this
Gene
for me.
Taylor. It's a sad day, not only for college athletics, but college sports in general. I give him credit for admitting and seeking help for his addiction, but to put him back in a high-profile, stressful role with that type of an issue is not helping him. But I am not an addiction professional, so what do I know? It's effing BS. I know the kid has a problem. Well, we can get well and focus on the problem. It's absolutely devastating for him to be able to play when every other sport, no matter what the level, deems an athlete ineligible or they're punished severely for betting on their team.
I'll give you the one since I don't know if you have it. David, maybe you do, okay? Unnamed coach said, you know what? I may as well just teach my players how to gamble. We could all make a hell of a lot of money. Now, I know that's smarmy, and that's not a serious threat, but it tells you where everything's at.
Yeah.
So where are you at? And I'm going to the people. Where are you
Mike,
at on the heels of this news with your love of this sport?
The sport has now become probably, for me, it's almost like the college basketball tournament. On Saturdays, it's something to do. It's entertaining. And you have a little knowledge of the teams. But in the end, it's all luck. It's all about who has the best team, who paid for the best product, who got the best players. There is no continuity the way it's always been. So it's entertaining on a Saturday, but it's not something that you look forward to where you're trying to break down games from season to season. College football right now has basically turned into community college. Every year, it's a new team, it's a new sport, and people are in different locations. It is not the same, but I've told you that. It ain't the same. On Saturday, I haven't gotten to the point on Saturday where I just turn it off. And it's not because I do this job. I just haven't gotten to the point where I turn it off. But it's the care factor Sunday through Friday is not there. I'll watch it on Saturday, but whoever wins or loses, oh well, I'll see you in a week.
Yikes. And that's you're a lifer. You'll get there. You'll eventually join me. It's okay.
I mean, it's still entertaining to watch because you still have some try-hard guys. And when try-hard guys quit, maybe that's when I'll quit.
248-539-9797. So on the heels of the Sorsby thing, and it's been a rough few years if you're a college football loyalist, whether it was Michigan's scandal, whether it is the conferences being driven into Middle-earth by TV executives, whether Brendan Sorsby being ruled ineligible and having a retired judge grant the eligibility and having Texas Tech have so little integrity that they're going to roll with it. Where are you at? We go to Adam. He bats lead off today. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, fellas. How are you doing, man?
I'm okay, pal. What's on your mind?
Well, man, let's just be honest. This is the underbelly. It started back in the day when they were giving basketball player handshakes with a $50 bill. And now we've evolved to where we are at. It's on radio or whatever, or Facebook, there's a gambling site. So you have these young kids that are growing up in this atmosphere that, to be honest, I'm a little long in the tooth. But at the same token, I didn't grow up where it was, hey, this is how much money you can make. This is this. And now you're with the NIL. I mean, they're giving high school kids money now.
Mm-hmm. How about Georgia? Georgia's paying kids $20,000 a month to stay committed.
And that's where we have become. And I don't agree with everything you say, brother, but you are right. Probably not time. And when I look at this, man, this is just the beginning. You're going to tell me back in the day, Michael Vick didn't football? You're going to tell me all these other guys that came through didn't gamble on football? Absolutely, they did. And if we think they didn't, we're foolish.
No, the point is it's like speeding. We all speed, right? But when you get caught, you get caught. Like, I mean, I hear you loud and clear. I mean, Adam, let me take it to a different.
There was no receipts, Adam. We have gambling receipts and websites so we can see what you actually did.
Adam, let me take it to a different place. Because this is the other straw man that arises from stuff like this, or when Nick Saban spoke. Oh, well, players got paid in the past. Right. But there's a difference between how that was done and what rights the players had and the idea that that has any relation to what we're talking about now. It's always a straw man argument that is offered in defense of the indefensible. The sport has no integrity.
That's a fact.
They've destroyed everything we like about the sport. So, Adam, where is your interest in it today versus the past?
Well, my interest is today is I have a young quarterback who's probably going to be one of the best quarterbacks in Michigan, hopefully one day, and like he's working his butt off. And now I'm thinking I wasn't thinking about NIL. I wasn't thinking about that. My thought about this right now is you're putting a lot of young men and a responsibility of grown men. These kids aren't grown. These kids have not failed yet. I mean, yes, maybe athletically, but not like mentally. Like, you know what I mean? At the extreme. And so where I'm standing at right now is I look at this and I wonder, is this going to end up being like the minor, like football? Is college football going to be the minor leagues of the NFL?
Yes.
Are we going to be regional? You know what I mean? I know that sounds a little wow, but what the next 10 years? Like, where is this going to go?
No, I think it's going right to hell. I mean, Nick Saban said it best. It's not an arms race. It's a race to the bottom.
And I think we used to be regional. That's what the conferences were. And you cared about your region because you got to see those schools more and more. And yeah, the California schools you'll see in a bowl game, but it was regional. And now we may end up getting our wish if it ends up being that the super conference and they divide them up into, hey, how about you 10 teams from the Midwest? We'll call you the Midwest 10. Yeah, that's the Big 10. And that type of thing. You know, you teams on the West Coast, we'll call you the Pacific 10. That's the Pac-12 or Pac-10. I think that's where it's going to end up. But right now, you're right. It's almost to the point, where's bottom? At what point do you just say, okay, come on.
I've hit
don't.
You built your bunker years ago.
Yeah, but I've also had the conversation with Cookies on stuff like this. It's part of the reason I don't know that I'm going to do Cash the Ticket anymore. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to dedicate the time it takes. And if I'm not going to do that, then it's not fair to the listener to produce a podcast, successful or not. I got plenty of ways to make money in this life.
Yeah.
It's just for me, the sport itself, I don't want to be a part of it. I don't even want to watch it. I loathe it. And then every time I record a pod, Jim makes fun of me because I hate everything about it. I don't want to do it.
You know what? Maybe you should just save that time because here's the thing.
Stick to the NFL.
No, because at least for the NFL, I know
It's
that,
real.
And I know that, you know what? This player's going to be on the team for the next 3 years.
Correct.
Unless you pull a Brandon
Got a
Ayuk.
contract. I know how much money's guaranteed.
Right.
You've earned your free agency after a certain time.
Right. Unless you pull an Ayuk and you just want out, you
That's
know
different.
This person's going to be. But now, watching any college team, the only way I can watch it is knowing at the end of this movie, they're not going to be here next year. So don't plan on this person being your quarterback, running back, wide receiver. Enjoy the now.
It's a collection of whores. Or to quote Ralph from The Sopranos, that's all it is. They're not there for anything. They're not there for the coach. They're not there for the education. They're not there for the system. They're not there for with the geography of it. Literally, you are paying kids to visit. And the only way the visit happens is if you're monetarily close to a deal. None of this has to do with anything about college. No. None of it. No. And at that point, if they're not my guys, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Right. And being at the race to the bottom, as Saban put it best, it's the fan base where all of a sudden the Vallennies of the world unite. Wait, we've spent, let's just say you spent $20 million, $30 million on this team. We finished 6-6. What are we doing here?
You just described Michigan State. Congratulations.
We just brought this brand new stadium. Mike, I'm trying to make a point.
I'm sorry.
You know what? Let's go to break.
I owe you an apology.
You know what?
I owe you an apology. First, I killed a baby that didn't exist. Now I owe you an apology. I'm 0 for 2. I'd like to say sorry, and Rico will lead the next segment. I completely just cut Rico's legs off. I apologize.
97-1.
Okay, then. All right, here's Rico because I took both his legs off to end the segment. So please, the floor is yours.
Nick Saban put it best. It's a race to the bottom because fan bases will spend a lot of money to compete with the Joneses. Fan bases will spend the millions, and they'll pass the collective hats and say, please help us, we're poor. And if your team still goes out there and they're 5-7, 6-6, 8-4, and you miss the playoffs, then your fans are going to say, well, what did I pay for? What did I just buy? So next year when you come around and say, hey, we want to get this, no, I'm not giving you anything. And now you're going to lose a fan base because they're not interested. They're going to become like you. I'm not going to the games. I'm turning in my season tickets. And now you built these new monstrosities that are empty. There's nobody there cheering them on because they're thinking we wasted our money.
My biggest problem, I don't care if boosters want to pay or do whatever they want to do. Rico, it just started in 2023 where we figured out there are no rules. And now with the Sorsby thing, it's kind of the perfect like melting moments. It's the other cookie. We've just completed the ice cream sandwich. Sorsby gambled. It's a basic NCAA bylaw. And we've now had a judge from the state of Texas overrule, come out of retirement. And the school is like, all right, cool. Instead of, yeah, we can't play that kid. This kid gambled on college football. We can't do this.
Because everybody's so afraid of being sued and losing money that it's easier just, well, the judge said that, so I guess, hey, guns up. It's like, or
do the right thing.
You know what? No. You're even if it's, we're going to get you some help, and we'll even pay off whatever we owe you. So you can take that $5 million and go and get cleaned up, son, but you're not going to play here.
Yeah, or you'll just be suspended against Abilene Christian. There's that too. We'll go to Ben.
That's what makes it a joke.
Well, that's the Sharon Moore chasing a nut suspension.
Yeah.
You pick what week you want to be with your side piece, and you get to be suspended for that game. Right. You may as well have told Sorsby, what game would you like to go to Vegas for? Oh, Abilene Christian? Cool. I mean, it's insulting. At that point, don't suspend him. Yeah. Don't. And have your uniform provider just do a Brendan Sorsby parlay pro combat jersey. Have betting odds all over the helmet in hydrochrome.
Just
do whatever you like.
Just lean into it. He does
You
ads.
may as well because it's WWE. Why not have Sorsby come out in a Ted DiBiase themed pro combat jersey, including a money belt? Just lean into it.
Have all the different online gambling sites. You know what? Just bid for my services. And trust me, if I give you a parlay, people are going to bet it.
Let's go to Ben, 97.1. Benny, what's good, pal?
How you guys doing?
Good, Ben. What's up?
So this is a two-parter before I answer your question. So I went to University of Cincinnati, and Sorsby was my QB for senior year.
Okay.
But before Sorsby even transferred to Texas Tech, his girlfriend, who was a D1 volleyball player at Cincinnati, Texas Tech bought her out to transfer over to Texas Tech.
That's phenomenal. That's just sensational.
So, like, everyone's like, oh, I don't know where he's going to transfer. I'm like, he's going to Texas Tech. Like, his girlfriend literally just transferred there. But to answer your main question, it's kind of funny because yesterday I won season tickets to the Cincinnati Bearcats off of, like, a social media promo.
Okay.
And the only thing I can think about is, like, I'm happy that I can sell them. I'm not really happy that I, like, got them.
No, I mean, listen, you're passing up an opportunity to enjoy a Saturday at historic Nippert Stadium. Now, come on.
Oh, I know. I know. My freshman year, though, that was our 12-0 Sauce Gardner, Kobe Bryant, Desmond Ritter, experience. But
and in a lot of ways, wasn't that the end of college football for you?
That was kind of I took it for granted. But I know you said you're watching from a safe distance, but if you want to watch the world burn from up close, Cincinnati is hosting Texas Tech for their homecoming game.
No. Oh, baby.
Yeah,
when is that? When is that?
I think October 24th, but I'm probably selling those.
Wait a minute. My birthday, and I get to launch boo bombs at Brendan Sorsby. Oh, I mean, and
40,000 people hating on him.
Timeout added layer. We can go to Keeneland on Friday, and on the way home, hit up historic Nippert Stadium on Saturday. I'll take you to Jeff Ruby's Saturday night. We're good.
Always the Bengals are in town.
Hey, I appreciate you handing me out Keeneland. I went a year and a half ago with my girlfriend. It's an awesome experience.
Ben, I'm glad I could provide a shred of value, buddy.
Yes, October.
Tremendous.
October 24th.
Oh, baby.
Texas Tech.
See, now
at Cincinnati.
That would be a perfect spite-filled college football trip.
That, to me, if they were smart, game day is already there.
Oh, God.
I don't care what other games are going on. That's the game.
Oh, baby. Sorsby going back. Like, I can get down for that. That's drama. It's the same thing as Lane Kiffin having to go back to Oxford.
And that's what every Saturday, Mike, it's just entertainment. This is not life or death type of thing. It's something to watch. It's almost the male soap opera. You see what happens from week to week. And each year, a different fan base is going to really love the sport because their team is good. And the other fan bases will be bad. And you'll be like, this is trash.
David, go ahead, buddy.
You got it wrong. Game day doesn't need to be there. A temporary casino needs to be there.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Yes. I know they have floating casinos in New Albany across from Louisville. Maybe that's what we do. We get Rico on a riverboat.
There you go.
We do a live remote.
Right in downtown Cincy.
We call it Sorsby Fest.
On the riverfront.
I don't care anymore. Honestly, this whole sport is a joke.
I'm just there. I want ESPN there or somebody for the signs
They
just
won't.
to see.
They won't because no, they can't because they're bought. That's the whole folly in all this. The networks own it. ESPN's the same network that the NFL owns 10% of. You think they're going to send McAfee out there to shred anybody? Please. No one's talking.
They're giving them $60 million.
Cool. The point is, they won't. If you couldn't get Gus and Joel to acknowledge what was going on at U of M, you think Big Noon is going to show up? They're going to say the words gambling?
They've had some little problems going on at Michigan. Like, wow.
I love how this team's faced adversity. What? Yeah, that they caused themselves. That these very players benefited from. That's like saying, well, Brendan Sorsby's really dealt with adversity. You mean the gambling addiction he plunged himself into?
This may be a great game. He may not play in this game.
He will play. They don't care. We'll go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
Very good. Yourself?
I'm okay. I mean, I'm kind of laughing at all this.
So I've done a decent amount of international traveling, and one thing that people always ask me as an American, they're like, "Why are you guys so obsessed with college sports?" Like that is an us thing.
Yes.
There's no University of Rome soccer team like that. It's just
Oxford Tech. No, it doesn't exist.
Right. But it's it's part of our culture that we're kind of losing or doing it to ourselves.
Correct.
It's like if somebody can go ahead and gamble on their own game, that's openly admitting that the system is rigged. Whether it was intentionally rigged, whether it's just a small group of people doing it, but it's rigged. And it's like I'm almost sitting there thinking, the way college football is going, I'm just waiting for Roger Goodell and the NFL to say well, what if we just put a couple of games on Saturday and just send the killing blow to college football? They're a minor league anyways.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because they have a free minor league system that they don't need to pay for, acknowledge, rule over. They don't care. They don't care. It's a free. It's like the G League, except they didn't have to pay for it.
And the fact, Andrew, legally they can't do it because there's some rules saying back in the day they wanted to protect college football. So that's why you only see the Saturday games once the college football season ends. Because I think if the NFL does that, they'll lose their antitrust exemption.
Right. And they don't need to kill the golden goose. They don't care. The NFL simply reacts to what's going on in college. Okay, you're going to have older players. We'll adjust our scouting. Hey, no quarterbacks are taking snaps under center. All right, I guess we got to evolve what we're doing on Sundays. But it's ready-made product. All the NFL's got to do is scout it.
It's the league they embrace, not the UFL, but NCAA.
I have no understanding of minor league football. David, a couple of text communications, please.
From Ryan, he texts in and says, college football is my favorite sport, but it's a joke. Thanks, Rico. I'll still watch, but Sorsby shouldn't be able to play, period.
No. Don't you apologize. You threw me under the rug years ago. You don't get to apologize.
All right, to hell with it. Back over him again. Boop,
What What has happened in college football is exactly what's wrong with our society today. There's no accountability. The rules don't matter. It's just a free-for-all.
Correct. It's WWE.
That's what the next text says. College football equals WWE. Chris in Trenton,
And
Michigan.
it's sad because even from a radio perspective, we don't have rivalry week. We don't have anything. And then the best part is, oh, that's little bro. Dude, you don't even have Michigan and Ohio State. You can lie to yourself. The reality is if both teams are good, they're both going to the playoff. The game's fugazi. It doesn't mean anything. The rivalry truly died in 2021 when that was going to be a winner-take-all game.
No, I'll give you credit for this because most people couldn't tell you what the final score was. Back in the day,
you knew every game.
You knew the score. You knew the outcome.
And you knew if you
knew
lost,
the final play.
It would almost assuredly irreparably damage your season.
It was a horrible. If you lost to a rival, Mike, you prepare for 364 more days of torture because, hey, what about this score? And you would see that score everywhere. Now, nobody can tell you what the final scores were. Yeah, we won or we lost. That's okay.
Here's the opposite of that. The World Cup, the biggest stage, and every goal changes everything. We're going to do a World Cup draft, but it's going to be based on food probably. Every goal plays. So if you're Brendan Sorsby and you would bet on such things, God bless, do whatever you like. This ain't for me.
Going Italian Mastacholi.
Yes, FanDuel.com/Michigan. You want to bet on the World Cup? You can get bonus bets every match you bet where goals are scored. You'll get paid out on those goals if you're betting on that type of bet. So, look, do your thing. I don't know what to tell you. Betting on the World Cup, you're on your own. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. You got to apply bonus tokens. Bonuses are issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Get back to business in a moment. We want to touch the table. We're not far from free agency, draft season, and of course, nothing sets your day off like some big black rumor. Or John Tesh a cappella. Either way.
See, I decided to save.
Wait for it.
I'm going to save the big, black, juicy, sexy rumors for when we get closer and closer to the draft.
Okay.
But the draft, first round, is June 23rd, and free agency begins a week after that. So
Sure.
let's get to some rumors here that we're seeing. And
Are they big and black?
Sure. We
Okay. We got to grade the rumors.
I was about to say something, but let's just stick to, yes, they are big and black here. Let's start in Boston here with Jaylen Brown.
Oh, weird. You mean we're going to trade him for Giannis?
Well, hold on. There's a report here that is not a Giannis deal. It says the Pelicans have been mentioned by various league executives. They are interested in Jaylen Brown.
Cool.
It says, according to Jake Fisher, that we don't know if Boston is even going to fully entertain that one. One name that will return to Boston in this one.
Trey Murphy.
Trey Murphy.
Yeah, look, I think dealing for Giannis is something distinctively different. Do the Celtics need front court help? Absolutely. This was why this was a gap year for them. I think Jaylen Brown's going to get traded for Giannis. I've said it for a month. I'm sticking to it. It fits too naturally. Giannis gets what he wants, and honestly, Jaylen wants to be the big fish in a little pond. There you go. Enjoy the cheese curds. And it's a 1v1, and both teams are happy.
So for Boston, is it Giannis or bust? Nobody else.
No. I think
would you entertain this deal?
It would have to be Trey Murphy plus, but of course I would.
Okay.
The Celtics get a stretch 4. But with Giannis, you're getting a guy that when he's healthy and playing is giving you an efficiency in the paint like Shaq in his prime. What do the Celtics lack while playing Missoula ball? Any ability to produce paint points.
Okay.
So I just think stylistically, it's what you
mean, I didn't know if it's one of those, we're going to put every other deal on hold until Giannis is dealt somewhere, and then if he doesn't come here, we'll take that deal.
I think that would be an accurate way to describe it to me.
Other teams that are looking in on Brown, by the way, are the Rockets, the Hawks, and the Trailblazers.
Rockets, I would ask for Sengun.
Mm-hmm.
They play good enough defense around him. You could have a turnstile at center. Plus, he can operate out high, facilitate the offense, get Tatum away from having to handle the ball in the fourth quarter. Who else was looking at him?
Hawks, Trailblazers. Not a lot there with those teams.
I'd have to workshop those two rosters.
I think those are just two teams that are just trying to put their names out there and see what can happen.
That's fair.
Let's move over to the Giannis conversation here because according to
Jaylen
reports, according to reports, it is indicated that Miami is the preferred destination for Giannis.
Of course it is.
And right now, apparently, Miami is just waiting on a response. They sent out a package of Tyler Hero, number 13 pick, Khalil Ware, and your guy from UCLA, Rico Jaquez.
He fell off. He was great as a rookie. And then I don't know what happened.
Lee caught up.
And then two other first-round picks as well.
But yeah, and if I'm Milwaukee, I mean, it's not a terrible package, but Hero to me is just a highlight player. He can't guard a soul. He's a fun guy to have, to watch, but would I want him on my team? Not particularly. Not the position he plays. You got to spend your eternity hiding him on the perimeter. That's really hard to do.
Yeah, and I think it looks like Miami is trying to build a super. They want Giannis, and it was somebody else that they were trying to bring.
The report out there says that if they get Giannis, then Kawhi Leonard would be then interested to go to Miami.
Yeah. Their problem, again, is both these deals would have to be done well above the cap.
You're exactly right.
So that's very complicated, and frankly, I don't feel like it.
I think in this situation with this one, the package that they have, you're right. I think Milwaukee knows that they can get elsewhere, and they're saying we could probably get better than Tyler Hero. That's why Miami's waiting on a response.
Correct.
Let's go to Kyrie Irving. The
Jaylen Brown.
Timberwolves are gaining serious traction on a potential Irving deal. It's not confirmed yet. Other teams involved on Kyrie Irving, Minnesota, the Houston Rockets, the LA Lakers, and the Detroit Pistons.
Gross. Minnesota makes sense because Anthony Edwards is alone, and he's a wacko too. So maybe those two would get together in the same sandbox.
About to say, but isn't that just the West version of the Pistons?
It to a point it is, except our superstar is not insane in the membrane. There's a difference. I mean, Anthony Edwards is Jeremy Otto. Somebody's pregnant every 15 minutes.
And there's another one, another shot on the way.
And another
It's
one.
the upgrade to the Derek Jeter
gift basket.
Gift basket.
Yeah, I look.
Instead of getting gift baskets, you get a baby.
Here's your, no. I've calculated it out. Here's your check for the next 18 years.
Yeah, I
Go
look.
live your life.
I don't want Kyrie here. I think he's a culture killer. I'm not interested or concerned with Minnesota's culture. He can go there. I think it'd be a real mistake for the Pistons to give up assets to get a guy who hasn't played basketball in 18 months. And once again, insane.
So let's close it out with this one here because this is a name that's been
Jaylen Brown.
Out. No, not
To the
Jaylen
Pistons?
Brown.
Yeah, you can have him. I'm done with JB after that Game 7 routine. I'm out.
Name that's been out there, floated around, is Ja Morant. And apparently the Phoenix Suns are a team looking into him.
He's a negative asset.
I agree.
You'd have to attach picks for someone to take that contract on. He is not deemed a positive asset in the league. So Memphis would have to pay, essentially provide the postage to get him out of there. I don't know that Ja Morant's the same player anymore. So you could try.
So you don't think a change of scenery would help him out?
Okay, yes. But what's left in the tank, and is he going to play winning ball? I need you to go back through his resume of all the mistakes, factor in the money.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. You're going to bring that guy into your building. You better be right. And here's the other problem. You're going to have $125 million tied up in Devin Booker and Ja Morant.
Yeah,
What's
but
left to put around them?
Ishbia wants to win, so I could see him making that type
So
of
if he
a
wants
silly
to
move.
win, he shouldn't go get Ja Morant.
Wouldn't do
David, he needs a name. He needs names out there. So
How about Jaylen Brown? I've had enough.
I don't know, but we'll see about Jaylen Brown. That is your NBA Fast Break, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. This year will be the last year of the Rocket Classic. Rocket Mortgage pulling their sponsorship and not picking up the available option. The PGA says they still remain interested in Detroit and will search for a new sponsor. Dwindling attendance, increased sponsorship cost, and changes to the PGA schedule. A few reasons to point to this move. It snaps an 8-year run of the tour in Detroit. The Tigers start a series with the Minnesota Twins after taking 5 of their last 6 games last week. Troy Melton back on the mound. It'll be his 4th start post-injury, thrown 20-plus innings, giving up just 4 earned runs. His 8 innings the last time out against the Rays marks a career high, where he retired the last 15 batters he faced. Here's the rest of A.J. Hinch's lineup. Gleyber Torres leads off and plays second. Kevin McGonigal hits second at third. Dylan Dingler will bat third and catch. Kerry Carpenter in the middle of the order in right field. Riley Green hits fifth and left. Spencer Torkelson bats sixth at first. Colt Keith hitting seventh and DHing. Matt Vierling in center. Zach McKinstry rounding it out at shortstop as well here today. 6:40 the first pitch. You can hear it right here on 97.1 if those rains stay away. MLB Network insider John Paul Morosi said today the Tigers ultimately will listen to trade offers for some pending free agents, but they're not in a hurry to make moves. The Stanley Cup Finals roll on tonight in Vegas. They've got a 2-1 lead. Puck drop there at 8 o'clock. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2. Good to have you with us. We just got done with the Brendan Sorsby college football disaster class, and I'm being very, very candid with you. Look, this job is you talk about what you guys want to talk about, not necessarily what we want. If it were up to me, I would talk Sorsby for 4 hours. I think it marks the death of college football to 90% of people. It's just a complete and utter joke. It's a joke. There's no rules, but I know we need to move on to other stuff. If you want to call in on it, man, you are more than welcome.
So let me ask you this question, because we've talked about various things that have just been the end of college football.
Yeah.
Then how do you account for the supposed it's the popularity and the ratings and the numbers and things like that?
I think it's a lie.
Just
I think it's
flat
like
out.
most things. I think they doctor numbers. It's like when Fox tries to pimp unbelievable rating, all-time great ratings at noon. You Beekmans, that's because no one's ever put games on at noon. Great. So you're the smartest dumb person.
Right.
Like that's all that is. I think it's like when teams talk about sellout streaks. It's like the old streak at the Palace. It's an outright lie.
Okay.
Michigan's streak ended on a frozen ice storm against Northwestern in like 95. It's just I don't believe the gruel that's fed to me.
Okay. Fair enough.
Just my 10-cent opinion.
No, didn't have Beekman or Palace streak on the card.
Thank you. So let's we can turn our attention to the Tigers. And again, if people want to call in about where they're at with college football, you're more than welcome. What do we do with the Tigers? So you heard the report there from Jeremy. I'm not reacting to it, just like I largely didn't react to they're not going to trade Skubal right now, just like I haven't reacted to the team winning 5 of 6. I don't know what to do with this team, because for every point, there is an equal counterpoint. You can say they're 12 games under 500, they're dead. I can say this is the worst American League of my adult life. Go look. You can say, well, they're going to trade Skubal. Are they? I've said all along, I don't have any. I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think they're trading Skubal because I don't think they have the chops to do so. Much easier to hold on to him and tell your fans you were only 4, 5, 6 games out of a wild card than it is to go to your owner, trade the best pitcher since Verlander, and tell the owner you're going to need about a $15 million postage stamp to send to the other team. You could tell me, okay, well, they're so far out of it. They're 9 games out or 6. I'll tell you, there's 98 games left. Mm-hmm. And then when you really do this, look at their next 10 games.
Oh, no, but you forgot one.
I probably forgot several.
No. They're what, 5.5 out of the wild card. But
except there's 10 teams between you and the promised land.
Right.
So there's point and counterpoint. I've been reticent to write them off. I know you were a little quicker to do so. I don't think it's an issue of right or wrong. But now I look at 3 against Minnesota, who's terrible. I think they're 3-9 their last 12. You go to Cleveland, who swept you in a 4-game set, but Skubal may pitch Sunday. And then you go to Houston. They're terrible.
Right.
All these teams are terrible.
Right.
And the only team that's not is Seattle. Tampa Bay's been scuffling for weeks, and I think they're fake as hell. The point is, you're going to get 6 or 7 games against the Yankees the next couple of weeks. No Aaron Judge.
Right.
You'll play the White Sox, who it's a fun story, but they won't have Murakami. I'm making a point. I could buy if you think they're coming back. I could buy if you say, Mike, no team's ever been 15 under and made the playoffs. Here's my question. Regardless of what you think they're going to do, I have a hard time entering anything other than I still have to trade Skubal. Because if I look at the rotation without Skubal, you'd have Valdez, you'd have Melton, you'd have Mize, you'd have Montero, you'd have Flaherty. It's not terrible. It's never been terrible. I don't like the idea of losing him for nothing. I don't want to hear about a comp pick. If there's a bidding war and you can do right by this franchise in the long term, I'm still doing that. Versus, look, whatever I thought preseason is null. When we look at about 162 games of data for this baseball team, they're terrible. That's what the data says. You want to split it to an 80-game split? Even worse. And even before injuries truly hurt you, with Skubal, with Glaber, etc., you were a 500 team. So I want to know, much like we talked about Sorsby, I can't lead you in any direction except to ask the question of, where are you with your Tigers? Do you believe they're about to go 2024? Because here's the problem. 24, it was a magical ending. 25, it was a horrific ending.
Right.
24 was a terrible start. 25 was the best start ever. I feel like we've encapsulated 24 and 25 all in the same 70 games.
We may, because if all of a sudden May turns out to be June turns out to be the antithesis of May,
right?
Where they go out there and it's what David said, I need you to go 20-4. Nah. Okay, well, watch this. And
I don't know what I need them to do. I just know I have kind of a steadfast rule. Don't ask me to get excited until you're above 500.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's not me being mean. But if you're 12 games under 500, pardon me if I'm not yelling like Cookie Monster into the sky.
Oh, the Tigers win.
I'm not doing that. I can't for a team that's 12 under. I have to they have to produce over a period of time to where I get to say factually by the record, they are not bad, they are not good, they have a shot. So I kind of can we take 2 out of 3 against Minnesota and set up an interesting weekend in Cleveland?
I think, you know what, I have something very similar. As I told you what happened after the Angels series, I've dropped all expectations. Go out there and play. But I'm not going to sit here and look at the stats and look at the standings. I've already said it's not going to be your year. Enjoy your summer. Go play some good baseball. See what happens. You all of a sudden to me, if you can get within 3 games of the division, I'll dial back in. I'll say you got an opportunity to win this thing. But right now, no, I can't keep doing the roller coaster ride.
No.
And as far as the Skubal thing, everything that you said makes sense, except it won't happen. Because if you trade Skubal, it is the Ilitch family, it is Scott Harris waving a white flag saying that we don't think we can win this year. And they would take away all hope. Heck, Skubal already came out and said that in West Michigan. I know it sounds silly, but I think this team could make it to the World Series. And okay, if that's how you guys believe, he's getting that information from somewhere, Mike. That's why he's not going. He should go. But he won't.
No, I'm with you. Because you have a GM who's essentially a president of baseball operations who's learning on the job. This is a career-defining move if you trade Skubal. If you pull an Avila and you get the Franklin Perez's and Jake Rogers and Daz Camerons of the world, you're probably getting fired. Now, if you keep them and they don't make it, a vast majority of fans aren't going to care. This isn't a passionate baseball town. This is daiquiris, Marlboros, and sleeveless T-shirts. That's all this town is. Baseball's a social function.
Hey, you've come over to us.
Oh, you've schooled me on it. So I don't think anyone would shred Harris for not trading him. I mean, we would, but who cares about us? The average fan? No, man, they're going for it. And if they fall short, they fall short. And then they'll sell you about the brilliance of a comp pick.
If you don't trade him, then that tells me you better have a deal where he's locked up.
You don't.
He's going to pitch again if he pitches against Cleveland, but I wouldn't expect a ton because I don't even think he goes 5 innings.
The point I'm trying to make is this. Okay. Well, they've won 5 out of 6. What's your record the last 10 games? 5-5. That's your record. 5-5. You know what Cleveland is over that 10-game run? 4-6. So in the aggregate, you've picked up 1 game. I've always looked at baseball in like 10-game increments. Okay, so let's go do something better. I can't write them off. I can't act like they're back. I can't figure them out. You know, did they get a gift by winning on Sunday with Seattle's bullpen meltdown, walking people left and right? Sure, but they were due a gift because they themselves have gifted games. This is what positive regression looks like. Rico, we talked about this. They were unsustainably bad in May. There's no world they would continue to lose at that breakneck pace. There was always going to be a regression to the mean, positively or negatively. So if a team gets out 20-5 and wins every 1-score game, you're going to lose those games down the line. The Tigers are always going to have won more games. Who on God's green earth thought they were going to continue a 60-win pace?
No.
Who? Call up and tell me if you actually thought they were going to lose 102 games. So winning more games is never what it's about. It's winning enough games over a long enough period of time to make up for where they put themselves. So I don't know where I'm at. There's positives, there's negatives, but yet I find myself still, I want to trade Skubal. And I think they could thread the needle. Why couldn't you trade Skubal because he refuses to sign here? I think you would get a decent, not significant, but I think you'd get a defensible package. But all in the same fell swoop, why couldn't they buy a bat at the deadline? Why couldn't they thread a needle?
They could. And here's the thing. I think that let's just entertain the thought that they actually did trade Skubal. Mike, I think you would end up getting more because I do think that a bidding war would happen amongst 3-4 teams.
Correct.
Where it's one where they're going to sit and say, guys, Skubal is there. I know we lowballed him. What if we just throw in this one prospect, this one player, and go all in for this year, and let's just win this World Series and get one of the best pitchers in baseball?
I think you're speaking the gospel, Rico. That's why I'd trade him. Yet, I still think without Skubal, they can chase. I do. There's no smarm.
Yeah.
And I'm also suggesting you'll go, well, how? Listen, you Guido idiot. How the hell would they trade Skubal and buy at the deadline? Just listen to how I laid it out. You have the rotation. You don't have to have Skubal. If he's leaving and you're questioning whether you're going to make it, you got to trade him. Yeah. But why couldn't I buy a bat?
You could.
Why couldn't I help this team?
You could. I'd say make the trade. And you sold me that Friday. Let's get Jesus made. Let's get him here.
Jesus Made. But the fact is, it is spelled Jesus made, and we'd get him a greater life from Tyreman hat he could wear in post-game interviews. No, you're never getting that player. But look, I just want to know where you guys are at with it. And maybe you're telling me. Where are you at with your Tigers as we sit here right now? They've at least gotten off to a good start this month. They've only lost 1 game. You're about to start 3 against Minnesota. You get 3 against Cleveland with potentially the return of Skubal, 3 in Houston, potentially with the return of Verlander. Where are you at? Do you want them to win?
Yeah.
Do you want them to, quote, just go away? Where do you stand with Skubal? Like, it's kind of an open conversation, but I think you're kind of telling me what you think of your baseball team.
See, I think the Tigers are purgatory, Mike, where fans are just stuck in the middle. They don't want to get hurt again. They don't want to buy in again for the fear that
So why can't they approach it the way I am? I'm not writing them off, and I'm also not having a sportsgasm.
Because you lose.
I'm just going to sit and wait until they get to 500.
You lose fan bucks when you do that.
Gotcha. Hey, warm weather shows up, and everybody's on the road, including distracted drivers, people flying around. You call David Femininio, the accident response team. Because if you get in an accident, make no mistake, the insurance company's already 3 steps ahead. You need a team. You call David, he'll get to work. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David, some of the texts. I'm just trying to ask people as we start the week with the Tigers, where are you at? I mean, they've won 5 of 6, but yet in a 10-game spread, they're 5-5. There's good, there's bad. They're way out of it, yet there's, almost 100 games left. They're way out of it, but the AL stinks. I mean, even with what you're about to face, you look at, we got 6 against the Yankees coming up. There's no Aaron Judge. You'll play the White Sox on a return trip. No Murakami. Like, you have an opportunity. The problem I have is you're 12 games under. I need time to get excited. But I'm not going to write them off because the AL's pitiful. It's just utterly pitiful. But where does it place you? Because winning could also make the Skubal conversation very uncomfortable. And my fear, you don't have the chops to make that kind of trade. And I don't want to keep him unless we have a higher degree of certainty this is a World Series team. I have no evidence of that this season.
See, and that's the thing, because you said earlier about getting back in this thing, and to me, what does that even mean? Because it's about a World Series to me. Are you a World Series team constructed right now? I don't think so. So which means you now have to trade Skubal no matter what you see, no matter if they get back with his quote-unquote thing. You have to trade him no matter what, because you're not going to win or even go to the World Series.
You're right. David, you're absolutely correct. Mike's correct. I'm correct. They don't believe that, though. So that's why I'm with you. Mike, I've said it before. The Tigers picked a good year to be bad because the American League, you're not out of this thing. It's not like you're chasing the Braves where you're like, yeah, you know what, we can go ahead and throw in the towel. You can make a plausible scenario where all of a sudden you're back in this thing come August, and then it's, well, we've seen this before. I think 2 years ago, maybe clouding the vision of what's going on with Harris because, well, if we could do it then, we could do it again. And if we get rid of the best pitcher in baseball, that takes away our chances, and I'm with you. David, you put it best. Do you feel like you can win the World Series? Let's just be honest with ourselves. If the answer is no, let's get something for Skubal, because
but
in
the
the
more
end,
that they win, the harder that's going to be.
Yes.
And that's why, look, ultimately, if fans don't give a damn, I got plenty of other things to talk about. That's the whole principle. Are you even happy they started to win, or did you just want to put the final dirt on them? Because, guys, I got bad news for you. They were never going to continue being 12, 13, 14, 15 games out. This isn't the Rockies. You're not a 59-win team. But that doesn't mean you're going to go on and win this division. You know what the math is to get to 86 wins. Mm-hmm. So what do you want? I don't know what to do with them. I kind of just go day by day with it, and I don't know. There's part of me, it's just I want Skubal traded because I have a hard time believing this is going to be some World Series outfit.
Well, see, and here's the thing, Mike, and you kind of just said it, though, but Scott Harris' job is to do the difficult thing, though.
Is it?
I would say it is, yes.
You can say it. That doesn't mean it is.
Well,
he hasn't done the difficult thing.
He hasn't. You're exactly right. And this, in my mind, kind of takes me back in the day. I harken back to the Justin Verlander situation when he needed to get traded at the deadline and the difficult thing needed to be done. And I think we're right back to it. You have to do what's best for the franchise. But again, as a fan, I'm worried and concerned that Scott Harris can get what's necessary in return. That is a concern for me. So now I'm like stuck. Trade him, but then I don't think he can get the best for him.
And that's why I thought it was a good question to ask people. Give me a few of the texts. We'll get to the calls. Just see where everybody's at, which is, where are you at with this team?
The team needs to trade Skubal, get a right-handed bat and bullpen help, and we still have a shot. Job is getting closer as well.
Yeah, I don't factor Job in. Honestly, I don't think you'll get meaningful pitching from him till next year. When I say meaningful, I mean I can roll him out with a level of certainty of 6 innings.
Yeah, high leverage type situation.
Yeah, I'm not depending on that, and I don't need to. They have the arms necessary to still be a above average baseball team. That's all I was trying to say is, like, if you trade Skubal, it doesn't make things hopeless. It doesn't.
That's when a text from KJ comes in and says, I agree with Mike. The Tigers can win without Skubal as long as starters are healthy and the bullpen is better. Another one here says, even with Skubal, the Tigers aren't going to win at all. As crappy as it is, we have to trade him. That is Court in a car.
I wonder where they have to get for people to change that opinion. You know, it's certainly not 9.5 games out. It's certainly not 12 games under 500. But to Rico's point, if we're sitting here on July 9th, like the day after Skubal bobblehead day, and let's say they were 2 games under 500 and 4.5 out of first place, they're not trading him.
Yeah, I think the end game is, are we just trying to build a team to win the division to get back to the playoffs? Is that a win?
Well, they're yet to win the division, so yes, that would be nice.
Or kind of going back to what you said, David, to harken back to what you said, it gets to the point where you have to say, okay, can this team beat the Dodgers? Can this team beat the Braves? And if the answer is no, then it doesn't matter if you win a division. It doesn't matter if you make the playoffs, because if you got a 7-game series against either one of those teams or the Padres, I don't see it happening.
I canceled my Detroit Sports Network. I am not paying attention to the Tigers until they show me that they're serious about playing baseball. I have no time for bad baseball. Then another text comes in and says, if Scott Harris can find a Major League Baseball ready bat for Skubal, go for it. I don't trust him with anything other than that.
No. Well, look, we'll get with the people. It's really just a question of I'm fine if you want to write them off. And honestly, I'd be okay if they just disappeared because I don't enjoy watching them. But I'm also fine if you tell me, guys, they kind of have a pathway. And look, Cleveland's blown a few games here in the last 4 days. Blew a game in the 8th inning against the Rangers. Blew a game in the 8th inning against the Yankees last night. That's rare for Cleveland. But a couple of those, and you steal a couple, and I know, I've seen this movie before. This organization, they want to do anything other than trade Skubal. So, to me, look, I'm not going to write them off yet, especially, we got the Twins. They've won like 3 games in 2 weeks. Okay, great. Now you're going to go play Cleveland, who's cooled off. Then you're going to go play Houston, who stinks. You're going to play the Yankees without Judge. You're going to play the White Sox without Murakami.
And that's what I'm saying. All of a sudden, you just flipped the month of May. And now it's like, oh, you wrote us off and don't let the Tigers get hot type of thing. And all right, we still should trade Skubal.
Look, 248-539-9797. We'll get with the phone calls next. 97.1.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, guys, you don't have to worry about that part of your future now through June 22nd. Get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You are guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that'll find and fix problems even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities with the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All right, let's get straight to the people. Where are you at? It's very similar to our question in hour one. Where are you at with college football? The Sorsby news? It's basically the Tigers. For every point, there's a counterpoint. And I can't tell you they're done. I can't tell you they're making a comeback. But I know what I know, and it's not demeaning any one thing. It's basically saying this is the worst American league of my adult life. Nobody's very good. And, for that reason, maybe. But I also don't want it to impact trading Scooble. When you get out to a start like this and you're 12 games under on June 9th, I would need an end of 2024 type run to take me into July, where if I'm not trading Scooble, it's because I'm well above 500. It's because I am in first place. And then at that point, I would need them to flip the switch all the way over to buy. And that's where I go, that requires time. No. So I'm just going to, let's see if you can light up Taj Bradley tonight. Let's go to David, 97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
Not bad. How about yourself?
Good, David. I know you're not calling about baseball. It's got to be college football, correct?
Yes, it's college baseball. It's the disaster that is and currently college football. Had enough
yet? You want to come to my side of things? I'll send the U-Haul. We'll pack up your fandom.
I'm sending in the order to U-Haul.
Thank you.
I can't do it anymore. I mean, I'll still watch like Rico will on Saturdays. Kind of for the same reason. I mean, it gives me something to do.
But it's empty.
But if I have something else come up, though, I mean, I won't. I'm not going to set aside the 6 to 12 hours that I used to set aside to go to watch.
There you go.
Exactly.
And David, I don't know if you heard that earlier, but Rico and I were having a very honest discussion, and I don't know, this company can take it or leave it. But the reason I'm seriously just ready to pull the plug on Cash the Ticket is I don't want to dedicate those 12 hours. I don't.
And that makes me sad. But, I mean, I get it. I understand it. I fully support it, I guess, even though it makes me sad because it gives me another thing to listen to during the week. And you helped me make some money. You helped me make some money. I'm not going to lie. I mean, yes, cue my Brendan Sorsby, I guess. But but on the other hand, I get it because you have a life and you have other things you want to do.
Well, and it's also too is David, the NFL is all consuming, and putting my time towards that at least feels meaningful. College football feels like this thing that I'm watching and I'm going, I loathe every aspect of this.
Yeah, it's no longer going from, the noon game all the way to Pac-12 after dark where I stayed up to 2, 3 in the morning.
Turnover chainsaws in Corvallis.
Rich Rodriguez in Arizona type of thing where now it's, you know what? I'll watch a game or a team I want to see, and then I'll cash my chips in.
100%. But, Mike, on the serious, if you're seriously talking about coming down here October 24th, I'm all in.
Oh, listen, we may do a Boo Sorsby road trip featuring Rico's debut at Keeneland in a 3-piece suit. This is going to be electric.
I'm in for all of it.
I'm glad I got no say
I'm in
so
for all of it. I mean, the Keeneland, the Boo Sorsby, because, I mean, that's about 50 minutes from my house. So, I'm all into it, and let's do it.
We should do this. It should be a Spite Store historic Nippert Stadium field trip. David, I'm telling you.
I mean, and I can take you to some other local small places that you probably don't know about that you would even have even more fun.
As long,
Ruby's,
but listen now, don't be peddling that cinnamon-infused chili. None of that Skyline.
I already know your thought processes on that, so no, I wouldn't throw that in there.
Thank you.
I could throw some other things in there that you would be like, okay.
Well, now that's possible. David, listen, we're going to keep it under consideration because honestly, if I take away one of the football products I'm doing, it opens up the ability to do things like that. Oh yeah, getting Rico to Keeneland on a Friday? Oh my God, I would pay to do it. Because then I'd never have to listen to him about horse racing and his stupid nonsense jokes about my sport.
See, let me stop you right there. No. Let me just stop you right there. Because unlike how you paint me.
You're waving your hand at me.
When you're not here.
Yes.
I constantly support you and your horse racing.
Thank you.
Constantly.
Well, then you've just earned a free table
All
at
you
Keeneland.
do is just, you make fun of this. I've asked one question.
Listen, I'm going to take you for the world's finest mostaccioli at Frankendino's in Lexington. One problem, they don't serve mostaccioli. But I will.
So they're not real Italian.
How dare you?
Make him ask, though. That would be hilarious.
That's what I want. It's for Rico to be like, hey, I've heard to order the off-menu mostaccioli. And then Rico would get backhanded by a waiter, and it would be my dream.
So can I order spaghetti and be like, do you guys got ketchup for this?
Really wish you wouldn't do that. My point is we could go from a Friday at Keeneland and a beautiful dinner, wake up Saturday morning, we're tailgating at historic Nippert Stadium, and we could bring a Sorsby pinata and go to the student section and just have them start wailing on that thing. This is exciting for me. Okay. Not against it.
24th.
Not against
it. We can take out the bets on how many hits it takes to take the Sorsby thing out.
You could fill it with losing betting slips. To the people. We'll go to Dawson, 97.1. Dawson, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, I appreciate the time. Unlike the Ohio man, I'm going to shift our focus to our crappy baseball team in the city. That's a disappointment.
Yes, sir.
When we got swept in Boston, I canceled my subscription to that, wonderful network they introduced this season. And under the prompt section, they actually let me fill out a note as to why I'm canceling. And I put Tigers suck ass. And no joke.
Okay. Can't use that. Dawson, you cannot pair those two words together. You can call back. We'll try it again. You could say ass. You can't say the first part. You can't start adding actionable words there. My goodness. Let's just say,
Unless, you know what? Unless you get a court in Lubbock, Texas,
right.
They may allow it.
Dawson, that was only language-based. I have no issue with your take.
I like the passion that he had.
I do too.
Canceled this for reasons.
But you can't. You can't say what he said linguistically.
Not the combination together.
No, because then you're putting action to just a word.
Right. Let me just read some text here.
Yeah, before we get back to the phones.
From Dan, he says, keep him and enjoy him for the rest of the time he is here because you're not going to get anything for him anyway.
Well, no, that's not true. And second of all, I don't enjoy him. He doesn't want to be here. Leave. I told you where I'm at with him. I actually don't want to watch him pitch anymore. I don't care.
Really? You don't want to see the comeback?
No. All that self-congratulatory BS.
So you wouldn't have been one of the people paying $900 for that?
No, definitely not. To do what?
Traveling to Cleveland.
Strike out 19-year-olds at single A? Oh, he looked like Tarek Skubal. I'd hope so. He struck out a homeless guy on 4 pitches. I don't care.
Well, 2 people did get hits on him.
Ooh. Let's go to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, how you doing, boss?
I'm all right. How about you guys?
Good. What's up?
Yeah, mainly on the Tigers, and I have one real quick thing on the Sorsby thing.
Sure.
As far as the Tigers, look, man, it's just real simple. I've maintained this train of thought the whole way along. Under no circumstance as a general manager for me would I ever let a guy of his stature, of his value, homegrown guy in the sense that we drafted this guy, let the idea of letting somebody like him walk in free agency for nothing, I can't do that.
Same.
So for me, I could never do that. It's absurd to me, to be honest. And for me right now is I don't care where they're at. I don't care if they're in mid-July, whenever after he comes back, if they're leading the division. I don't care. I am trading him because I will not. Because it's one or two. It has always been one or two things: either extend him in the off season. Hey, you guys want to be here? Here's a fair contract. Blah blah blah. You don't accept it? Okay, we're putting you on the trade block. Either extend him or trade him. You can get value from him if he comes back and pitches well. You'll get something for him. He's 2-time Cy Young winner. So for me, it's I don't care where they're at. I'm trading him. I'm not going to let him walk out the door and watch him go for nothing. And as far as the Sorsby thing and the college football, look, I mean, at this point, I'm just a big sports fan. I just want to watch the game. Like at some point, though, the NFL. Do you think the NFL or the connected leagues is going to be like, hey guys, we got to do something about this? Because it's just getting to a point where I read that and I'm like, I couldn't believe it. It's just a point where it's just disgusting to me what they're doing to college football and these, and the players and the whole scheme. It's just disgusting to me.
Well, and Ivory, what's really interesting is I offered, and I'll continue to do it. Like I genuinely, I see calls trickling through about the Sorsby thing, and I want to take them all day. But I offered it. If you still love this sport, tell me what it is you love. Tell me what you're holding on to, and we don't get those calls.
I just like football, I see the NFL, and I see some draft picks. Hey, this guy might blah blah blah, but it's to the point where it's just like I don't. It's the other stuff, the other things, for lack of a more proper term, are just taking control. I just don't. Yeah. My interest is waning. It's going.
I'm with. Hey, you know where I'm at, man. Trust me. But look, those calls are welcome. If you love it, it's a question of understanding. What are you holding on to? What do you love? What keeps you coming back? Because, look, I answered your question very sincerely earlier. I wasn't breaking your balls. I think the networks lie to us. Record ratings on a Tuesday under a full moon. Yet, in practice, whether it's our radio show, whether it's any of our personal lives, who in your life still loves college football?
No, most people are to the point where they're questioning, why do you still love them?
Which is why I asked the question. And let's go to that response network.
Well, here's the thing. You can call 248-539-9797, and Mike won't judge you.
No, there's no judgment.
I just want to make it clear.
I want to know what they still love.
Calling them a Beekman.
And again, this Scooble thing, I'm not being provocative. While I can't write them off and I can't say they're back, I'm trading him regardless because I think they could win the division without him.
Yeah.
But the pitching is fine.
Yeah, as far as college football, I think a lot of it is just it's tradition. It's what you're just accustomed to doing every Saturday, and you don't really have anything else to do on Saturday. So this is all you've known. So now
I have lots.
What do I do?
I have lots to do.
See, that's very judgmental, right?
248. Hold on.
Very judgmental.
No, David's doing a Matumbo finger wag.
No, it's not judgmental. That's just saying that you have other things to do.
No, wait. I have so many more things to do.
One of them might be taking you to Cincinnati versus Texas so we can boo his ass. Texas Tech, sorry.
Straight down 75. Let's go.
To historic Nippert Stadium.
Somehow I have a feeling like, what do you mean Mike left? Why am I still? What do you mean? He's my ride home. Yeah, go get one of those nay bands and ride yourself back.
He makes one unsavory remark Friday at Keeneland. I'm leaving his ass at Nippert Stadium.
Nice. You get a whole bunch of Skyline chili delivered to your house.
97-1.
Winning it's different with Fanatic Sportsbook, and now that the finals are here, the stakes are at their highest. So don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across the straight parlays and single-game parlays across any first half injury. That's right. If betting player props is what you do, like I do, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, three-pointers, blocks, Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bets for just the first quarter. Some do nothing at all. But at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they're flipping losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, don't worry about it. Your bet will remain on with the remaining legs, meaning a loss gets turned into a win. Others copy trends. Man, we set the standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Straight to the people, and apparently we've got multiple topics going. I'm good with it. One is the Tigers and your status as a fan, and also does winning a few change your Scooble perspective? But the topic we opened with, and one we're passionate about, this Brendan Sorsby stuff, it's a disgrace. And I don't say that to be provocative or hyperbolic. It's a disgrace. The fact that Texas Tech doesn't have the spine to do what's remotely right at the cost of, well, I haven't seen this level of hubris since Michigan cheated openly. The point is, in a 3-year span, this is what you get. There are no rules. There is no accountability. And now you're seeing everyone come out and go, are you kidding me? This guy's Pete Rose. He can't be eligible.
Yeah. At no point will anybody just step up and say, let's just do the right thing here. It's almost like Texas Tech is doing this out of spite. You're not going to tell us who we could play, how much we can pay this player, and he's not going to play because of his past mistakes. We've all made mistakes. Like, guys, nobody wants this kid to play. I think deep down, Mike, if you hooked up Texas Tech people to a lie detector, they would tell you, I don't want all the smoke that's going to come from this, because this is going to take over. Whatever they do on the field, they can go 12-0. This is going to be the biggest story all year long, the quarterback gamble.
No, I disagree, and I'll tell you why. Not to be a devil's advocate. I'm saying we lived through Michigan's cheating. The networks wouldn't even say cheating.
You know what?
The networks wouldn't even say. They'd say Michigan was dealing with adversity like the stadium collapsed.
I'm going to go ahead and pack it up.
All right, see you later. I'll take you to Tiger Baseball.
I can't compete with you today.
No, it's because the media.
No, you're right. They'll
never mention it.
Nobody challenged Michigan ever.
Oh, Brendan Sorsby had an eventful offseason.
And you know what? Nobody's going to challenge New England either.
See, and what you just said is the key. And I'm not trying to pile on here, but it's all Michigan State's fault. Back then,
it was.
And now, the Big 12 is talking all this crap about, oh, we're not going to schedule them. We're not going to do, until Arizona State says we're taking you off the schedule this year. Until Cincinnati says we're taking you off the schedule this year.
There you go.
Michigan, and when I say Michigan State, for those that don't know, Michigan State had a chance to not play
except
Michigan.
we had a mall cop for an AD.
Yes. Michigan State called up Michigan State, and he made the choice to play the game, and they shouldn't have. Had they just said no and not cared, like, oh, well, you're dodging Michigan. No, we're just not going to play you. It's not safe for our players. This would have been a big story. Now you have to speak upon it. But once you did that, it was like, well, I guess it's no big deal.
But the whole point is nobody does the right thing. So at that point, why participate? This Sorsby thing is so laughable. It's so outrageous. And all it took was a retired judge to somehow have more power than the NCAA. I don't know how you're going to root for a sport where there's no one at the wheel. There are no rules. So those are the other calls we're getting. I'm good with it, including Colin. I'll talk about it all damn day. Go ahead, Colin.
Hello, how you guys doing?
Good, Colin. What's up?
I have two thoughts. I'll end with my most important one at the end. But I kind of get to your point about how no one's really passionate about college football anymore. It's just there. It's just like, I guess, yeah, it's what you do on Saturday. It's what I've done on Saturday, but for the longest time. But you know what I'm trying to say?
No, I'm not being a smart.
I get what he's saying.
Go ahead, fill in the blanks for me.
I think Colin is saying what I've said, because this has just been your ritual and your thing every Saturday all your life. It's kind of baked in. You don't know what to do with yourself, and it's like, well, yeah, there's a college game on. You're watching it. It's not the same. You don't have the same intensity. And Colin, I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth.
No, I agree. And like, what it used to be is to get to the NFL. That used to be the goal. But now that they're paying these kids millions and millions and millions of dollars, like, it doesn't even matter. That's not really, it doesn't seem like that's the goal anymore.
It's not. It's not. All this is now, and look, this will have somewhat of an effect on the NFL, and like, I don't want to nerd out, but you're going to see, just like NBA, you're going to see a lot more older players. And then you have to make a decision on, how do I scout, and then what type of draft capital am I going to use on a 24-year-old? That's the difference. And in the NFL always adjusts, because in the end, they don't have a choice, Colin. This is a free, provided minor league to them that they don't have to spend on, monitor, oversee, nothing. But other than that, Colin, no. All this is just general whore behavior. I mean, you have parents treating their kids like escorts. You're getting paid to go visit a school.
They're treating their kids like commodities. That sounds better.
I don't care about sounding better. Fine,
You're
fine.
not treating your kid like an escort.
Fine, they don't have to put out. But the bottom line is they're whoring them out. It has nothing to do with the education, nothing to do with the system, nothing to do with the man that is going to essentially be a father figure to their kid for the next 4 or 5 years, because that kid won't be there for 4 or 5 months.
No, he will have 4 or 5.
Yeah, exactly. He'll have 4 or 5 Johns. Just leave the money on the nightstand. Argue it. I don't care about sounding nice.
It's not, Mike. Basically, their kids are a commodity, and they're trying to break the bank to see, okay, where can I get the most money, and who's going to get my
Just
kid?
like a hooer. Okay. Shout out Ralph from The Sopranos. Hooer. That's all this is.
I'm done. I'm done.
It's all it is.
I'm done.
Hooer.
I should have just left.
90s. 7-1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. This will be the last year of the Rocket Classic. Rocket dropping their sponsorship. The PGA said in a statement, quote, "We remain interested in the Detroit market and will explore options for new sponsor," end quote. The new PGA Tour schedule, lack of star commitments, increasing sponsor cost, are just some of the factors that contributed to Rocket bowing out. In the latest MLB Rookie of the Year poll, Kevin McGonigal leads, followed by White Sox slugger Murakami and Cleveland's Parker Messick. After their Monday day off, the Tigers start a 3-game series with the Twins tonight. Troy Melton starts for Detroit in one of the best outings of his career last time out against the Rays, where he went 8 and retired the last 15 batters he faced. You can listen to that 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1. John Paul Morosi said earlier the Tigers ultimately will listen to trade offers for some pending free agents, but they're not in a hurry to make moves with all the time remaining in the season. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby was granted eligibility yesterday by the courts, even after the NCAA took it away following his gambling violations. The trial won't take place until February 8th, though, 2 weeks after the national championship. The Stanley Cup Finals continue tonight in Vegas. Carolina coming off their first win of the series, face off at 8 o'clock. According to Ian Rappaport, the Bengals are restructuring QB Joe Burrow's contract to free up $10 million in cap space. This partly frees up some money with the Dexter Lawrence trade as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'll get back to the people momentarily, but right now, a little rapid fire. David, what's on the menu, pal? Oh, God. If this is some kind of week 3, pick the game, I'm walking out of here.
So week 3.
Oh, God, it's you. Even worse.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm going to change it all.
Go ahead. What do you got?
Just to annoy you.
Oh, stop it.
Over, under, week 3, Lions versus Jets. No, I'm kidding.
I hate you.
All right, we got NFL questions. Each team. I'm not going to give you all 32 teams, Mike, but just some teams or relevant questions for you.
I could do it.
Let's start off with the Green Bay Packers. Is there more pressure on Jordan Love now more than ever?
Yes. Bleeper, get off the potty. It's time for him to have a comprehensive season that results in postseason success and a Super Bowl run. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, you're coming off a year, and I know he got hurt at the end of last year, but you traded for Micah Parsons. They invested on that side, which means they're invested in the entire team. Now Christian Watson got paid. You got to win. It's on you now.
And again, they win, but they don't win anything of substance.
But winning something significant. Make it to the Super Bowl.
Or at least get to Championship Sunday.
Okay.
It's time to have a meaningful run. Yes.
Okay. Does the addition of Jalen Waddle elevate Bo Nix's game to the next level in Denver?
No. Because Bo Nix is geriatric and has one leg and is limited.
Okay.
Sean Payton's play calling is the only thing that will keep him afloat.
I think it's the running game that he needs for him to be efficient, really, to be honest, because he's not going to go out there and just throw it like.
Right. And Sean Payton tailors the best screen game.
Correct.
So,
exactly.
But see, I look at that as now you can stretch the field. Now you have to pay attention to that one guy who can take it deep.
Okay. I still say no.
Okay. Will Patrick Mahomes play this year? How will Patrick Mahomes play this year, and how long until he looks like himself?
Ahua. God, that's a difficult question. I mean, he's kind of a freakazoid. The problem is, what Mahomes are you referring to? The one from 5 years ago that was
MVP,
fun to watch?
Yeah, MVP Mahomes.
Or the Andrew Maxwell check down Charlie I've been watching the last 2 years.
The better one.
Never. That Mahomes is gone.
Okay.
I think he's still elite at creating space in the pocket. I still think he's a wonderful scrambler. He can still deliver some off-platform throws. But Rico, the verticality has been completely taken out of his game. And who are the receivers that are going to reignite that? I'm just going to say not this year.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Who are the receivers? That was
David's
hilarious.
really happy with himself.
That is, he's never going to be back to Mahomes' form. He'll read a defense. He'll do what he needs to do. But the spectacular plays won't ever happen again.
I just think it's a different offense.
Yes.
I think he's a different player. That doesn't mean he won't be a Pro Bowler. It doesn't mean he won't win a Super Bowl. But I really think he's kind of in his Tom Brady phase now. high percentage, check down, move the sticks. Now, unlike Brady, can extend plays with his legs, but the days of the 80-yard touchdown bombs and all of that, they don't have the receivers.
But you know what helped Brady was the Gronkowski type, that tight end. Kelsey can't do that anymore.
Right. So let's just will this Mahomes be enough to get them to win the West this year?
Because it is Jim Harbaugh's time.
Okay. Well,
Bolts.
Funny you said that. What will Mike McDaniel offense do for Justin Herbert?
Everything. He was the run game coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers at the height of their powers. Unlocking that run game with that O-line, paired with Herbert's talent, paired with a top 10 NFL defense, the Bolts are going to the Super Bowl.
The regular season is going to be really good for the Chargers. It comes down to playoffs.
Agreed.
It comes down to that, and we'll see that later on, but they'll look really good offensively.
Will new Lions offensive coordinator Drew Petzing get Jared Goff back to his 2024 level?
I'm more yes than no. I am. I mean, it was a joke last year. Now, I liked the hire. I understood what was going on in Arizona last year, and I think Petzing is going to unlock some things, and it's going to be a different set of eyeballs and a different view. I know he was in Ben Johnson's wedding. I know they're friends, but they don't run the same offense. I think this will be beneficial for Goff, yes, but this will come down to nothing about Petzing, everything about the O-line. If that O-line is not exponentially better than last year, they could hire Jesus Made as OC. It won't matter.
No, you are exactly right, Mike. Everything has to work together this year like it did before, because they had a top 5 offense last year, but things just did not look right. They couldn't run the ball right. They couldn't protect Goff right. Sure, he threw it down the field and got yards, but they didn't win. That's important. How it looks is important.
Guys, what happens if Matthew Stafford gets hurt?
They're dead.
He's right,
Season's just over?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah, that's not
I don't even know who the backup is, so it doesn't even matter.
How's it any different than if Jared Goff falls down the stairs and breaks both legs? Season's over.
I mean, just because they spent so much money. They got Jimmy G?
Season's over.
He's still, please.
He's still there.
Jimmy G cares about one thing. That should be our new recruiting update desk.
For Minnesota, how will this mess sort itself out?
Kyler Murray takes the job. JJ sits Indian style underneath the goalposts and cries. Kyler Murray, I think, is a candidate for comeback player of the year. I'm hyper interested in him and the pedigree, the athleticism, and Kevin O'Connell. And that offense, all it needs is a trigger man. It just needs somebody to play above average football. They can win 10 games. I think Kyler's capable of that, because I view the Arizona Cardinals now as what the Detroit Lions used to be. That is a loser-ass franchise. Toxic top to bottom. But JJ? He gone.
Yeah, I might be crazy with this take, but it's Kyler's offense. They're going to have to get rid of JJ. They're going to need a backup that can actually provide help in the locker room and in the meetings, because JJ's not going to be able to do that. So I would completely rid themselves of JJ McCarthy. It's not his job. He didn't win it.
Will the head coach's off-season indiscretions affect the New England Patriots this year?
Yes.
Want to elaborate?
Oh, sure. I didn't know if David was going to say. I didn't.
It's radio.
Yeah, no. Well, first of all, I'm not convinced that Vrabel will be there, because I know we're all waiting for what should be a pay-per-view event when Diana talks like the night before training camp. But also, he's got a credibility problem. You could say players don't care. Boulder Dash. That guy's sitting there telling them they need to be better men. They need to do the right thing. They need to commit to the team. Really? You were at breast rehab camp on day 3 of the draft, Tito. How's that Love Boat with an 8-month pregnant woman? I mean, I'm sorry. I think they're going to come crashing back down to earth.
See, it's easy for the players currently right now to say they don't care, because they come in for an off-season workout and then they're right back on vacation. But when you're packing up and getting ready to head there to the facility for a training camp, knowing you're about to be there for the next 8 months, they start caring about certain things.
And I got to think that Boston media really won't let this thing go.
They won't.
Not once Diana talks. She's going to pull Barry Sanders. She's going to send a fax to the Wichita Times-Picayune the night before camp.
Is Jalen Hurts' future in Philly on the line this season?
100% yes. Because now they got rid of the problem child. And now it's about you. And you've already seen some of the reports where people are a little turned off by his attitude. We're going to have to weigh out the winning percentage versus the performance. It hasn't been there. He looks like he lost his ability to throw the ball. Now, you want to cite the loss of Kellen Moore, a bad OC, sign Jared Goff, cool. But this is it right here. Yes, and in a city like Philly, they're not going to put up with a lot more. If this gets off the rails and they don't make the playoffs and Hurts is out there with that weird Eli blank look in his face, yes, I could totally see this becoming a flashpoint for him.
It's because you made a decision, or the franchise basically made a decision this offseason. It is now Hurts over A.J. Brown. So the minute you go out there and you don't do what you're supposed to do, you don't take them to the level they need to be at, oh, yeah, you're on the hook now.
Here's the other thing. I do wonder if he had a lower body injury at some point last year because he simply refused to use his legs.
That's fair.
And that's a big part of his game is when he gets moving.
But see, sometimes I wonder if that's spite, because I remember the year like Lamar no, I'm not going to run anymore. Like, Lamar, that's part of your game. No, I'm just going to use my arm. Okay, good luck with that. Last one. I shouldn't even brought that up. Can Dak Prescott finally add playoff success to his resume?
Yeah, I'm not against it. I think the Cowboys or the Giants, one of them is going to really surprise this year. I could see it. I don't have a high degree of confidence, but I'm not going to shoot that down either. I think Dallas is interesting. I think they've done a hell of a nice job turning over that roster. So I'll say yes.
I'll say no.
I know you hate the guy.
No, I don't hate the guy. I just don't see the playoff success. I don't see that for him.
Well, define playoff success. It would be winning a game.
They haven't done it yet, and I don't see him doing it. I just don't. Now, defensively as a team, I think they've done some things to improve on that side, but it's still on Dak. I don't think he can do it.
David, if we got time for one more,
yes.
I have one tailored just for you.
To hell with David, yes.
Okay. I got two if we can.
Yeah, I know all the time to work.
Okay. Pittsburgh Steelers, what exactly are we doing?
We're doing nothing. We're not doing anything that's winning football. We're signing guys. We got Herbig signed and we got Washington signed. Why? Why are we doing that? You're going to sign every defensive player we have?
Well, what's wrong with Nick Herbig?
Nothing's wrong with him, but you just pay Alex Highsmith and you still have TJ Watt out there.
But you can't have enough pass rushers. The Washington part would be the one where
I don't understand that one at all. What are we doing?
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Michael, this one's for you. Because you know a lot about this gentleman. But what will Brian Daboll be able to do for Cam Ward?
I guess if I just go back to when he was the OC in Buffalo, the problem I have now, years later, how much was Daboll and how much was Josh Allen? Cam Ward showed some flashes, and Daboll does know offense. The problem is he was saddled with Daniel Jones, and then Jackson Dart, you saw signs.
Right.
You did, but there was nothing around Dart. Neighbors died, Scatterbo died. I think he'll be good for him. I'm still going to bank on he hasn't forgotten how to coach. And I do think certain guys are OCs, not head coaches. He doesn't have the emotional stability to be a head coach. But to be an offensive coordinator, yeah, I'll buy.
Okay.
I'll buy.
And finally, here's an easy layup for you.
Yeah.
New York Jets, are they just kind of like the Cleveland Browns punting until next season?
I feel bad for Aaron Glenn, but it sure feels that way.
Can he survive?
I doubt it. It's New York. They're just not going to wait. And it's too bad. But it's also, you took the Jets job.
You knew what
you got to ride the horse you saddled there, Buckaroo. Okay. You took the Jets job.
That's your NFL Blitz 97.1.
All right, before we get back to the people, I want to add another thing into the hopper. And we'll check on text later in the hour, but I just want to add this. Watching the NBA Finals last night, and I'll relate this to the Pistons. I am now, convinced more than ever. If you do not have a center that can space the floor, you're not winning a championship. Now, forget about Wemby being a unicorn. I know this. Yeah. But no.
No, his alley-oops were just...
But I'm going to expand this basically over a 5-year period. I mean, whether it is Giannis, who for all intensive purposes, okay, that's the last non-spacer that got it done. Okay, Golden State didn't have an elite big. No, they had the greatest shooting team in history.
And Andre Iguodala actually won the MVP.
Right. The rest of this comes down to Karl Anthony Towns v. Wemby. Spacer. You go to the finals, okay, the ECF and the WCF. You had Chet on one side. I know Game 7, but Chet plays a role. He's a spacer. You had Mobley. He's a spacer. You go into last season, and you start looking at what it takes. Miles Turner, he was a spacer. They played Chet. Okay, go the year before. The Celtics had a duo of Al Horford and KP. Spacers. I say this because all the conversation just centers around, whoa, what will the Pistons pay Jalen Duren? And I'm like, I don't even want to pay. I keep watching this series, and I try to transport the Pistons into this series. How do you... The way that Cat and Wemby both are affecting what the defenses have to do by where they're able to play and what they're able to do, it's showing you that if you pay Duren, you are going to operate at a robust disadvantage. So my problem, it's like we're talking about the wrong thing. We're talking about what to pay him versus do I pay him?
Why you pay him.
Yes, and that's where Duren can be a good player, and still it would mean I don't want to commit 35, 40 mil a year. I don't. I just don't. Because stylistically, the things I'm going to need him to do, I have zero evidence he's capable of doing. Or you've got to be typical Detroit and just show everybody how different you can be in how you win it.
And I think the bigger problem for Jalen Duren, Mike, is he's on the same team with Ausar Thompson. So you're almost playing 3.5 versus 5 on the court.
Correct. And if Wemby or Cat is the assignment, Duren's going to have to play 20-plus feet away from the basket. And then on the offensive end, because Duren is not capable of playing out on the perimeter, teams will simply pack the paint. Now, the Pistons can offset some of that with shooting, but it jumps out at you when you're watching the highest level of basketball and you have both bigs playing that same role. And then I go, cool, we're about to pay a guy who's completely incapable of doing this.
Right. When you see Wemby or Cat line up and just shoot the three, just wide open, no hesitation.
Even their presence and threat of the shot.
Yes.
That's allowing the Knicks. Obviously, last night was a little uneven. But by dragging Wemby away from the basket, he can't play center field.
Right.
And if he can't play center field, now I'm creating space. It takes away him being this 7'5" unicorn. The flip side of it is, look at how he plays offensively.
And right, because you have to respect the three-pointer, he all of a sudden comes off the screen, goes to the basket, throws his hand up in the air.
Oh, the alley-oop. Oh, those things are obscene. That's the cheat code.
It was like 3 Knicks hanging on him. And he's like, that's cute, fellas. Watch
I'm just
this.
making a point to you. I mean, even if you wanted to go back to the bubble, and there are times where LeBron plays the role of the point forward and they don't need a true center. I get it. That's an outlier. But Bam Adebayo brought Miami to a final. Bam is an initiator. Bam plays out high and is one of the best big men passers in the league, fully capable of a jump shot as well. Right. So look, I just wanted I don't know if we'll get a single opinion on this outside of us talking to each other.
I think we will because
my number's 30, by the way. That's what I'm paying you. If he doesn't want 30, 5 at 150, have a nice day, go get 177 from the Lakers. I'm not doing it.
This is one where I'm actually kind of hoping it's almost like the Gleyber Torres. I don't want to offer you anything. I hope you find something else. I don't want to get locked in to somebody who I know is not going to help me win a title as the second guy, because you're going to have to pay Thompson, and you're just offensively challenged at that point. So I do think that people will call in, because when you watch this, I think that this series has finally put the end of what you did in the regular season. You're seeing it right here, right now. Yeah, but we beat the Knicks in 4 straight times. Doesn't matter. You couldn't hang with this team. They didn't have all their players when they played you, and it's a totally different level. And imagine if you did beat them. What would you be doing to the San Antonio Spurs and Wemby? Nothing. And it's not because, well, he's an alien and nobody can stop him. Teams have beat him, but what would be your strategy?
Well, and Karl Anthony Towns has done a very, very respectable job against Wemby. Now, I know last night Wemby finally popped off a little bit.
But it was, it was never going to sweep.
Right, but over a 3-game sample, I think Cat's done a really nice job. That's not an easy assignment, man.
Right, and I'm saying, if you're the Pistons fan, what would be your strategy in doing this? Because this is the future.
And that's my problem, is if they tie up $40 million a year in him, you're at another deficit. So it's just something, and maybe I'm one of 4 people watching the finals. I respect that too. David, go ahead. You look like you were about to yell at me, so why don't we just get that
No, I'm not
over?
yelling at you at all. The strategy, Rico, is exactly what Cat's doing. You have to be aggressive offensively. You have to go at him, but the problem is Duren can't do anything that Cat is doing. I can't trust that Duren can take the ball from the 3-point line all the way to the rim in certain situations. I can't trust that, because what he's going to do is he's going to look like a statue, Duren will, and then try to make a move. I'm sorry, he's going to destroy you. Wemby will every single time.
I also can't get it out of my head, the disparity between his regular season and postseason.
Correct.
Whether it's fair or unfair, I'm being honest with you. I can't get it out of my head what we witnessed where he got his lunch money stolen by Wendell Carter.
No.
Like, that's hard for me to overcome that.
It shouldn't be, because for everybody, because we do it for every other player. Oh, James Harden. Wait till he gets to the playoffs. Oh, yeah, Chris Paul. Wait till he gets to. We do it for all of these different players. Well, guess what? You got one here.
Yeah.
Regular season, postseason, different people.
I just don't understand the calculus in giving in to Duren when the most he could get from another team is 177. Why would I end up even in that range? He can ask for whatever he wants, but my offer is my offer. You can take it or leave it. I just don't want to get into that. I don't want to go a penny over $30 million. Just don't.
No.
Nah, maybe I feel a little different, but you're going to have to trade beefs too. That's the other thing people don't realize. You know, and it's not about B-ball Paul. If you're excited to have Paul Reed play a more foundational role, fine. But you can't pay $16 million to your backup center and then pay $40 to your starter. You can't have $56 million in centers when you're bereft of shooting. You're not the Thunder. You don't have guys on rookie scale deals. You don't. And even the Thunder have financial decisions coming, but this isn't OKC radio. I don't even know if they have radio in Oklahoma City.
They have radio. But Mike, they got 13 draft picks, so I think they'll be okay.
What is it, WCOW? Moo. Come on down to the Cattleman's Outfitter. We've got great specials on Thursdays. Get the hell out of here with that hayseed market. David, text, or do you want to get to the phones next?
Let's get to the phones next.
Okay. I don't know what I said that was out of line. I don't know if OKC is radio.
It wasn't out of line. Nope, not out of line.
You're on one today, man.
WCOW.
Right, he ordered the spicy masticholi.
I didn't say they didn't have indoor plumbing. I said I don't know if they have this burgeoning radio scene.
They may not have indoor plumbing.
WCOW.
Holy cows.
All right. Well, you know what, Mike?
Come on down to Tractor Supply. We've got 2 for $1 on combines.
Get it all out. Okay. Mike, you weren't the only one watching the NBA Finals last night. I was down in the basement watching it the same as you. We were sending texts to each other. Guys, look, you've been wanting the man cave of your dreams. Let Matrix Basement hook you up. Let them design your man cave, your ultimate man cave, the thing you've been waiting years for, the thing you've been talking about for years, maybe even a decade. You moved into a house and you saw the basement. You saw all the possibilities and potential that it has. Be honest with yourself right now. It's a storage unit. It's a place where the kids just go down and play. Take that back. Make it yours. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. Let their award-winning design staff show you what they can do. You can go and look at some of the designs and some of the finished products at their YouTube channel as well. Go to matrixbasements.com. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
Let's get right to the people. Couple of different topics in the mix. People are ready to talk about it. So let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, thanks for hanging, man. What's going on?
Rico, Mike, Boombaye.
What's the good word, Kev?
I'm old school. All right. So here's what I'm thinking. I think that if we trade Skubal, we already haven't had him for months anyway, trade Skubal to make the team better, probably maybe get one bat and another possible prospect or something.
Mm-hmm.
At least two players, right?
Yeah.
At least. You're going to at least get that, I figure. And then buy at the deadline to make the team better.
Look, I sold that earlier where I can't write them off because this is the worst American League of my adult life, and I'm not ready to say they're getting back into anything. They're 12 games under. But trading Skubal, whether this team starts to win more or not, I'm with you because
you could be better.
Well, look at your rotation. You'd have Valdez, who you signed as your de facto ace. You'd have Flaherty. You'd have Melton. You'd have JV. You'd have Montero. Look, I'm not telling you it's as good, but in the aggregate, to your point, if trading Skubal nets me an MLB-ready prospect, preferably who hits right-handed, and then I go out at the deadline and I make an addition, why can't I do both at the same time? Kev, I can't lose the guy for nothing. That's very difficult.
Could add three players at the deadline. You could add three possible major leaguers at the deadline.
Look, I agree with you, but I think you agree with what I'm saying. I have no faith they're going to have the gumption to trade Skubal.
Right.
Well, they should.
I know. But, Kev, here's the other thing. They might trick around and win enough games that they're just going to say to hell with it. We're going all in, and we love our comp picks.
Not only that, I can't believe people are actually saying we should trade Skubal away. Like, they'll get that cocky, and I think they'll get that
that's fine. I'm not
arrogant.
the one who won. I didn't win 5 games in May. They did. I didn't do this.
No.
Now, is it inverse May? I don't know. But they have 3 against the Twins, who are 3-9 or 3-10 their last 13.
You know what? Here's the thing. I'm still going to pump the brakes because I look back to May when they played a lot of bad teams, and we're like, oh, you know what? They can fix this when they play this team swept.
And they're due a few breaks, right? That game they stole Sunday. Like, great. The Mariners had 5 walks the last 2 innings. Like, you were owed a few breaks because you were on the wrong side of those games. But even now, they're going to play the Yankees 6 times in June. Judge is dead.
Right.
Look, you're going to get a few breaks. Maybe they
think about this. Yeah, on Sunday, McGonigal, the ball is 2 inches lower. It's an out.
That's baseball, man. I know. Look, bottom line, they were never going to keep losing at that pace. So it's just this idea of I'm not going to overreact that they naturally win more. They weren't going to lose 102 games this season. That was the pace they were on. It's insanity.
Right.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing good. How are you doing?
Good.
Hey, legally, is there anything the NCAA can do to penalize Texas Tech if Brennan Sorsby sees the field?
No.
Yes. Okay, so they can't say, all right, he's eligible to play, but if you play him, you're out of bowl games for the next
because
year.
here's the key. And Mike, this is the folly of the sport. The NCAA, no matter the powers it used to have, they didn't even run their own process of who names the national champion. The networks control that. So the networks already showed you they're not interested in doing what's right. They let that scumbag Wolverine team play. They don't care about Texas Tech. Guns up. Their announcers will be under strict orders. You don't say the words gambling. You don't even use words that rhyme with it, like rambling. You don't even do it. No, Mike, there's nothing anyone's going to do because no one's running the sport. The networks are. The NCAA can't win a court case. I have a bigger problem with the judge than I do the NCAA enforcing their rules. Yeah. It's insane to me. Good talk. Thanks, Mike. I don't know what happened there.
No.
Maybe I answered his question too much.
I mean, at least with Trinidad Chambliss, it was like he's just been around forever, and he just sued for more eligibility. But this, I don't see how an adult just can't say no. You know what? Just no. NCAA, when the NCAA is making the smartest move, as Charles Ramsey said, something's wrong.
Yeah, very fair. We'll go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, Mike. How are you today?
Good, pal. What's up?
I just wanted to talk to you about Jonathan Duran. Do you think possibly that since he's really young, that he could transition into a center that could potentially space the floor just even a little bit? Because, I mean, I know Beef Stew, we're going to have to get rid of him, obviously, because we're not going to be able to pay, like you said, $40 million to Duran and then $16 to Stew. So I'm hoping they're not going to go over a dime of even 25 to me, 26 maybe. Because I just don't understand why he needs to get paid $30 million.
Yeah, Brett, I'd love to answer your question with a level of confidence, but no, I mean, Brett, I would have to bank on him in all 3 phases of his game. offensively, doing things he's shown no ability to do. It goes well beyond just taking and making threes. This is also something where it's like, I need you to be able to put it on the floor and pull up. I need you to be able to post. Like, it's Brett, I lean no. That's just not who he's going to be. And that means you need an all-world stretch four to offset it, which, by the way, those don't grow on trees.
Yeah, who would you say would be a good stretch for them for us to grab?
Lauri Markkanen or Trey Murphy?
Yeah, I mean, well, is Trey Murphy considered a stretch four? I guess I'm not really sure. Is he a three?
No, he is. No, I mean, he would play four. The thing for me is Markkanen provides the size, and I could have lineups on the floor where I could have Markkanen out top, and I could go small around him, provide more shooting. There's just more ways to play with Markkanen. Again, is Markkanen some great defender? Is Markkanen going to have 20 rebound nights? No. But he's a guy that could drop 30 any given night. And he just spaces it out. He becomes a pick and roll option, a pick and pop option. They need that.
All right, yeah, thanks. I appreciate
No
that.
problem,
insight.
bud.
And go Tigers.
Yeah, well, hopefully, Brett. They got a long way to go, buddy. You just play it one at a time. See if you can light up Taj Bradley tonight. I don't know. The other thing, too, is now you get to a point with Melton. Now is where, okay, you've been up here now. You've had 6, 7 career starts. The video's out. Teams are going to start to respond to you. Let's see. Yeah. Because, I mean, dude, I lived through this. I remember when I was a kid, the Yankees had a guy come up out of nowhere named Sam Militello. He won his first 7 starts. We thought we had the next great Yankee pitcher. Cutscene. Here's the rest of Militello's career.
Didn't turn out to be Andy Pettitte.
It did not. It's like the commercial. At least little Doug signed insurance right. He did not. Sam Militello, Hall of Fame. He did not. All right.
You know what? He just needs to go sit in Central Park and
do some art like Wemby.
It works.
The biggest stage of world soccer, days away. Every goal can change everything. FanDuel is going to give you a reason to root for every single one with every goal pays promotion. You bet on a match. Can I just say you bet on a game? Enough with this Euro highfalutin crap.
On the pitch.
Bet on a game. Get bonus bets for every goal scored in the game. That's right. More goals, more bets. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started now. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply bonus token. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Get back to business in a moment. We want to touch the table. We're not far from free agency, draft season, and of course, nothing sets your day off like some big black rumor. Or John Tesh a cappella. Either way.
See, I decided to save.
Wait for it.
I'm going to save the big, black, juicy, sexy rumors for when we get closer and closer to the draft.
Okay.
But the draft, first round, is June 23rd, and free agency begins a week after that. So
Sure.
let's get to some rumors here that we're seeing. And
Are they big and black?
Sure. We
Okay.
gotta.
Well, we got to grade the rumors.
I was about to say something, but let's just stick to, yes, they are big and black here. Let's start in Boston here with Jaylen Brown.
Oh, weird. You mean we're going to trade him for Giannis?
Well, hold on. There's a report here that is not a Giannis deal. It says the Pelicans have been mentioned by various league executives. They are interested in Jaylen Brown.
Cool.
It says, according to Jake Fisher, that we don't know if Boston is even going to fully entertain that one. One name that would return to Boston in this one.
Trey Murphy.
Trey Murphy.
Yeah, look, I think dealing for Giannis is something distinctively different. Do the Celtics need front court help? Absolutely. This was why this was a gap year for them. I think Jaylen Brown's going to get traded for Giannis. I've said it for a month. I'm sticking to it. It fits too naturally. Giannis gets what he wants, and honestly, Jaylen wants to be the big fish in a little pond. There you go. Enjoy the cheese curds. And it's a 1v1, and both teams are happy.
So for Boston, is it Giannis or bust? Nobody else.
No. I think
would you entertain this deal?
It would have to be Trey Murphy plus, but of course I would.
Okay.
The Celtics get a stretch 4, but with Giannis, you're getting a guy that when he's healthy and playing is giving you an efficiency in the paint like Shaq in his prime. What do the Celtics lack while playing Missoula ball? Any ability to produce paint points.
Okay.
So I just think stylistically, it's what you
mean, I didn't know if it's one of those, we're going to put every other deal on hold until Giannis is dealt somewhere, and then if he doesn't come here, we'll take that deal.
I think that would be an accurate way to describe it to me.
Other teams that are looking in on Brown, by the way, are the Rockets, the Hawks, and the Trailblazers.
Rockets, I would ask for Sengun. They play good enough defense around him. You could have a turnstile at center. Plus, he can operate out high, facilitate the offense, get Tatum away from having to handle the ball in the fourth quarter. Who else was looking at him?
Hawks, Trailblazers. Not a lot there with those teams.
I'd have to workshop those two rosters.
I think those are just two teams that are just trying to put their names out there and see what can happen.
That's fair.
Let's move over to the Giannis conversation here because according to
Jaylen
reports, according to reports, it is indicated that Miami is the preferred destination for Giannis.
Of course it is.
And right now, apparently, Miami is just waiting on a response. They sent out a package of Tyler Hero, number 13 pick, Khalil Ware, and your guy from UCLA, Rico Jaquez Jr.
He fell off. He was great as a rookie. And then I don't know what happened.
Lee caught up.
And then two other first-round picks as well.
But yeah, and if I'm Milwaukee, I mean, it's not a terrible package, but Hero to me is just a highlight player. He can't guard a soul. He's a fun guy to have, to watch, but would I want him on my team? Not particularly. Not the position he plays. You got to spend your eternity hiding him on the perimeter. That's really hard to do.
Yeah, and I think it looks like Miami is trying to build a super. They want Giannis, and it was somebody else that they were trying.
The report out there says that if they get Giannis, then Kawhi Leonard would be then interested to go to Miami.
Yeah. Their problem, again, is both these deals would have to be done well above the cap.
You're exactly right.
So that's very complicated, and frankly, I don't feel like it.
I think in this situation with this one, the package that they have, you're right. I think Milwaukee knows that they can get elsewhere, and they're saying we could probably get better than Tyler Hero. That's why Miami's waiting on a response.
Correct.
Let's go to Kyrie Irving. The
Jaylen Brown.
Timberwolves are gaining serious traction on a potential Irving deal. It's not confirmed yet. Other teams involved on Kyrie Irving, Minnesota, the Houston Rockets, the LA Lakers, and the Detroit Pistons.
Gross. Minnesota makes sense because Anthony Edwards is alone, and he's a wacko too. So maybe those two would get together in the same sandbox.
About to say, but isn't that just the West version of the Pistons?
It to a point it is, except our superstar's not insane in the membrane.
No.
There's a difference. I mean, Anthony Edwards is Jeremy Otto. Somebody's pregnant every 15 minutes.
It's
And there's another one,
you
another
know
child
what?
on the way.
It's-
And another
it's
one.
the upgrade to the Derek Jeter
gift basket.
Gift basket.
Yeah, I look.
So instead of getting gift baskets, you get a baby.
Here's your, I've calculated it out. Here's your check for the next 18 years.
Yeah,
Go
I
live
look.
your life.
I don't want Kyrie here. I think he's a culture killer. I'm not interested or concerned with Minnesota's culture. He can go there. I think it'd be a real mistake for the Pistons to give up assets to get a guy who hasn't played basketball in 18 months. And once again, insane.
So let's close it out with this one here because this is a name that's been
Jaylen Brown.
Out. No, not
To the
Jaylen
Pistons?
Brown.
Yeah, you can have him. I'm done with JB after that Game 7 routine. I'm out.
Name that's been out there, floated around, is Ja Morant. And apparently the Phoenix Suns are a team looking into him.
He's a negative asset.
I agree.
You'd have to attach picks for someone to take that contract on. He is not deemed a positive asset in the league. So Memphis would have to pay, essentially provide the postage to get him out of there. I don't know that Ja Morant's the same player anymore. So you could
So you
try.
don't think a change of scenery would help him out?
Okay, yes. But what's left in the tank, and is he going to play winning ball? I need you to go back through his resume of all the mistakes, factor in the money.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. You're going to bring that guy into your building. You better be right. And here's the other problem. You're going to have $125 million tied up in Devin Booker and Ja Morant.
Yeah,
What's
but
left to put around them?
Ishbia wants to win, so I can see him making that type
So
of
if he
a
wants
silly
to
move.
win, he shouldn't go get Ja Morant.
Wouldn't do
David, he needs a name. He needs names out there. So
How about Jaylen Brown? I've had enough.
I don't know, but we'll see about Jaylen Brown. That is your NBA Fast Break, 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal says he feels good after his one rehab start with West Michigan. He's set to throw another bullpen tomorrow, which he expects to go well. Evan Woodbury of MLive says all signs point to return to the big league club Friday or Saturday against Cleveland as well. Game 1 against the Twins is scheduled to start at 6:40. They had the tarp off for a while, but now it's back on, and the rain is coming down hard. Kevin McGonigal back in the lineup, hitting second and playing third. Earlier was named the frontrunner for AL Rookie of the Year in the latest MLB poll. Murakami was second behind him. Here's the rest of the lineup. Gleyber Torres leads off at second. Kevin McGonigal hits second at third. Dylan Dingler in the 3-hole as he catches. Carpenter, Green, Torkelson in the middle as well. Colt Keith begins the bottom of the order, hitting seventh and DHing. Matt Vierling batting eighth and playing center field. Zach McKinstry will round it out and play shortstop here today with Troy Melton on the mound. He's looked good off the injured list lately. This year will be the last year of the Rocket Classic. Rocket Mortgage pulling their sponsorship and not picking up the available option. The PGA says they'll still remain interested in Detroit and will search for a new sponsor. Dwindling attendance, increased sponsorship costs, and changes to the PGA schedule. A few reasons to point to this move as well. The Stanley Cup Finals roll on tonight in Vegas. They've got a 2-1 lead. Puck drop coming up at 8 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Good to have you with us. We've got a lot to get to. And I want to bring this back because it's been a source of passion by callers all day. And we're going to run two topics simultaneously. You choose. Look, the Tigers thing is simple. Where are you at with this baseball team? We know May was a hellscape, and we know they're 5-1 in the month of June. What do I do with it? Nothing. I just have to sit, watch, wait. Because you are 12 games under 500. You are 9.5 out. It doesn't mean you're done. I can't write you off because this is the worst AL of my adult life. Mm-hmm. It is. And the next 10 games, you're going to play the Twins 3 times here. The Twins are 3-10 their last 13. You'll take on Cleveland, who's scuffling a little bit, 4-6 over their last 10. And then you take on a Houston team who is absolute dog water. Hey, you'll play the Yankees 6 times coming up. No Aaron Judge. So,
how long is he gone?
Months. And again, it's possible you claw your way back. But here's the problem. Do you even want that? Where do you want this Skubal thing to land? Look, I don't think they're trading him. I just will be shocked because I don't think they have the chops to do it. I think that's a tough conversation to go into your owner in a year you spent to get a top 10 payroll. And you go, well, booby, baby, here's the deal. I got to trade the best guy we've had since Verlander and the best guy we'll ever have. By the way, Chris, if you got time, I need you to scratch me a check for $15 million because I got to send that with him.
That's it.
That's a tough conversation. Versus, golly gee, we went for it. It didn't work. Selling a message of hope is always easier. But I want to know where you're at with your baseball team. Are you done? Are you in the mix? Are you like me where you're just like, well, can't write them off, can't believe in them either, and let's see if we can light Taj Bradley up. That's one.
Yeah.
The other topic is Brendan Sorsby, who has quickly become Darth Vader for college football. You guys know what went down yesterday. He gambled. He was ruled ineligible. That's 2 + 2 = 4. Unfortunately, we live in a society where 2 + 2 = 5.
Correct.
And the NCAA lost in court again because a retired judge decided things. Mainly, Sorsby would incur irreparable damage if he wasn't allowed to play. What? That's like saying I'll incur irreparable damage if I'm not allowed speeding after I get picked up for speeding.
Yeah, I didn't understand that as well. I guess that was just some justification on why we have to let him come back, because if he doesn't come back right now, he could get hurt. It's football.
He could get hurt for his pro. Here's an idea. You did something that hurts your pro stock. But I want to read you one quote that it's almost as if I wrote it and said it.
Okay.
And this comes from a head coach. And I'll tell you who after, because if I tell you before, some people might be like, well, I don't like him. I think it's sad that these adults and people who are supposed to guide college football aren't guiding it. I think it's a shame. Everyone's looking out for self-interest. No one is looking out for what's right in college football, close quote. That's from TCU head coach Sonny Dykes. And there are people now, including the athletic director at K-State, basically saying this is bleeping, bleepity, bleepity blue, and we're not playing them. Look, the bottom line is this. Where are you at? This is very similar to the Tigers question. Where are you at with college football? Because this has been a hell of a run for you. If you're a college football loyalist like I was, you start out with Michigan's egregious cheating, and at any point, did anyone do the right thing? Nope. The NCAA even came out and is basically like, well, they destroyed all the evidence. So, yeah, innocent people don't do that. Did Santana do the right thing? No. Bad. Okay, then you get into the networks taking a Don Corleone stranglehold on the sport, doing everything to destroy everything about it. And then the coup de grace, the other chocolate chip cookie to finish the ice cream sandwich, the melting moments. Guy who gambles, ineligible. Not ineligible because Al Bundy, retired judge, says things. Now Texas Tech, did their school president do the right thing? No. Did Joey McGuire, the head coach? No. And now everyone's saying we don't want to play these guys. That's before you get to, and I'm not trying to make fun of them. I thought it was a little bit of a bleeding hearts routine by Cookies this morning. Oh, how do I trust anything going on anymore? Dude, it's bigger than that. There's no rules. We can't act like it's going to be the 1919 White Sox every Saturday. There's a tinge of that in all sports.
I'll say you could say that going all the way back to remember when what was it, either Nick or Joey Bosa just opted out the season. Yeah, we're not going to win the title. We lost to Penn State, so I'm hurt. I'm getting ready for the draft.
Things. Right. But the whole idea is there are no rules. There is no accountability, and therefore there's no point. I wish you good luck, and I hope you guys enjoy your sport. You don't need to know where I'm at. I'm done. It's part of the reason I don't even want to do cash ticket anymore.
Yeah, but
honestly,
Mike, I think it's a Saturday thing. I equate it to back
Damocles sword.
No. When the Lions were bad, you knew they were bad.
Hold on. What was the other one? Rothschild's dog, or what was it?
Schrodinger's cat.
Yes. It's a lot like Occam's razor. Talk to me.
It is. But when the Lions were bad, people knew they were never going to go to the Super Bowl. Super Bowl was something that other teams did, and it was like you played a different sport, but you still every Sunday, because that's what you did every Sunday, you watched Lions game, and you knew it was bad football, and you had all the built-in excuses. I think that's where college football fans are right now. You're hoping that one day it comes back. It probably won't, but it's what you've done for decades. So what else am I going to do? I'm not as invested as I used to be. But kind of like you would read the preview magazines. You wanted to learn about all the different teams. You don't care about that now. Can you entertain me? Can I see a fun game? And if not, all right, I'll just go mow the lawn or do something else. But I'll give you first option on Saturday. As long as you entertain me, I'll keep watching.
Well, good for you. 248-539-9797. So those are the two. And I want to know where you're at, because I think the Sorsby thing is an absolute disgrace. I mean, it's cut and dry. You gamble, you're ineligible. This is like Pete Rose carrying on as the manager for the Reds and getting in the Hall of Fame. What's the point anymore? I mean, the NCAA can't win a case, and they're not even wrong here. There's no adults in the room. I'd like to know where you're at. And if you still love college football, I just need to know what it is you love about it. There's no judgment. I'm not mad at anyone who still loves it. I don't understand you, but I'm not mad at you.
Judged.
And as far, no, you're not judged. I want you to just do whatever you want to do to make you happy. Life is way too short. But I'm not going to be made fun of and called, Peter Falk here, because I don't like it and I don't want to be a part of it. I think it's trash.
Okay, Mike, you built your bunker years ago. Okay, you did.
What am I build a bunker?
You opted out of this
because I saw where it was going.
But it wasn't a bit. It wasn't. Oh, you know how some people say, "I'm done with this," and then they're back. And it's like, wait, I thought you were done with this last week. You left. You never came back.
I did not.
We left the door. We left the key under the mat. We left the door unlocked. And after a while, we're like,
But it's only gotten worse to the point that the sport is a parody. It's completely broken.
It is.
And there's no one coming to save it.
It is, and I guess maybe I'm foolish because I'm thinking at some point somebody's going to realize how valuable this sport is. We're just going to fix this thing, and we're going to come up with some rules. And
I don't think
you know
you can.
what? If you guys want to sue, great. Guess what? It's not your privilege to play in the NCAA. We're going to treat this like a private business. You can't just sue FedEx because, well, I always wanted to work at FedEx. Well, we said no, so you can't sue us to get a job.
Let me throw the number up. And whether it's the Tiger side of the conversation or the Brendan Sorsby thing, and the quotes have been scathing. I mean, you have schools saying we will not schedule Texas Tech in the future in any sport. Look, I think if the Big 12 had any balls, which they don't, you know what they would do? They'd say straight up, we're not playing you this year. What do you mean? We're not playing.
That was in the statement.
Well, you really don't mean that. No, we do. You could show up to our stadium. There won't be anyone there. Well, what about when TCU comes to Lubbock? Yeah, we're not on the plane. We're not coming. The Big 12, but this is where these conference commissioners are wastes of skin. They're pieces of human vomit. They don't represent anything but greed. They are nothing more than the hooker for TV networks. That's all this is. Same thing for that gutless worm, Tony Petitti. It's the same principle. No one's going to do the right thing. No one will do anything because they're all just trying to hang on. That's all this is. So, yeah, I don't want to be a part of it.
See,
if
Mike,
you do, that's fine.
You're exactly right because you got the Kansas State AD saying that it's effing BS. But you know what they don't have? They don't have Texas Tech on their schedule this year.
So there you go. So easy for him to show everybody how big his Brajal is. You don't play him this year. What?
You won't want to date.
And you need...
Because I'm just so tired of these people.
You were out painting with Wemby last night.
That's right. Recharged my batteries painting a statue in Bryant Park.
You need the Big 12 schools to say no. I don't expect it from Abilene Christian. I don't expect it from Oregon State and Sam Houston. They need a check,
right?
Okay? But the Big 12 schools, that first Big 12 school is Houston on September 18th. Say no.
I wouldn't play him. Wouldn't play him. But it's the same gutless crap that Alan Haller did at State. He never should have played that game. 48 hours before the game, you get a phone call. You don't have to play if you don't want to. They have all your plays. Oh, that's all right. Paul Blart decided, yeah, we'll go out there and get blanked 49-0. Sweet.
In all fairness, they're going to get blanked anyway.
Fine. The point is they shouldn't have played the game because it would have effed with Michigan.
It would have. And that's what it's going to take, Mike. A school to not say, because you don't want your fans, you don't want your alums saying, wait, did we just dodge this team? No, you're taking a stand and you need to have everybody on the same page. Now, as you know, no one's been on the same page at Michigan State in over a decade.
No, it's a clown show.
So, but yes, if the other schools all said we're not doing it, I don't think that they will all do it.
No, and that's the point.
You may get one and the rest will be like, oh, we're gonna lose a check. We're gonna
but
lose
there's
out
your
on
problem.
money. We're
Like
gonna
if I'm Cincinnati, if I'm anyone playing Texas Tech, not playing the game. I just come out today and say straight up, this is an embarrassment. We do not stand for this. This is not acceptable. We are not playing the game. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Get kicked out of the conference?
No,
won't happen.
Right. But if everybody did it, I don't think that everybody's strong enough to do it.
I think if 3 or 4 teams did it, that would be enough to upend Texas Tech season.
Right.
And then it would force the hand of the Big 12 commissioner to go, all right, here's the deal. You can't play this kid.
Right. But if 3 or 4 teams do it, then the commissioner then has to decide who won that game. Because did you just forfeit because you refused to play?
Don't care.
Now it's okay, but I kind of needed that.
The other problem I have in this too,
David, I see you saying, "Oh, who cares?" But
no, and I'm not. I know that I've swung the conversation away from the Tigers. Please don't take. No. I want people to call on both.
They got 98 more games.
Okay. But my other problem in this, the networks will run cover because they own the product. You will not get those 2 useful idiots, Joel and Gus, to even say the word gambling when they invariably have a Texas Tech game. well, Brendan Sorsby's been dealing with adversity. It's not adversity when you cause it to yourself.
Oh, my God. This kid is such a hero. Look at all he's gone through.
Ha!
I'm with you.
I can't take it.
I get it. I understand. I don't think if everybody does it, yes. But if one or two schools boycott, okay, well, we got to give that game to Texas Tech, and you just rewarded them.
Oh, don't worry. The scumbags at the playoff committee, I'm sure, will do the right thing. Cue up Charlie Baker. Okay, then, 248-539-9797. And again, I'd love to talk Tigers with you. I get it if you're just like Mike. I can't do it. Like, they're 12 under. I know they've won a few games. But I'm asking, because I'm telling you they're going to win more games here now. Like, they were unsustainably bad in May. You were naturally, like through some form of biology osmosis, you were going to win more games. They're going to creep into this thing. And my fear is they'll hold on to Scoobel. I just want to know where you're at. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They have a brand new warehouse that's absolutely phenomenal. They've always had everything in stock. Now it's just more of more. Selection, service, price, full window program. I'd tell you to just go online, but you really should just stop by the damn place. Take home some samples, and if you're a contractor and you're not in business with Northville, you cost yourself money. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Hey, I got one more for you. If you didn't think it could get worse, this is from ESPN. This just dropped. So, Brennan Sorsby's appeal. A Texas court scheduled a trial against the NCAA for February 8th of 2027, 2 weeks after the college football playoff championship. But wait, there's more. The appeals process and trial would take place in the 99th District Court in Lubbock County, Texas, where Texas Tech is located. But wait, there's more. The same day a judge granted Sorsby a temporary injunction that might clear him to play for the Red Raiders, the NCAA's already appealed. So this is good, right? No. Each of the 4 justices in the 7th District who would hear the case, Chief Justice Judy Parker, Lawrence Doss, Alex Yarborough, and Laura Pratt, are all graduates of Texas Tech School of Law.
Well, hopefully justice will be blind and, you know.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
David, text and we'll get to the people. And again, the Tiger Talk is welcome. I just know what people are passionate about today. I just want to know if this is kind of the end of the line for you with college football. Because to me, what's even left? They've destroyed rivalries, the playoff expansion. Everything is just money, money, money. They've wrecked rivalries. And then stuff like this is crazy. It's in the bylaws. You gamble, you're done. He gambled on college football repeatedly. He gambled on games that while he didn't play, he bet against his own team in certain over-under things. Like you're betting under passing yards in an Indiana game when you're sitting in the QB meeting that week. What are we talking about?
You know the game plan.
There's symposiums.
Right.
You can't gamble.
We're going to hammer the ball. We're just going to run it. Oh, okay.
David, text communications, please.
Hey, Mike Rico, I'm pretty much out the door with college football. Once that 2014 playoff becomes a reality, I'm closing the door behind me. That is from Quentin.
Okay.
College football is entertainment masquerading as competition. WWE, UFC, Avengers franchise movie, that's what it is. It's a joke. Just make money. It's the mantra.
That's the
Brian
key.
in a car.
College football was always fueled on emotion. And look, if you're a Michigan and an OSU fan, I mean, you can lie to yourself, but your game doesn't mean 25% of what it used to mean. It used to be the loser of that game, their season was caused irreparable damage. Now, who cares? If both of you are good, you're getting in. The game doesn't mean anything. Oh, we're in a Big Ten championship game. Are you? Because Penn State and Oregon both got to the playoff. It didn't matter. Oh, yeah? Well, in the SEC it did. No, it didn't. Texas and Georgia, both teams got in. But wait, the ACC, it really mattered. No, it didn't. SMU lost, still got in. Like, nothing. Actually, Macho Man may have said it best. Where is that garbage? I know I got it here somewhere. Here it is. I mean, it's college football. Nothing means nothing. You gambled on the sport, it's in the bylaws? Nope, nothing means nothing. We found a retired judge on a golf course. He disagrees.
You know what? No, that one ticket texter may have put it best where, you just kind of look at it as, you know what, a movie or something like that where you go, you're entertained, and then if you like it, you keep talking about it. Maybe you watch it again. But other than that, you move on with your life.
David?
That's depressing, Rico. Great topic, guys. This is just one of the ugliest sides of the that NIL has created. Before NIL, he wouldn't have had $90,000 to bet with. That is from Dean.
Yeah, but it's not about the NIL. The kid made a mistake, and you got to pay for the mistake. It's like people who blather on about free speech. Free speech isn't free. You're free to say it, but depending on the environment and what you say, there's a price to be paid. The only thing that's guaranteed is you're not going to be persecuted. Now, if you say something stupid, that's not free.
Fair.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to vilify the idea of players making money. I mean, I'm sure there's somewhere somebody's making a bunch of money in NIL and they're doing a bunch of coke. I mean, what am I going to do? Blame NIL?
No, and that's just it, because I hear people, this is all NIL. So there's a lot of people doing a lot of good things where you see students going and giving to community centers, going back and giving to places. He was going to gamble regardless, okay? If he has an addiction, the dirty little secret, he would have found ways to do this no matter what.
To the people.
And hold on. And that's why I agree with the athletic director who said, son, just how about you fix yourself?
Right, take the
and
year
stop
off.
worrying about playing.
You know what I would love? If they've just said, listen, you're ineligible for the year. You need to go get yourself right. Texas Tech says, look, you got a home here. It's just not playing this year.
Right.
And you want to come back next year, you figure it out. Nah. Suspend him against Abilene Christian. Give him that Sharon Moore chasing a nut suspension.
Correct.
Oh, just pick when you want to be with your side chick. You could be suspended for that game. Spin a wheel. Go to Ray, 97.1. Ray, how you doing, buddy?
Doing pretty good, Mike and Rico. Good to talk to you here on a, Tuesday afternoon, nice and rainy and sunny, and the weather doesn't know what it wants to do?
No, it's gorgeous. What do you got?
Hey, so I wanted to kind of make a little bit of a counter. Like, I actually love college football, but it wasn't because of the gambling thing. Of course, we know that with the gambling thing, that's wrong, right? The college expansion, that's wrong. You know, the games meaning a little bit less, that's wrong. But at the same point, like, I just got into tailgating, like, last year, and I think it's the monkey see, monkey do. I'm just going to put the blinders up. Like, I understand what's going on. I don't agree with it. But if I put the blinders up and I don't get too close to it, I can still enjoy the fights on. I mean, I did the rivalry with Michigan State last year, and I'm telling you what, the student section of Michigan State, mind you, I'm a Michigan fan, I'll tip my cap to them. They actually care. So to think that, you know, there's fans out there that still care about the rivalry, like, I was very impressed.
Those poor kids.
I know.
You said the Michigan fans cared?
No, he said the state student section.
Yeah, because it's Saturday, it's fun, it's entertainment, and you know what they're going to do that later on that night? Go out partying and drinking and won't care about the results of the game.
Ray, so if I asked the question, if you still love the sport, what do you love about it? What is it? What is it? The tailgating? Is it the fact that you can put up the blinders and you're just like, look, I don't want to know?
Yeah, I think it's more the the camaraderie. Like, you know, when you go to the golf course, for instance, and tailgate, like, there's just so many fans there. You get to know them, and it's not so much about the team as it is about the fans that are, you know, attending. I think when you have those different relationships, I think it definitely helps to kind of put the blinders up. Like, I even went to Notre Dame last year for a Boise State game. I was just thrilled about the campus and everything that, you know, college football used to be. So it's like, I know college football will get better someday, but I just need to give it a few years to let everything sort out.
Ray, how old are you?
32.
Okay, so you just got interesting. I was going to say is like, so like, Ray, you were old enough where you still got to experience the good version of this. You know, pre-COVID.
I used to be a big Boise State fan as a teenager. Some of my ACC scores there. Kellen Moore, Titus Young, both of them Lions. I mean, I was thrilled. So that was half the reason why I even went out there last year.
Gotcha. No, I mean, Ray, listen, I'm glad you still love it. I don't judge you at all. Do your thing. I wish I could find a way to love it. I just cannot stand the complete and utter lack of leadership, lack of integrity, lack of rules.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
Mike, you're correct on all of that, but kind of like Ray, it's one of those like, man, I've been kind of looking forward to going back to Notre Dame because I haven't been there in, 6-7 years. I think Donnie Corley's touchdown was the last time they played there. And then, you know.
Oh, my God, 2016?
Yeah. And
that's
then,
10 years.
Yeah. So,
oh, my.
And then I thought about, going to UCLA, the Rose Bowl again. This time it won't be as crowded. Can just kind of sit there and watch. So yeah, it's. I understand what he's saying. It's like, man, I enjoy doing that, but now it's, is it going to be really worth the trip anymore?
Well, I'm rooting.
I know. See, this is where you get judgy.
I'm not
this
judgy.
Is why I don't like telling you stuff, David. I'm talking,
dude.
To you now.
Life is so short. If it makes you happy, do it. Not judging.
You judge.
I'm rooting for you.
This is like Schrodinger's cat.
Okay, I still have to look that up. We'll get to the people next. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren all June long. Hamilton is participating in Pickups for Paws campaign, supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, there's so many more that are they're just not that lucky. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet right now to drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado that sits right there in the middle of their showroom. You can find a wish list under the About Us tab at HamiltonChevy.com. Trust me, your donation will make a difference. Then you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the June Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for just $269 a month for 36 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. All you got to do is walk in with $995 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Make sure you bring some pet-friendly supplies with you. Check out HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
I want to get right back to the people. People have been very, very patient. Rapping about the Tigers a little bit, and then the Brendan Sorsby thing, and just kind of where it puts you with college football. If you're unaffected, that's fine. This is not North Korea. You will not be killed by artillery fire. It's just, what do you love about it? Or are you just losing patience by the day? Because where are the adults?
That's the sad thing about it, because you would think that this was so cut and dry that you couldn't find a loophole. And it really is no loophole. They're just creating something and saying, no, trust me, it's a loophole. It's like, guys, it's not. You can't do this in any other sport. You can't gamble on the sport and play in that same sport. That is one of the most cut and dry things. You can do heinous things as an athlete.
What I'm tired of is if the governing body, who's useless, can simply be overruled by a local judge, then what are we even doing? Let's go to people.
Just wait until all of a sudden you don't like the result of a game. You know what? That's rock bottom. I just found rock bottom.
I'd like an injunction on a ref, please.
All of a sudden, you know what? We don't think that the clock ran out. It wasn't a touchdown.
Oh, Spartan Bob.
Yes.
Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's good? Jim? And Jim. There he is. Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How about you guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
About this whole betting scandal here. I just think it's a complete overreaction. Like, just go out and play the team. It's one guy. The whole team's not betting against themselves.
No, but Jim, it's a kid who's number one quarterback in the portal. He's making $6 million. He's a linchpin to their season. He violated a simple rule. It's in writing. The fact that Texas Tech's going to play the kid or that a retired judge somehow ruled this way, Jim, it basically just makes it that there are no rules. Now, if you're okay with that, that's fine.
And Jim, I would say this. Let me ask you this question. Who's your favorite college team?
Probably the Oregon Ducks.
Okay, so if Dante Moore had this going on and you knew that, and all of a sudden Dante Moore has a 3-interception game against Ohio State, you're okay with this? And you'll just shrug it off, Jim, saying, well, he just had a bad day.
Yeah, he might have had a bad day. How do you know?
You don't. But if it calls it into question, Jim, that's an integrity thing. That's all.
Yeah, it sure is. Whatever you think. I mean, I guess you guys don't think that it's bad, then go right ahead. But I think they should just play them.
Okay. And I mean, look, that's Jim. Like I said, this isn't a holy war. I mean, I am going to continue to not like it, and you can continue to like it. This is America. I'm not quite sure what we just did there.
I have. Is it Thursday already?
I wouldn't term that as productive. We'll go to Tyler and try this again. Tyler, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm great, Mike. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Love the topic. Love the take too. I'm actually at the Tigers game. They've drawn me back in.
Okay.
I'm a sucker. I think they just the brand of baseball they played the last couple of weeks has been exciting. Like the month of May was awful. It was bad to watch, but I'm a sucker. But I really want to talk about the NCAA. I think the NCAA is in big trouble. I think this is another, a derogatory mark on them, and I think teams are going to start to leave the NCAA. What do you think about that?
Well, all right. It's a little bit longer form of a discussion, but I have said for years now, the NCAA will crumble. They cannot win in court. And I think ultimately the networks, which is the wrong way to do this, the networks are going to have the Big Ten and the SEC leave the SEC, leave the NCAA and form a super league. And those will be the only two conferences standing. Now, they won't look the way they look right now, meaning the Big Ten will absorb, let's say, the Big 12, and the SEC will absorb the ACC. Tyler, I think that's where it's headed. And at that point, they will have finally killed the golden goose. They will turn it into an NFL-light product that is 64 teams, a 16-team playoff, and basically NFL scheduling. To answer your question, yes, I think that's coming.
I think the NCAA, it's a bunch of, old white guys that are getting rich off of it, and people are going to get sick of it. Like they don't even have any power. They are powerless now. So what's going to keep teams from leaving and starting these like you mentioned, these huge major conferences? Take the top 50, 60 teams, like you said, put them in one or a couple conferences, have them play, and the NCAA is going to have nothing to do with it. Yeah,
they'll fully ruin it. I mean, Tyler, you're already seeing the cracks in the foundation. Michigan brazenly flaunted their cheating. Why? The NCAA. And the school president went along with it. Texas Tech brazenly is going to play a kid who's ineligible 7 days a week, twice on Sunday, because who's going to stop them? Now, the only thing that could happen, Tyler, and again, you got a loser who runs the Big Ten and that gutless jellyfish Petiti. It's the same thing here. The conferences have the power. The Big 12 could produce draconian measures against Texas Tech. They can. Right. They won't. Why? Texas Tech's their best chance to make the playoff. The same way that Michigan was the best chance for the Big Ten to win a natty.
All right.
They won't do it.
And that's why I said if teams boycott, okay, well, Texas Tech, you get an easy win. You just got rewarded because you're playing a player who shouldn't be there. But I do think we said, David, you and I talked, what's the bottom? What's the bottom? My forecast, somebody is not going to like the result of a game and take it to court.
Like a ref?
Whether it's a ref.
Imagine
whether
if the
it's a
JT
play.
Barrett game happened today with Michigan and OSU.
You would, you know what? They would take that to court. And then you would have lawyers trying to argue whether he was down or not, expert witnesses.
Do you realize we were already living in that time? Jim Harbaugh didn't like a suspension for cheating. He tried to file. Hey, how about those amicus briefs? Do they fit right?
But you know what?
He traveled to Penn State hoping that
Hold on. But at least I'll give him credit. You had a Wolverine judge who came out and said,
threw it right out.
Hey, buddy, you don't want to do this. Take the punishment. Don't make me do my job.
It wasn't even a punishment. He was allowed to coach the team all week, and he's not there on game day.
Right. Don't make me do, because once I do this, it's going to open up a floodgate of information that you're going to have to provide. Or you just sit at home, eat a cheeseburger, and
we'll call it good.
Thank you.
That's it.
But I'm just saying, maybe, the JT Barrett game.
Oh,
Mike,
my God.
That game right here, right now, that would be a court case.
I want an injunction against this official.
Especially if, imagine, one team makes the playoff and the other doesn't, it'll be an emergency meeting.
All right, we'll get more to people. I know we got to get to a blitz as well. We'll take you to Tiger Baseball. David, now Tarp is on the field, correct?
I have not been told that, but I would imagine it is, yes.
Well, I thought, Otto said, in his update, that's
But
been a
David
while
doesn't
ago.
listen to Otto's update.
I sure don't.
He's very anti-Otto. Okay. 2-4.
I don't know. You know what? Because they're rivals. They're building super teams.
You're thinking about upgrading your ride in time for summer. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row, and for good reason. Moran makes car buying simple, honestly. No games, no nonsense, just great pricing. 26 Silverado 4x4 Crew Cab V8 engine. They got it. Great pricing. The 26 Trax as well. Stop on in. You get the best price guaranteed every time. MoranExpress.com for all certified service. Just stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. I'll get back to the people momentarily, but right now, a little rapid fire. David, what's on the menu, pal? Oh, God. If this is some kind of week 3 pick the game, I'm walking out of here.
So week 3.
Oh, God, it's you. Even
Yeah.
worse.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm going to change it all.
Go ahead. What do you got?
Just to annoy you.
Oh, stop it.
Over under week 3, Lions versus Jets. No, I'm kidding.
I hate you.
All right, we got NFL questions. Each team. I'm not going to give you all 32 teams, Mike, but just some teams or relevant questions for you.
I could do it.
Let's start off with the Green Bay Packers. Is there more pressure on Jordan Love now more than ever?
Yes. Bleeper, get off the potty. It's time for him to have a comprehensive season that results in postseason success and a Super Bowl run. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, you're coming off a year, and I know he got hurt at the end of last year, but you traded for Micah Parsons. They invested on that side, which means they're invested in the entire team. Now Christian Watson got paid. You got to win. It's on you now.
And again, they win, but they don't win anything of
But
substance.
winning something significant, make it to the Super Bowl.
Or at least get to Championship Sunday.
Okay.
It's time to have a meaningful run. Yes.
Okay. Does the addition of Jalen Waddle elevate Bo Nix's game to the next level in Denver?
No. Because Bo Nix is geriatric and has one leg and is limited.
Okay.
Sean Payton's play calling is the only thing that will keep him afloat.
I think it's the running game that he needs for him to be efficient, really, to be honest, because he's not going to go out there and just throw it like.
Right. And Sean Payton tailors the best screen game.
Correct.
So,
Right,
exactly.
but see, I look at that as now you can stretch the field. Now you have to pay attention to that one guy who can take it deep.
Okay. I still say no.
Okay. Will Patrick Mahomes play this year? How will Patrick Mahomes play this year, and how long until he looks like himself?
Ahua. God, that's a difficult question. I mean, he's kind of a freakazoid. The problem is, what Mahomes are you referring to? The one from 5 years ago that was fun to watch?
Yeah, MVP Mahomes.
Or the Andrew Maxwell check down Charlie I've been watching the last 2 years.
The better one.
Never. That Mahomes is gone.
Okay.
I think he's still elite at creating space in the pocket. I still think he's a wonderful scrambler. He can still deliver some off-platform throws. But Rico, the verticality has been completely taken out of his game. And who are the receivers that are going to reignite that? I'm just going to say not this year.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Who are the receivers? That was hilarious.
David's really happy with himself.
That is, yeah, he's never going to be back to Mahomes' form. He'll read a defense. He'll do what he needs to do. But the spectacular plays will never happen again.
I just think it's a different offense.
Yes.
I think he's a different player. That doesn't mean he won't be a Pro Bowler. It doesn't mean he won't win a Super Bowl. But I really think he's kind of in his Tom Brady phase now. High percentage, check down, move the sticks. Now, unlike Brady, can extend plays with his legs. But the days of the 80-yard touchdown bombs and all of that, they don't have the receivers.
But you know what helped Brady was the Gronkowski type, that tight end. Kelsey can't do that anymore.
All right. So let's just will this Mahomes be enough to get them to win the West this year?
Because it is Jim Harbaugh's time.
Okay. Well,
Bolts.
Funny you said that. What will Mike McDaniel offense do for Justin Herbert?
Everything. He was the run game coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers at the height of their powers. Unlocking that run game with that O-line, paired with Herbert's talent, paired with a top 10 NFL defense, the Bolts are going to the Super Bowl.
The regular season is going to be really good for the Chargers. It comes down to playoffs.
Agreed.
It comes down to that, and we'll see that later on, but they'll look really good offensively.
Will new Lions offensive coordinator Drew Petzing get Jared Goff back to his 2024 level?
I'm more yes than no. I am. I mean, it was a joke last year. Now, I liked the hire. I understood what was going on in Arizona last year, and I think Petzing is going to unlock some things, and it's going to be a different set of eyeballs and a different view. I know he was in Ben Johnson's wedding. I know they're friends, but they don't run the same offense. I think this will be beneficial for Goff. Yes. But this will come down to nothing about Petzing, everything about the O-line. If that O-line is not exponentially better than last year, they could hire Jesus Made as OC. It won't matter.
No, you are exactly right, Mike. Everything has to work together this year like it did before, because they had a top 5 offense last year, but things just did not look right. They couldn't run the ball right. They couldn't protect Goff right. Sure, he threw it down the field and got yards, but they didn't win. That's important. How it looks is important.
Guys, what happens if Matthew Stafford gets hurt?
They're dead.
He's right, you know.
Season's just over?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah, that's not hyperbole.
I don't even know who the backup is, so it doesn't even matter.
How's it any different than if Jared Goff falls down the stairs and breaks both legs? Season's over.
I mean, just because they spent so much money. What, they got Jimmy G?
Season's over.
He's still, yeah, please.
He's still there.
Jimmy G cares about one thing. That should be our new recruiting update desk.
For Minnesota, how will this mess sort itself out?
Kyler Murray takes the job. JJ sits Indian style underneath the goalposts and cries. Kyler Murray, I think, is a candidate for comeback player of the year. I'm hyper interested in him and the pedigree, the athleticism, and Kevin O'Connell. And that offense, all it needs is a trigger man. It just needs somebody to play above average football. They can win 10 games. I think Kyler's capable of that because I view the Arizona Cardinals now as what the Detroit Lions used to be. That is a loser-ass franchise. Toxic top to bottom. But JJ? He gone.
Yeah, I might be crazy with this take, but it's Kyler's offense. They're going to have to get rid of JJ. They're going to need a backup that can actually provide help in the locker room and in the meetings because JJ's not going to be able to do that. So I would completely rid themselves of JJ McCarthy. It's not his job. He didn't win it.
Will the head coach's off-season indiscretions affect the New England Patriots this year?
Yes.
Want to elaborate?
Oh, sure. I didn't know if David was going to say. I didn't.
It's radio.
Yeah, no. Well, first of all, I'm not convinced that Vrabel will be there because I know we're all waiting for what should be a pay-per-view event when Diana talks like the night before training camp. But also, he's got a credibility problem. You could say players don't care. Boulder Dash. That guy's sitting there telling them they need to be better men. They need to do the right thing. They need to commit to the team. Really? You were at breast rehab camp on day 3 of the draft, Tito. How's that love boat with an 8-month pregnant woman? I mean, I'm sorry. I think they're going to come crashing back down to earth.
See, it's easy for the players currently right now to say they don't care because they come in for an off-season workout and then they're right back on vacation. But when you're packing up and getting ready to head there to the facility for a training camp, knowing you're about to be there for the next 8 months, they start caring about certain things.
And I got to think that Boston media really won't let this thing go.
They won't.
Not once Diana talks. She's going to pull Barry Sanders. She's going to send a fax to the Wichita Times-Picayune the night before camp.
Is Jalen Hurts' future in Philly on the line this season?
100% yes. Because now they got rid of the problem child. And now it's about you. And you've already seen some of the reports where people are a little turned off by his attitude. We're going to have to weigh out the winning percentage versus the performance. It hasn't been there. He looks like he lost his ability to throw the ball. Now, you want to cite the loss of Kellen Moore, a bad OC, sign Jared Goff, cool. But this is it right here. Yes, and in a city like Philly, they're not going to put up with a lot more. If this gets off the rails and they don't make the playoffs and Hurts is out there with that weird Eli blank look in his face, yes, I could totally see this becoming a flashpoint for him.
It's because you made a decision, or the franchise basically made a decision this offseason. It is now Hurts over A.J. Brown. So the minute you go out there and you don't do what you're supposed to do, you don't take them to the level they need to be at, oh, yeah, you're on the hook now.
Here's the other thing. I do wonder if he had a lower body injury at some point last year because he simply refused to use his legs.
That's fair.
And that's a big part of his game is when he gets moving.
But see, sometimes I wonder if that's spite because I remember the year like Lamar no, I'm not going to run anymore. Like, Lamar, that's part of your game. No, I'm just going to use my arm. Okay, good luck with that. Last one. I shouldn't even brought that up. Can Dak Prescott finally add playoff success to his resume?
Yeah, I'm not against it. I think the Cowboys or the Giants, one of them is going to really surprise this year. I could see it. I don't have a high degree of confidence, but I'm not going to shoot that down either. I think Dallas is interesting. I think they've done a hell of a nice job turning over that roster. So I'll say yes.
I'll say no.
I know you hate the guy.
No, I don't hate the guy. I just don't see the playoff success. I don't see that for him.
Well, define playoff success. It would be winning a game.
They haven't done it yet, and I don't see him doing it. I just don't. Now, defensively as a team, I think they've done some things to improve on that side, but it's still on Dak. I don't think he can do it.
David, if we got time for one more,
Yes.
I have one tailored just for you.
To hell with David, yes.
Okay. I got two if we can.
Yeah, I know all the time to work.
Okay. Pittsburgh Steelers, what exactly are we doing?
We're doing nothing. We're not doing anything that's winning football. We're signing guys. We got Herbig signed and we got Washington signed. Why? Why are we doing that? You're going to sign every defensive player we have?
Well, what's wrong with Nick Herbig?
Nothing's wrong with him, but you just pay Alex Highsmith and you still have TJ Watt out there.
But you can't have enough
pay
pass rushers.
everybody.
The Washington part would be the one where
I
I
don't
go,
understand that one at all. What are we doing?
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Michael, this one's for you. Because you know a lot about this gentleman. But what will Brian Daboll be able to do for Cam Ward?
I guess if I just go back to when he was the OC in Buffalo, the problem I have now, years later, how much was Daboll and how much was Josh Allen? Cam Ward showed some flashes, and Daboll does know offense. The problem is he was saddled with Daniel Jones, and then Jackson Dart, you saw signs.
Right.
You did, but there was nothing around Dart. Neighbors died, Scatabo died. I think he'll be good for him. I'm still going to bank on he hasn't forgotten how to coach. And I do think certain guys are OCs, not head coaches. He doesn't have the emotional stability to be a head coach. But to be an offensive coordinator, yeah, I'll buy.
Okay.
I'll buy.
And finally, here's an easy layup for you.
Yeah.
New York Jets, are they just kind of like the Cleveland Browns punting until next season?
I feel bad for Aaron Glenn, but it sure feels that way.
Can he survive?
I doubt it. It's New York. They're just not going to wait. And it's too bad. But it's also, you took the Jets job.
You knew what
you got to ride the horse you saddled there, Buckaroo. Okay. You took the Jets job.
That's your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The opener of the Tigers and Twins series has officially been delayed. Troy Melton won't be back on the mound if the game does start. Be his fourth start post-injury. He's thrown 20-plus innings, giving up just 4 earned runs. His 8 innings the last time out against the Rays marks a career high, where he retired the last 15 batters he faced. Tigers ace Tarik Skubal feels good after his 5-inning rehab start with the Whitecaps Sunday. Quote, I slept great. I woke up yesterday feeling great. I feel great today. I have a bullpen Wednesday, and hopefully that's the last box I have to check before we make a decision, end quote. Casey Mize also scheduled to throw a rehab today for the Flying Tigers in Clearwater. If everything checks out with his outing, he could return by Sunday or Monday. John Paul Morosi said earlier the Tigers ultimately will listen to trade offers for some pending free agents, but they're not in a hurry to make moves. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby was granted eligibility yesterday by the courts, even after the NCAA took away his following his gambling violations. The trial won't take place until February 8th, 2 weeks after the national championship. Stanley Cup Finals continued tonight in Vegas. Carolina coming off the first win of their series, face off tonight at 8. According to Ian Rappaport, the Bengals are restructuring QB Joe Burrow's contract to free up $10 million in cap space. Adam Schefter is guessing, without any information, that Aaron Donald will return to the Rams. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so the game's going to be in a delay to start. I don't think that's a shock, but your pregame will be on time. I see what the hell they can do. I mean, guys, like I said, I'm not out. I'm not in. They're 12 under. What do you get to 500 if you want me to really care? They're playing better ball the last 2 series, but you got a long road ahead when in May you won like 5 games. There's nothing else I can say. David, Tex, and I know we'll get it to Tiger Ball.
Text regarding Skubal says they can win the division without him. They can come in last place without him. They can make the World Series with or without him. They will not win the World Series whether they have him or not. Trade him and get what you can.
Look, that seems to be a pretty big consensus here. Now, that's easy to do when you're 12 under. I want you to bring that same energy after they start winning games and they're 4 under. See, that's the problem here. It's not a problem. It's just, unless they're way out of it, I don't see it. I think they're looking for every reason to hang on for dear life, because I don't think Scott Harris has that. He's never had to make a move like this. This is a hell of a way to start that chapter of your career.
And Mike, even if he did, he's going to walk into a meeting and guys are going to all sit around and say, well, remember, everybody wrote us off 2 years ago. And I hate that you keep using that as the example, but that's going to be the reason why you can't get rid of him. What if it happens again and we traded away the best pitcher in baseball? We got to keep him here. And we'll get nothing for him. Well, we'll figure that out later.
He's right, you know.
Dave from Carlton texted in and says, Mike, I agree 100%. Skubal ain't going anywhere. Harris is afraid to make a big move for fear of failure. Another text from Eric in Haslett in the rain. He says, the Tigers need to do what they haven't done in years, which is acquire a bat that makes them fun to watch. Don't see that happening. So until then, that's when I'll care. On the Tigers, it says, on Skubal, I am trading him whether or not they are in contention because he isn't re-signing here. I know that, so we have to get what we can for him.
And again, rotationally, the pitching hasn't really been the problem. Like, I made this case a few weeks back. Like, Cincinnati had like a 12-game run. They were giving up 8 runs every night. That's not you. That's not the issue. Mm-hmm. And a rotation that features Mize, Verlander, Fromber, whatever. Name them. Flaherty, Montero. You have enough to win this division. My whole point is he ain't coming back. My problem? I think that's how Glaber ended up back here. They thought they were going to get cute and get one of their blessed comp picks, except he took the money. Mm-hmm. I think they love their comp picks. And then they'll get out there at a post-game presser and be like, look, with the extra pick, we got Magana goggles. I'm telling you. It's who they are. I don't think they're trading the guy.
No.
Hope I'm wrong, because honestly, it would be best for the franchise long term.
I won't even put that up on the big board. That's just... There's certain, that's like death in taxes. He will be a Tiger.
It just feels that way. Now, if they're 12, 13 under and we've gotten past Scooble's 2-day bobblehead event where they're going to sell out, get all that parking cheddar, then maybe they get straight. But they got to be way out of it. They're not way out of it. They can sell their fans. They're 5.5 out of a wild card. It doesn't matter. It's 10 teams.
In this American League,
correct.
You'll never be that far out of it.
Correct, because the AL's terrible.
Right.
It really is, too. That's not like, oh, you're a hater. No, the AL's awful.
No, and to your point about the AL being awful, yes, the Angels are the worst team in the AL. 8 games out in the wild card. If they go on a week or 2 run, they could be where the Tigers are at 5.5 out.
Right. Every team can sell hope because it's so bad, and that's
look right now. Like Kansas City's got to believe they have a shot. Minnesota believes they have a shot. Division's terrible. It's just up to Cleveland. If Cleveland can play 5, 6, 7 games over, if they're just 500 here on out, and they finish 6, 7 over, you know the math.
If the goal is just to make the playoffs, you don't sell. You don't trade Scooble, and you just hope that it happens. Now, if your goal is to win the World Series, you have a long talk with yourself, and you're like, look at these rosters, look at this.
No, you don't get it.
Like, once again,
chaos.
Who's ever batting 9th for the Dodgers or Braves would be the best person here.
They don't look at it that way. Optionality.
Okay.
David?
Tex here says the Tigers are currently 5.5 games back in the wild card race. You measure where you are on July 1st, then we'll make a decision.
Yeah, okay. Look.
Can't do that.
You can't do that. It's also, too, how many teams between you and that wild card?
Right.
Like 8?
The entire AL.
You can't even scoreboard watch. But I look, if you want to play it out, play it out. What do you want from me? They're 12 games under. Get to 500, and then you get my attention.
Brought to you by Jansen.
97. I quit.